What's up? How's everybody doing? Welcome to RossonARI TV. We're going to be talking about tomorrow's game, Milan versus Bologna. This is going to be an interesting game because it is between Champions League games. These games between Champions League games are always quite interesting because you never know what you're going to get. As we most of us can imagine, and as we are seeing in the current reports, it looks like there is going to be rotation. And one thing that I find very interesting that really caught my attention is the fact that Pioli, right after the first match against Napoli, he said right away, "I'm thinking about the next match." So he didn't even say, "I'm thinking about Bologna next." He said, "I'm thinking about the next match." So we know what this means. This means that tomorrow, hopefully, we have a great game and we can win. But it is, if you look at precedent, usually these matches tend to be more difficult than you would expect. So, things to keep in consideration. And I want to talk about that also because I was thinking about, Milan's DNA, the Champions League DNA. And when you talk about Champions League DNA, what does that mean? And obviously, I also want to talk about the difference between Milan and Napoli when it comes to the Champions League and what Champions League DNA is. And one thing that I noticed in this bout so far that has been going on between Napoli and Milan is that Champions League DNA. We can see the evidence of the Champions League DNA from how Pioli is approaching the Serie A and how he's sacrificing. Well, he is. You want to call it sacrificing, but he is. Putting on. He's not putting his best 11 for the Serie A games in order to keep his best 11 100% fit for the games against Napoli in the Champions League. So that is right there an example of Champions League DNA. Um, while we already spoke about this in previous streams, we're looking at Napoli. Napoli is not doing that. Napoli is playing their best 11 for every game, whether it's in front of the Champions League game or before. Even though they pretty much already won the league, they're still playing their best 11 in the Serie A. And you can see the difference in this bout who is more prepared for it. I mean, if you really look at everything and you put everything together, you can really notice the difference on how Milan is preparing for these Champions League games and Napoli is preparing for these Champions League game. The atmosphere around the Milan's camp and the atmospheres around Napoli's camp. It's completely different, right? Napoli is panicking. They're losing bits and pieces. Last game, a lot of nervousness. Anguissa off, Kim off. While Milan is still 100% in, it looks like Milan is chomping off the bits and pieces. Milan is taking away bits and pieces of Napoli in order to face them again in the next round at 100%, while Napoli cannot be 100% in the next game because they have their most important defender is missing. Their most important defensive midfielder is missing. And you can argue that the three center forwards are not 100% fit. Well, Simeone is not available. Raspadori still is a question mark. We don't know where he is. Spalletti right now doesn't think he's fit. And Osimhen, same thing. He can't be 100% after this short injury. So you can see how Milan is approaching this game, this bout, in a much more professional way, in a much smarter way, and in a more, let's say, experienced way. And this is that Champions League DNA that we're talking about. Now, these are advantages that Milan is building for themselves. Does this necessarily mean that the next game is job done? That doesn't necessarily mean next game is job done. But it definitely shows me that Milan is going into the next game in a much better condition than Napoli is. So I think this is evidence of Champions League DNA. This is that evidence that we talk about. It's right here. Now, the issue with the Champions League DNA is what this stream is really on about, which is the probable 11 against Bologna. So let's look into it. Okay, let's see. According to what is being reported by Milan News, the 10 outfield players will change for the match of Estadio Renato Dallara with an eye on next Tuesday's second leg against Napoli again. So this is the second match in the Serie that we face where we're not thinking about the team that we're facing, rather we're thinking about the next team that we're playing. In defense, Florenzi, Malik Chow, Pierre Kalulu, Forde Ballo-Touré. So he's, according to this, we don't know if it's true, he's even risking Theo Hernandez. This is a complete turnover. They do not want to fuck this game up, guys. They're looking at this semifinal against Napoli and they're saying, you know what? Hell nah. This is an opportunity to get in the semifinal of the Champions League. I'm not fucking wasting it. Fuck no, I'm not wasting it. To the point where we have Fado Ballo-Touré starting, Florenzi starting, Pierre Kalulu, good that he comes back, gets some minutes, after that injury he had. That is very good because we need a good Kalulu because Kalulu is one of the best players in the team. Malik Chow, good for him, good minutes for him. Florenzi, very good minutes for him. Obviously, Florenzi is not going to play 90 minutes. No way, that's impossible. But it is good minutes for him. For the Ballo-Touré, I mean, meaningless minutes for him because nobody is touching Theo's left back spot. No, not anytime soon. But an appearance for Fado Ballo-Touré. Now, we don't know if this is true yet, but this is what is being reported in Milan News. In attack, okay, wait. What about the midfield? Tomorrow and Hernandez gonna Franks and Tommaso Pobega should come in for tonight. What the hell, guys? What is going on? Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow, guys, we're seeing, you know what we were going to be watching? We're going to be watching one of those games that we see in preseason when Milan plays against the Serie D teams at Milanello in their training pitch at Milanello. This is the formation. We might as well put in Tata Rusano in there too. Hell, you know, this is literally the formation that we see in the summer preseason games at Milanello against the Serie D teams. In attack, Salamakers and Ante Rebic are expected to be in the flanks in Brahim and Leao's place, with Charles De Kettler in for Benacer and Divock Origi. God, this is a full turnover. This is a freaking full turnover. Incredible. So here we go. Probable Milan 4-2-3. Magnan, Florenzi, Kalulu, Chow, Ballo-Touré, Franks, Pobega, Salamakers, De Kettler, Rebic, Origi. All right, guys, I have to go to Gazzetta dello Sport and confirm this. I have to go to Gazzetta dello Sport and confirm this because Gazzetta dello Sport, according to Laird, always gets it right. But this is crazy. Okay, I'll be honest. I did not expect this. I didn't. I expected a turnover, but I did not expect a full turnover. I don't think I've ever seen a full turnover my whole life watching football. I literally never seen a full turnover of this magnitude ever in competitive football. Of course, in friendlies and preseason, yes, but in competition, I've never seen. Bro, these guys are going all in for the semifinal. These guys are going all in for the semifinal. They don't give a crap about Bologna, guys. They do not give a shit about Bologna. Wow. This is a message. This is a message. I'm flabbergasted. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. This is a message, and this is clear what the club wants. It is clear what the club is hungry for, guys. I couldn't be any more clear than this. It could not be any more clear than this. I am astonished. I never expected to see anything like this, guys. Wow. This is incredible. This is incredible, guys. Oh, this is too funny. Forza said, yeah, Nathan, how you doing, my man? This is a message This is also a message to the board if this team does not perform. Okay, that's something that we can definitely discuss. Yeah, absolutely. Pioli thinks he's playing career mode. Bologna feel disrespected. I would fucking feel disrespected. Guys, if I'm Thiago Motta right now, I'm looking at the probable formation and I'm like, dude, these guys don't fucking respect us at all. It is, yeah, I did not expect to see this, guys. I really did not expect to see this. So I'm quite surprised. I was trying to keep this as serious as possible and try to sound professional, but I have I have never seen a turnover of this magnitude ever in my whole freak. Like I remember the turnovers that Carlo Ancelotti used to do very well, because I mean, I paid attention every detail. I was paying attention, and Carlo never did anything like this, guys. I've literally never seen anything like this. All right, so let's see. This is a good thing, to be honest, Roy. This should make the owners realize we need real reinforcements. Now, listen, I'm not really looking at it from that angle, because honestly, I look at these players. Let's look at these players. Okay, Magnan, top G, 100%. Florenzi, top G. Kalulu, top G. Ciao Balotore, no. Chow, no, Chow is a maybe. He's a top G. I think he is. Is he a top G right now in this current moment? He's soon to be a top G. Balotore, not a top G. Ranks, not a top G. Pobega, this season, definitely not a top G. Salamakers, top G. De Keller, not a top G. Rebic, not a top G. Origi, not a top G. So we only have one, two, three. We have only 4 top Gs in this team. Pobega is maybe a top G. Baloturev, Ranks, De Kettler, Rebic, or Norigi. These are the players that need to show up. These are the players that need to give that message to the board. Um, Now, when it comes to CDK, De Kettler, guys, this is just my opinion. I believe that for him, it's not so much a matter of his skills, more a matter of physiology. Physiology is basically the combination of your physical state and your mental state. Physiology meaning that physically his muscle fibers have not developed enough for him to push around players in the Serie A. So that just means he needs to grow and keep on training. Physically, he needs to grow his muscle fibers and his mass. The psychology aspect is that new country, new language, new kind of football, new customs, new everything, plus a shitload of pressure because he was the marquee signing of AC Milan this summer. So there's a lot of combinations going on there that are just not going CDK's way, and they're taking him in the complete opposite direction this season. So CDK is a work in progress, and also let's be honest here. Maldini, Massara, these guys barely get things wrong, right? When it comes to the young players they got so far, you want to argue that maybe 90% of the young players they got so far have completely worked out. There are some that maybe haven't. But CDK, even if you look at how the Belgium National Federation considers him, you have to think that his future is bright, that once he develops more into a man and his physiology gets closer, meaning his physical state can support the confidence that he needs to develop in himself. Once these things come together, then you might have a top G. Maybe the top G future is there for him. Rebic, guys, Rebic is a lost cause at this point. I think he knows that on the left side, Leao has taken his spot forever. Giroud is above him when it comes to the center forward role. Rebic at this stage in his career, 27. You could argue he's a luxury to have on the bench, but I don't think he is motivated to be in that bench and play 10 minutes here, 15 minutes here, and wait for Champions League finals to be used as a rotation, or Champions League's playoff games to be used as a rotational player. I don't think Rebic is in the mood for doing that. So obviously there, I definitely see the possibility this summer where Rebic goes to find new motivations to reinvigorate his career, while in Milan, that spot gets left for not an experienced player, but a player that is ready to go, young and hungry. Like, let's say, Raspadori is. Raspadori is young, ready to go, and hungry, right? These are the kind of players that you want to put in the squad right now. So now who that player will be, I don't know. I don't know. We shall find out. As far as Origi goes, I don't know what to say about Origi. I mean, I was talking to a Liverpool fan yesterday, and I asked him about Origi and what he thought about Origi. And the way the Liverpool fan perceived Origi was this. He says Origi never plays. He just comes on and the last 10 minutes and scores clutch goals. So essentially for Liverpool fans, that's how they saw Origi, as this guy that never played, but just came on in the last minutes of games and was clutch. Of course, Origi was clutch in very important games for Liverpool. So this is basically what the Origi lore has imprinted in the Liverpool fans, or that Liverpool fan that I spoke to yesterday. The thing is that a player like that is not a prolific striker. A player like that is not a player that can necessarily jump into another league and do the same thing that he did there at Liverpool. Again, time is required. You got to be adapted. You got to be able to do the work. I don't understand the Origi purchase or signing Origi. I really don't understand it to this day. It's Mandzukic 2.0. It's pretty much another Mandzukic kind of situation. It's like you're just getting these players for the sake of their name and their history, and you assume that they're going to make the difference. I mean, there's so many other players that they could have chosen instead of Origi. I don't understand why they got Origi to this day. I really don't get it. I'll say this. I want Origi to shut me up. I want Origi to show me the middle finger and shut me up. Please do that, sir. Please make me shut the fuck up when I talk about you, Origi. I want that to happen. I want to be like, okay, Origi, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I doubted you. I'm sorry I ever spoke negatively about you. I'm really sorry. As a human being, I think you're exceptional. When I saw you do those interviews, you're an exceptional human being. But shut me up when it comes to the football aspect. Shut me up. Guys, Branks is still a young little kid, still a lot to learn, under 21. The thing is, like, when it comes to under 21, the difference between young players more experienced players is not necessarily the skill level. It is not necessarily, well, usually the physical level is a big part of it, but it's not necessarily the skill level. It's more, the decision making that affects you when you're younger. And sometimes, even though you have very skilled youngsters, you'd rather put a less skilled older player that, though, is going to guarantee you better decision making. Maybe he won't dribble as much, maybe he won't create numerical advantage as much as you want, but when the game goes into that level of details, when every detail makes the difference, every little detail can cause a chain reaction that either goes towards your favor or against your favor. You need players that have experience when it comes to decision making. So Vranks obviously cannot be that player, and unfortunately, we've seen it. Pobega, for me is interesting. He did play very well against the Empoli. I I really liked his performance against Empoli. I think he's a very good player. I think he's pretty much Ambrosini 2.0. You know, he's literally Ambrosini 2.0. So I'm curious to see how Pobega develops in the team and how he settles in the team. If he settles in the team, they might use him as an exchange piece at Torino. Who knows? I've seen these kind of rumors. He might go back to Torino. I don't know. But Pobega is definitely a player that I think we can rely on. It's just his first year. You can't, look at Krunic. Look at how long it took Krunic to become the Krunic of today, right? When Krunic first joined this team, we spoke about Krunic the same way we speak about maybe Vranks today, or maybe these players that we don't consider too highly. But right now, Krunic is a very valuable asset to the club, and on the football field, he guarantees you a man on the football field, not a football player, a man. So Pobega, needs his time as well. Chow, yeah, we spoke about Chow. Balotelli, what my honest opinion about Balotelli, guys? Balotelli, in my honest opinion, is playing at this club because it is very difficult right now to find a left back that accepts being on the bench for 90% of the season. So Balotelli, that is the value of Balotelli. That he still gives us, a good performance when it comes to just holding the ball and being disciplined and being, just a role player, right? But obviously, he can never be a key player the same way Theo Hernandez is. He can fall into the mold of being a role player. Balotelli is pretty tidy when it comes to possession football. You don't see him lose the ball much. You do see him get caught sometimes. But even this, when you're players that, especially if you're a defender and you don't play much, you have to kind of get in. You have to get into the rhythm of things and the geometries and the distances. So you can't blame him so much. You can't blame him so much. But we know what we know what his ceiling is. We know what his ceiling is. Guys, everybody else in the squad, Magnan, Florenzi, Kalulu, and Salamakers, these four are top Gs for sure. Salamakers, guys, is a top G 100%. Florenzi is a super top G. Unfortunately, most people do not have the ability to see it. Kalulu is on his way to being a super top G, and Magnan is an elite top G. Chow is a soon to become top G. All right, let's go to chat. Pioli needs even the bench players ready. Yeah, that's absolutely true. Absolutely true. People are still writing us off after 1-4-0, 1-0, and we got robbed of 2 penalties. I don't know if people are doing that. If they're doing that, they're mistaken. Napoli are lucky. It's just 1-0. Sure. Did you see Maradona's son talking shit on Insta about Theo? I didn't. What did he say? Very talented, no doubt, but if he can't perform, then it's a problem. I mean, they can't. Look, the thing about this is when you build a team, right? You want to think about your team in different stages of a football match. The first 15 minutes, the first 45 minutes, the first 60 minutes, 70 minutes, 80, 90. When it comes to the 70th minute onwards, the level of our substitutions in many cases, they bring the team down. Essentially, that's what's happening. They bring the team down. There are other teams out there that when they make those substitutions, the quality stays the same. And this is what was happening more or less last year. Our quality was staying the same. We had an extra Kessie and an extra Romagnoli, and Florenzi was available for the full season. So we had a lot of this where the quality did stay the same. This season, from Calabria to Dest, huge difference. Theo to Balotelli, huge difference. Pobega, Vranks, Ali, Bakayoko, huge difference from the starting 11. Origi, Rebic, huge difference. De Cadler, huge difference. I mean, the difference last year was either it's Kessie, Krunic, or Brahim Diaz. Even though Brahim Diaz wasn't completely ready, he would still produce something, right? This year, CDK is not producing anything. Let's hope that they start soon. Let's hope tomorrow is a good opportunity for them to get going. My boy Teo got all them Napolitani pressed. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Good man. We're winning Conference League next year. Nah, I don't think so. San Siro would be so empty if we play in Conference League. Yeah, right. Napolitans are so mad that they're trying to get a fight. Yes, guys, I saw that. Napoli right now is fining UEFA 150 million lawsuit because they believe that the referee messed up their game. It is quite interesting, actually. I don't know if Sempre Milan has an article about it, but I did read this today. So this says, guys, this says in what kind of state of mind Napoli is right now. Compare that to the state of mind that Milan is. Milan right now is this perfect storm, right? All the starting 11 are perfectly good. They're there. They're in good condition. They're not touching a ball tomorrow. At least most of them are not going to be touching a ball tomorrow. And the club is ready to get into the second round of the semifinal, right, of the quarterfinal. While Napoli, on the other hand, they're losing bits and pieces. They started a lawsuit against UEFA. These guys are in panic mode. These guys are in panic mode. The camp looks like it's broken, right? It is not in a good state of mind. The advantage here is all on Milan, guys. Milan has prepared this match in a much far superior way. This bout, rather. So now it's up to the players on the pitch. It's up to the players on the pitch do their job. A big mistake that I'm seeing from even a lot of professional pundits is saying that Osimhen is this guy that makes all the difference. Very big mistake. Napoli has lost more games. Napoli has won more games without Osimhen than they have lost with Osimhen. So Napoli lost against Lazio and Inter with Osimhen on the pitch. This story about Osimhen here and making him into the Maradona of the situation is not good, and it doesn't play in their favor either. Napoli is a well-oiled machine. It doesn't matter whether Osimhen is there or not. Napoli can still beat you no matter what. As a matter of fact, we saw it in the San Siro. They still were able to beat us at the San Siro. Whether we were unlucky or not, or we dominated the game, doesn't matter. Without Osimhen, Napoli has won 3 games so far in the Champions League out of 4. Without Osimhen in the Serie A, they have won 6 games out of 7 without Osimhen. So this story about Osimhen is Napoli is not true, which is why the fact that Osimhen is playing doesn't really matter that much. Osimhen is not a one man show. It is the team that needs to work together. A team that is approaching this match with all these psychological issues that I'm seeing from them right now. It doesn't matter whether Osimhen is there or not. They're still not going to be 100% going into this match, while Milan looks like they are. 150 million fine. I know, pretty crazy. Yeah. Why Origi? I want to see CDK as a false 9 and Ali Cam. I agree with you, my man. I actually agree with you. Rigi, CDK as false 9. Ali Cam. Milanista Laert.
Yo, Roy, can you hear me? Yeah,
Can you hear me? I can't hear you.
I can hear you.
My headphones set.
I can hear you. How's the sound?
Guys, can you hear Laert? I cannot hear Laert.
So,
If Red John wants to join the live,
what's going on here?
Red John wants to join the live.
Are we gonna allow Red John?
We'll send Red John a link. Now, I don't know, guys. Can you hear Laert? I cannot hear him. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, give me a second.
Yes, you can.
So what's wrong with you, Roy?
I gotta fix my.
Have you?
Okay, guys, I'll be back.
Okay, Roy is gone. So what's going on, by the way? How's everyone doing? 25 people on the live. I hope we have at least 25 likes, but that's fine. Red John. I can daddy join. What is that? Let me send the link. Red John. Red John is on his own. He's having his period, so cannot have sex tonight. So he's gonna join the live. Let me send the link to him. Oh, Rajan, you're in the chat, man. I'm gonna put the link here. Just fucking join, man. Oh. Anyway, let me check a bit the chat. Yeah, at the end, I saw that. I saw the video because the journalist started to shout at him. Funny how journalists are in Italy. They are supporters, basically. But anyway, I think I understand how Napoli feels because the referee, I guess, made some mistakes. I think the biggest mistake the two biggest mistake the referee made was the foul Tonali did on Guevara, and after that came the yellow card on Anguissa.
Okay, I hear you now.
Can you hear me now? Okay, that's good. And I think the second biggest mistake was the penalty for Selemakers. But the red card for Anguissa was a red card, and the yellow for Kim was a bit, I would say, soft, but he should know that that's the way in Europe the referees are. Especially that referee was just going completely nuts, so it was no point for him to do that reaction. Dude, I sent the link to Rajon. Rajon is not joining. Is he fixing his hair? I don't know what he's doing. Roy's gone. Some people is trying to join, but the device does not connect. So I guess their internet is really weak. Guys, to join the live, you need to have a really good internet. Like if you have like a weak internet or you are outside, sometimes it really doesn't allow you to connect and join the live. Rajon.
Hello, Dart. Long
Off,
time no see.
Turn off the aircon, man. I can hear the noise.
What aircon, bro? I'm in Germany. Do you think they have aircons here? What are you talking about? What aircons, bro? In summer you die here. This is the rule.
That's how it should be, man. No aircon.
Like someone should come here and invent the air conditioning because these fuckers die during the summer. Okay,
dude,
holy shit.
That's how it should be. That's how it should be. No aircon in the summer, apart from of course extremely cold, hot places
like Albania. Exactly. My part.
Not even Albania, man. Fuck, it's not so hot in Albania.
No, bro. But you have do you have any idea how warm it gets here in the summer? It gets like crazy hot. Then you speak to Germans, they are like, no, the summer is only 1 week. No, motherfucker, no. It's like 2 months and you die.
What happened to Roy?
Because they have constructed. I don't know. Like Roy couldn't hear you before for some reason.
Roy, but you don't.
I'm here, bro. I'm here.
Oh, are you? You can hear everything, yeah? Are you completely available for this live?
Yes, I am.
You left, man. I don't know.
No.
You left me alone with Red John. I'm scared, man.
No, you don't be scared of Red John. He's a little puppy, man.
I know.
Anyway. No. I had issues with the sound. That's why.
She's a musician like you, man. Always having issue with the sound.
Right?
Exactly.
What is this, man?
It's our nightmare, dude. It's our nightmare.
It's like Leao not being able to stop the ball, man. What are you doing?
Yes, true. No. Go ahead. I didn't want to.
No, I was saying the referee of the game, Milan Napoli, he was completely a clown. He made mistakes on both sides. He didn't read the game properly, and Napoli paid a bit the situation because I think they were a bit nervous for the result. Because the first half, he was kind of not giving a lot of yellow cards and keeping the game a bit energetic.
Yeah.
The second
And
half,
then in
Napoli
the second half,
they lost their head
But-
a bit.
but
and they got
to
some
be
yellow
fair,
cards.
I think this is the thing, Derek, and this is the thing that I've always told you and Roy and everyone who complains about the referees. And I've always taken the Napoli and the Roma example because it's the fan bases, bro. The fan bases of Roma and Napoli do this all the time. Like you have to find someone to blame for everything, and the referee. And this is why I kind of dislike us doing the same thing. We are
Yeah,
not
but
a team of the same stature.
We don't.
Now,
We didn't complain about the referee for this type of decision, man. The referee gave a red card to fucking Kessie in 20 minutes, man. The first 20 minutes of the game, Kessie got a red card for 2 soft fouls.
Sure, but I understand that. But the thing is, and I disagree with what the referee did. That being said, the referee is always an unknown factor when it comes to this kind of. You cannot control what the referee does. You can only control what you do as a team. So this is why I always have this position when it comes to the referee. That being said, I think the referee of last night wasn't in our favor, like the media and the fans are trying it to be, or trying to create this narrative that, Napoli got fucked by the referee. I don't believe that at all. First of all, because the Anguissa first yellow card was correct, second yellow card was correct. So I don't see how.
I think the problem the Napoli fan have is on that.
There was a foul before.
Yeah, and that was a foul. That was a mistake of the referee.
But it doesn't matter. Do you know how many fouls the referee doesn't call during the games that are fouled?
Yeah, no,
it doesn't matter.
I get it.
The game goes on. The other one,
but
does a challenge. That's foul. That's it.
Majority of the supporters, Napoli supporters that I know, they don't think the game was decided by the referee. They just think the referee was a bit all over the place.
Yeah.
Of course, I don't know who the fan, the Napoli fan on the internet. I think the fan in the internet of every team are a bit wild.
Yeah, exactly. But I think he was a little bit inconsistent, right? Because Leao, for example, when he broke the flag, the corner flag, should have gotten a yellow there. It's just the rules. Like whenever you break something in the pitch, you get a yellow. He didn't, for example. But then to go to another scene, the scene with Kim deserved the yellow there. I don't know why people are complaining about that. Bro, if you start shouting at the ref, you get a yellow. This is like 101 of football.
See, Roy,
you don't shout.
I fished him.
I
fished him.
No, but you don't shout at the referee. You don't shout at the referee.
If I started saying that that was a clear yellow, Rajon will come in the live and say, "No, that was not a yellow."
Not at all. Not at all. I said it yesterday. I said it yesterday as well. The thing is really simple, and I truly believe this. I believe that Napoli does not have people with experience in their club to tell them how these games are played. Napoli came to Milan and played this game like it was a Serie A game. Like this game, you get the 3 points, and then after you move along and play Salernitana next game. No, bro, no. This game is only half. We're gonna come to Napoli and play again against Napoli. So you cannot lose your mind in the first game in the Champions League and start shouting at the ref and get a fucking yellow when you already have a yellow. You shouldn't get the yellow, otherwise you're gonna miss the match. So it's a lack a total lack of experience, not just from the players, because our players don't have experience as well. But our players have Maldini there, have Ibra, have Giroud, have players who know how these games are played, have the experience, have won stuff, and tell players, relax, this is only half.
What about the
of the
penalty
way.
on Salamakers? That was a clear penalty.
I don't think that that's a penalty. I
Why
think
not?
though that the Krunic one is a penalty.
Well, the Krunic one is whatever. I think the Salamakers is more a penalty because the Napoli defender with his arms pushes Salamakers, and with his legs, he kind of interrupt
Yeah.
Salamakers' run, and he does not touch the ball at all. So I can understand if he touches the ball
interpret
as well. So
I interpret that differently. I interpret Salamakers actually going into the defender more than the defender going to Salamakers.
no. I don't. That's not how it works. When you try to have a dribbling to someone, your legs gonna move. And
Yeah,
your
but
defender should not be on his way. Doesn't matter.
No, of course you should. What should you do? Should you let him
Dude, you
go?
have to get the ball, man. You have to follow the ball, not
No.
his legs. You should not get his legs.
Right.
And by the
And-
way, what you're saying is incorrect because the ball is on the left side. Salamakers is trying to run on the left side.
Yeah, but he tangles his legs with the defender. In my opinion, that's not a
No,
penalty.
it's the defender that tangles his legs. Why are you saying Salamakers is tangling his legs?
Because it's Salamakers who goes into the defender with his legs to tangle them. Like in a way, I think that's a simulation of Salamakers trying to get a
What?
penalty there. Yeah.
Can anyone send the link of that moment? If anyone can find it on the internet, I want to see it again.
Let's do an analysis.
Yeah, let's do it
Sure.
analysis because maybe
For
I'm
me-
crazy. It's been 2 days the last time.
For
I saw
me,
Wait, add on this, Euro.
for me, the penalty is the one with Krunic, where Rahmani basically, I don't know, decides to, I don't know, smack
By the way,
Krunic down or something.
I want to add something. To explain why Calabria was really upset at the end of the game. I saw the interview on Amazon Prime Italy because they showed these games in Italy, and Calabria was saying that he was really upset because the whole game the referee was telling him and the other captain that the VAR communication is having some problem.
Aha, here
Yeah.
it is, guys.
So
Here it
Calabria
is.
was really upset because he was telling the referee, you have problems of communication with the VAR. On a moment like this of the penalty, you should stop the game and go and check and try to see if the communication is right. You should not just keep going like nothing happened. You should go and check.
Yeah, but I know, but the rules are that if there is problems with VAR, the game goes on as normal.
That's
Nothing
the loophole,
changes.
guys. That's the loophole. So we found out what the loophole.
Well,
is.
I don't like that though. Let's be honest, because we're playing
I don't
for
like
millions.
it.
Here. We're playing for millions.
I don't like it either.
There's
But
a lot of money.
the rule is different.
We found the loophole.
But anyway, let's. If anyone can find the link, Anwar is here. Andon is here. Sorry.
Yeah.
And if anyone can find a link of the video, that would be amazing. Just to see it again, and
I'll do that. I'll do that in a second.
it's really I cannot find it. To be honest.
No, I'll do it. I'll do it.
I'm curious because I wasn't able to watch the live yesterday.
I'll do it.
But what is your sentiment after the game? Like, are you
I'm-
happy?
I'm
that we won
happy.
1-0?
I'm happy. I'm happy.
Because after the game, I was bitter. I wasn't really
No,
happy.
no,
or anything.
I'm happy because and Napoli is a good team, and I honestly agree with the fact that 2-0 is one of the most dangerous results in football, especially in Champions League.
Almost agree.
I almost agree because of course it's 2-0
Wow.
is a weird concept because
That's
2-0 is better than
Nathan's.
the 1-0, but there is a lot of mental factor playing around.
You're a little bit more relaxed at 2-0.
Yeah, and it's a weird relaxation because the moment you can see the goal, you're fucked. You feel fucked. You feel like, oh shit.
It's
But
a good
you-
point.
If you start with the 1-0, you feel fucked from minute one, so you're concentrated from minute one, so you start the game.
Yeah,
because
I don't agree with that at all. But
Well,
yeah.
but
No, I think it makes
see,
Because I have done this conversation with Nathan 10,000 times because Nathan believes that as well.
the
The
point
thing is
is-
that 1-0, statistically 1-0 is the most dangerous lead.
okay.
based
The
on
point-
numbers.
based on
Yeah.
numbers,
Well,
based on
then there you
numbers.
go. That's it.
Listen, based on numbers, we all agree because numbers don't just evaluate Champions League games; they evaluate a single game. So they see that a single game, a random game, league game, whatever, A 1-0, there is more chances to be
I
changed.
disagree. Actually, I think in a in and out game it is better. It makes sense.
Exactly.
2-0, right?
No,
2-0.
2-0 is
not
better.
2-0.
listen.
Yeah.
2-0.
Yeah, of course, it's 2-0 is better.
Dude, I'm not disagreeing or agreeing with anyone. I'm just giving my point of view, which is not a statistical number
Right,
or
right.
study.
You're looking into the psychology.
I look at the psychology of inexperienced players or players that don't
makes
have a lot of. And for me, if this group of players goes to Napoli with a 2-0, they have a 2-goal advantage. But I don't know the mental state of these players starting that game. With a 1-0, I know exactly what the mental state of these players is. It's like a 0-0 result, basically.
I see your point. Yeah.
So, but if we score the 2-0, I'll be super happy. And now I'll be even more happy than what I am now. You know what I mean?
Of course.
I'm
Yeah.
just trying to be objective and talk about the game without being a Milan fan. So if I am a Roma fan and somebody asks me the question how Milan is going to react going to Napoli with a 1-0 lead or with a 2-0 lead, I'll say with a 2-0 lead, we will go a bit relaxed. And you never know when you go to relax. If you start the game bad, most of the time you are all the 90 minutes bad. It's really hard to stable the ship. If you start the
We
game
started
good,
the game pretty bad against Napoli last night.
yeah, we started the game really bad. And you know what? That run of Leao that made that chance out of nowhere
Change everything. Yeah.
changed the direction of the game. It put fear on Napoli.
Yes,
It wakes
that is
up the
such
team.
a key word. Such a key word when it comes to how you direction games towards a when you put fear in the defenders, then you can push the envelope. Yeah.
So I'll be
Because we started really, really bad. Like I don't know what Kronic was thinking there, but at least he made up for it. But we started like everyone was scared as hell.
I think
Also-
we were quite relaxed actually. We were too
I didn't
relaxed.
see the first thing.
We started really relaxed. Like we beat them 4-0 and it will happen again.
Yeah.
I felt like the players were like, "Oh, we are at San Siro. They're gonna get scared. We're gonna score. We're gonna win again." They were too relaxed. That's my issue with how the game started. But let's see. There is a lot of things in the pitch. Maybe the fear. There is a lot of things. Napoli will be really hard. Will be really hard.
Oh yeah. I'm curious. Actually, are the Curva of Napoli also gonna protest this game?
Well,
or-
Spalletti says if they protest, he's gonna walk out of the stadium
I
straight
heard
away.
that. I heard that.
Yeah, guys, they're not in a good mental state. Everything is now that's dangerous because we saw with the national team that when everything is in turmoil, they get results. But
No, but I think the problem with Napoli is la piazza. The I don't know how do I translate it.
The environment
the-
around
The environment of Napoli is like that. They have always been like that historically.
But that's
and,
the whole
the
point.
People in Naples are either in the seventh sky, happy and confident, or everything is doom and gloom.
yeah, and I see Milan going into this match with a lot of advantages. Let me tell you this. I don't know what that means, but that's what I know for sure. A lot of advantages. When it comes to our team, we're fully fit. We're 100% fit, pretty much. When it
Today,
comes to our state of mind,
Today, because you never
Yeah.
know with us.
today and tomorrow there's a game. And our state of mind is perfect. There's nobody complaining. The Rossoneri, the Tifosi, they're good. They will be loud at the San Siro, at the Maradona also,
yeah,
I
yeah.
think this is going good, but doesn't mean anything, guys. The football talks.
Yeah, it doesn't.
There is
At the end of the day,
Andon, do you want to talk because we are talking a lot? Do you want to
Yeah,
intervene on something we're saying? I don't know.
No, listen. This season, Milan plays a lot better when they're in the role of the underdog. I think it's a mentality problem that the team has. That's why even the bad games in the league when they have to play the favorites. But when it comes to big games, when it comes to derbies, especially the bigger ones, they always perform. So we have a very good advantage. Even 1-0 is a very good start to play at the Maradona. I was a little bit disappointed that we didn't try to go for that second goal, especially after the red card. But statistically, this Milan, whenever they have a man up, they always play bad. So I forgot about that fact as well. So hopefully in the second leg, we will not start just to defend, because if we start only defending, that will be a suicide. Napoli will score. But if we take the game easy and we try to create something and catch them on the counter attack, because they're gonna be missing very important pieces in the midfield and in defense. I think this could be a very very good game for Leao to exploit his speed, because they cannot catch him. If he gets one of his runs, they're done. But again, especially Napoli having problems with the fans, because the reason why they protested, I think they upped for the Curva node, the prices were 30 euros and they upped it to 90 euros, which is a little bit too much. And I can
No, that's not too much. That's not too much. That's not too much, in my opinion.
for the
not too
Curva, for the Curva it is.
For the
No,
Curva?
no.
What are you talking about that? For the
No,
Curva?
it's not. It's not. Dude,
It's
no,
a lot.
no.
Okay,
Listen,
okay.
listen to me. Let me explain. First of all, I lived in Italy all my life, and I know Napoli as a city. He's in south of Italy, but he's a rich city. Most of the people are in a good condition. A lot of people are having problems, anything like that. But first of all, 30 euro to watch the best team in Europe and the best football in Italy, it's a steal. You cannot go like this.
No, but
No.
I
I
agree.
need to add. Let me add a few things. Second thing, do you want Napoli to keep their key players and to keep that status in Italy? You need to give something, not just ask. Because De Laurentiis always gave a lot in this club. So always asking is a joke.
Yeah, but also listen. Also, the
No.
Curva, their Curva gave a lot for Napoli, even when they were
Whoa.
playing the Serie C. So as those fans, I'm speaking specifically for those tifosi, for the biggest fans, because they're the biggest fans of Napoli.
Believe
They were
me.
there. They were there when nobody else was there. They were there when their club was.
The stadium was full. Was 60,000 people.
I
Even in
can
Serie C.
understand upping the prices to, let's say, 50, 60 euros for them, double the price. But making it 3 times more expensive, that's a lot.
They were paying 10 euros?
No.
30.
The price 30 and they upped it to 90.
Oh, okay.
times.
I thought it was 30.
No. And that's a little bit too
No,
much.
it's too cheap. 30 is too cheap. You cannot compete with the biggest club in Europe if your ticket is 30 euro, man. People in Italy need to understand that, man. Stop spending money on cocaine and weed and just go and watch Napoli. That's bullshit, man. Because I know the guys in the Curva, man. They spend 300 euro on drugs and alcohol. I know the lifestyle these guys have. So fuck off, man.
Damn.
That's bullshit, man.
Base take.
Nah, but
It's not. Listen,
listen,
I know.
I love
I
That's
understand,
the latest
listen.
problem. That's the
No.
latest problem. Don't go and watch it. Somebody's gonna buy that ticket. Don't worry. The stadium is always full.
no.
Don't worry about that.
No,
Because
always
the
full.
team-
Always full. I don't know about that.
The team
No,
plays. The
it's
team
not
plays
always
great.
full.
San
Life is not-
Siro is always full in Champions League. Always.
Yeah, but
You cannot find tickets.
the tickets at Curva are not 90.
Well, 75, because the 75,000 stadium is big. Napoli stadium is smaller. And by the way, it doesn't mean
and
anything.
listen,
Doesn't mean anything.
San Siro is full because San Siro has more international fans than Napoli has.
Well, but you
So-
don't
and
know.
the
You
bigger
don't know that.
and the city has a bigger population, bro. The city has a bigger population.
Listen. I'm not arguing that Milan is doing better than Napoli. I'm arguing the fact that if you want to be competitive in Europe, you cannot fucking sell 30 euro ticket, man. It's a fucking
but
joke.
nobody
Because
says that.
no.
That-
I want to add something else.
Okay.
If the ticket is 30 euro, people take it for granted and they start not to go and watch the Napoli-Empoli, the Napoli-Bologna, because the 30 euro you can go and watch Napoli-Juventus. So they ignore the other games. If you put the ticket 90 euro when Napoli plays with Empoli and you don't own, you cannot pay 90 euro, you go watch that game and you pay less, because the 90 euro is not going to be for Napoli Empoli. It's going to be for Napoli Juventus, Napoli Milan. So I think De Laurentiis is not an idiot. He's a businessman. He knows that if you put that price, there is people that will buy that ticket. The Curva needs to support the team in every way, even with the ticket. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with that.
Dude, it's not about agreeing. Do you want to compete with the biggest club in Europe? Do you want to keep Osimhen? Do you want to keep Kvara? Do you want to give Kvara 40 million a year? Where do you fucking gonna get the money? You tell me, when do you gonna get the money?
Yeah, but listen,
Come on.
It's not that it's not a matter that's price difference for the Curva is not going to make the difference for you to keep Kvara.
No,
keep
no, it's gonna make the difference
It's
because
not. It's not.
it's gonna
Live, we're
raise
speaking
the,
only solely about the Curva part. We're not speaking about the
well,
full
but
stadium.
I'm sorry,
the
man,
whole stadium.
Not
the
about the
whole
whole
the whole
stadium.
stadium is gonna raise as well. And by the way, there is other rules they don't like. They don't like the fact that if you want to show how you call it a flag or a message, you need to show it first to the club. The club needs to approve
Yeah,
it.
they changed that as well.
Yeah, and they don't like that. You know
No,
that
that I agree with.
well, but sorry, no, Milan does that with their fan.
Yeah,
because
of
they can show up with any racist message. over
Yeah,
there.
exactly, dude.
So and they don't like that. Everything that goes inside the stadium needs to be approved by the club because the club gets the fine. The club gets look at the Napoli, what a shame of a club because 4 racists are showing something or whatever. And Lazio has the same issue. Man, you want the rules in Italy. You want to progress. You want to become at the level of the other leagues. You need to put rules there. That's it. End of the story. Do you want order? Do you want your product to be valuable? You need to raise the price. If your price is low, people are going to think your product is not valuable. That's the reality of things.
For them having to show their in order for them to show to the club all the things that they have prepared, I'm okay with that, right? Because the club has to check, and that's the obvious part. For the price, I'm not necessarily. I don't agree with you putting the price 3 times as much, because you have to take into consideration that you are still a team from Napoli, in the sense that not really from the richest part of Italy.
Well, but that does not matter, man. It's a good club. It's a good team.
But because we have to make a difference between exploiting a good momentum of Napoli, and therefore you are like, okay, we are going to win the Scudetto, therefore I want to win more money.
Sorry, 1 second. Napoli should pay the price because South Italy is poor. Napoli should pay the price and never compete with the biggest club in Europe because South of Italy is poor because the government is not doing a job properly. Man, Napoli Napoli knows there is enough rich people to fill that stadium. They are playing great football. They want to invest.
They don't. They
don't. They don't. Come on, don't tell me what is Stop with this.
The situation is pretty simple, man. It's Napoli doesn't win Scudetto every year, bro. Napoli
because people pay fucking €30 to watch a game. That's why they don't win the Scudetto.
No. They don't win the Scudetto.
You fucking hell, man. You know everything, man. You know everything.
Holy shit.
It's incredible, man. You know everything.
Can I speak?
Why you don't need to speak? You know everything, man. You know everything. You don't need
to speak. But
you're right.
Let me tell you why.
Do you know how much a team loses when their Curva or their fiercest fan is not on the stadium? The team as a team loses motivations, loses everything. Those are the people that make difference in the stands, not the regular people that watch the game. Those 5,000 or 10,000 people make the difference.
Andon, they have been there for the last 30 years and they didn't make any fucking difference. Kvara, Osimhen, and De Laurentiis buying year after year players is making the difference. The Curva of Milan is fucking making look Selemakers the player. So stop saying this thing that they are making Napoli look. No shit, no. Just few clubs.
It's not just for Napoli.
No, that's not. No, Napoli does not have that fan base. They're fucking fighting like dogs. In the biggest moment of their history, they're fucking fighting like dogs in the stadium, like kids. Are you telling me they are the biggest fan? They're helping the club? What, man?
Have you ever been on a stadium?
Yes, I've been a lot of times.
Okay. What's the difference when people are cheering, normal people, just the regular fans, and the ultras? Is there a difference? Yes or no?
There is a difference, yeah.
So that's the point.
Yeah, not with Napoli. Napoli is not winning anything.
Now Napoli has the chance to do something, to progress even further. They have the chance to win even the Champions League, even the domestic cup. So they have to be considerate to those fans. They have to be a little bit more considerate.
Anton, Napoli is doing that not thanks to the fan, because those fans have been there and they didn't achieve that. We all know that Napoli
those fans are the only reason Napoli still exists.
No, it's not. No.
They saved them in Serie C.
No.
They even collected money in the 80s to buy players for Napoli and to make Napoli great.
No, it's not. You don't know the reality of how things
No, you don't know the reality.
Oh, I don't know the reality. Okay,
no, you don't know.
Napoli was
do a little bit of research. You're gonna see.
Dude,
do a little bit of research.
So Napoli is a bankruptcy. Aurelio De Laurentiis buys Napoli. The stadium is full. You know why the stadium is full? Because the ticket is fucking €1. It's open doors. People go in Serie C and watch the game for free. De Laurentiis is paying all the bills. He's bringing Napoli in Serie B. He's buying players straight away, bringing Napoli in Serie A. No, let me finish. No, let me finish.
Ultras.
No. The Ultras, I'm telling you, were coming in for free in Serie C. They had nothing to do on Sunday, was going to watch the game. Serie B, they are going in for free.
That's not the case.
No, that's not the case.
That's not the case. Have you ever been a part of an ultra group? Have you ever been part of?
Yes, I've been on the.
No, you haven't, because I've been like this. I'm going to give you a perfect example. My hometown club, Vardar, is relegated in the 2nd division. Yeah. We go at the stadium. We don't even pay ticket prices, but the ultras are providing food for the players. The ultras is paying bus fares.
That didn't happen at Napoli. That's what I'm telling you. That didn't happen at Napoli.
It's not just for Napoli.
That story didn't happen at Napoli. No, Andon, don't use that story for Napoli. Napoli didn't do that. The Ultras didn't pay the food of the players. The Ultras didn't pay the salary of the players.
Research what Napoli Ultras has meaning for the club. Just do a little bit of research.
I'm telling you what happened in the last 30 years at Napoli. I've done the research. I know what happened. The Ultras were not paying the food of the players or the salaries of the players. De Laurentiis has been paying the salaries of those players. That's the reality. De Laurentiis has been putting money on that crap stadium to keep it decent. De Laurentiis is finding the sponsors. De Laurentiis is paying everyone. De Laurentiis is paying Serie A players to come and play in Serie C so he can win the league straight away. De Laurentiis is paying Serie A players to come and play in Serie B so he can win the league straight away. De Laurentiis is paying players from Real Madrid like Higuain to come and play at Napoli. He's paying Lavezzi, Cavani. Is the only club in south of Italy that is trying to compete with Milan, Inter, Juventus, and the big clubs in north of Italy. And everything comes from the pocket of De Laurentiis. I understand that Napoli fans spend a lot of money and they support the team. But if you want your club to become a giant in Europe and Italy, you need to fucking pay that €90. And if you don't have the money, go and find a job.
Based, Laert. Based. Laert is very based today.
It's always like this in Italy, man. People just want without giving anything. Everyone wants a better government, a better country, but no one wants to pay the taxes. That's the reality. It's where the fuck the money's gonna come? And by the way, when you see an institution that works properly, that at the end Napoli and De Laurentiis are quite transparent how they're running the club. You see it works. Fucking pay. I'm not asking you to pay to an institution that does not work. This guy, De Laurentiis, I don't like him.
Unfortunately, the conversation you just had would never translate to the people that are protesting this. It would just go in one ear and go out the other. They wouldn't be interested. For them, they feel like Napoli owes them because they're always there and they do the sacrifice, the trips. They follow them around the country. They've been there since Serie C. So they feel like they're part of the squad, right? And what you're saying is true, though. What you're saying is completely true. You want to make the club bigger? That's the solution right there. But they will never accept that.
And another thing is, okay, let's all agree that €90 is a lot. let's all agree that. Can you just be how can I say, a grown-up person and go and have a conversation with the
No.
Laurentis?
Listen, it's not a lot for a Champions League game to pay 90 euros. It's not a high price. It's a Champions League game. It plays only once, especially in a quarter or semi-finals. It's not a lot of money. The problem is the way they did it. It's not about the money. It's the way they did it.
How
So
they
it's
gonna
a
do it?
bad communication between management and the ultras. So they had to find a better way to do it, because I can understand what you're saying. Yeah, that is correct. If you want your team to prosper, you have to pay the prices, you have to pay the tickets. But also you have to understand even the ultras, what Roy said, how they feel. Because in the end, De Laurentiis won't be there tomorrow. I'm not speaking specifically tomorrow, but let's say in 10 years, it's going to be another guy, or it's going to be nobody. But the ultras will still be there. So that's why they feel they deserve a little bit better treatment. So you have to understand both sides of the story.
Nah, man. No, because
It's for every club. It's for every club. So again, it's from both sides. That's why I said even with those problems, Milan have the advantage for the second leg.
first of all, can I add something?
Yeah.
Usually, who is a real Curva participant, they get a season ticket. So this is all bullshit to me, man. The price of the ticket is all bullshit. They are just faking it because they buy the season ticket, and the season ticket most of the time, even if it raises, still a good deal. It goes like 50 euro or 40 euro a game on average. A season ticket. A season ticket in Curva in Milan is 400 euros. If you consider the 20 games, you can go and watch 18 games. You do the math. It's really cheap. So I think even if in Napoli the season ticket in Curva is 400 euro, like in Milan, or even more, it's still we're talking about 30 euro a game average.
Yeah, but also depends.
So that the 90 euro ticket is all about bullshit, man. I don't believe these people. So
again, it also depends on how many season tickets they're allowed for the ultras. Sometimes there are limited amount of numbers for season tickets.
There is politics behind these.
I know that there's politics.
There is politics. They make a profit out of those tickets.
Of course, they make a profit.
Oh, so see. What is the issue here?
I understand why.
No, I don't understand that. Get a job. Don't make a profit with the tickets of a football club. Get a job.
No, I'm saying the club is making profit, not.
No. The club is giving them a group of tickets. They is giving them 2,000 tickets, and they give it away. They sell it. They give it to the people they know. So
I mean, it's not just for profit.
You know what's going on here.
Yeah,
right now.
But it's not just for profit. They use also for choreography, for stuff like that. They spend those money that they make out of those tickets. So it's not just that they're going to somebody's pocket. I mean, I don't know how is it in Italy, but usually that's how it works with ultras in the world. Usually the season tickets or the tickets they got from the club, they're reselling it, and the profit they're making, they're spending on choreographies. Especially that choreography that Milan did with Napoli.
Milan does not do that. Milan does not do that. The fan base of Milan does not resell the tickets. The price they sell it is the price that they got it.
The choreography they made was amazing.
Yeah, and they're not complaining about the prices.
But maybe they're used to different prices, because Milan is the price has been probably higher for them.
Listen, Milan, I know people will be like, how do you know? Probably I don't know for sure, but I'm sure Milan gives money to the Curva Sud to create those choreography. I'm sure about that.
Usually
I'm not. I don't know.
Maybe I'm not. I don't know. Usually the club doesn't give money to the fans
because the club helps financially all the Milan clubs in Italy. He helps them financially. He sends tickets. He has a direct connection with all the Milan clubs. And I'm pretty sure the club helps the Curva Sud to to create something big, but doesn't mean anything. It's still these guys have a job and they don't go to work for a week to create that atmosphere, or they could do it after work at 4 p.m. and they do hard work. So I'm not questioning them getting the money. I'm completely fine, even if they make money out of it. I'm completely fine. But what I'm saying, that you can sit on a table with the Laurentiis and say, dude, we cannot support the team with these prices. The Laurentiis can tell you, I'm going to keep the prices. Ask me how much money do you want for your choreography, and I'll send you the money.
Again, as I said, it's a bad communication between the ultras and the owner.
But I don't believe on the ticket price, man, because the ticket price, €90 for a big game, Napoli, Milan, Napoli, Inter, is completely fine. That stadium is completely full.
Well,
not just
listen,
the ticket price.
as long as they're pissed off at each other, I'm happy. You know.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'll tell you this.
That helps Milan a lot. So it's a situation we have to take advantage, because we have the perfect scenario to play even in the final. And I don't know in the future that we're gonna have this kind of opportunity. So it's better to use it right now. And in the final is just one game. And when Milan plays as the underdog, it suits them. So even if we play Real or City, we have very good chances in that game.
You know what pisses me off? Clint is here. I'm gonna close it here. Red John pisses me off a lot, because a big game, Napoli, whatever, any top six of the Serie A, Napoli against Milan, Inter, Atalanta, Roma, Lazio, Juventus, is impossible to find a ticket. Impossible. You cannot find a ticket. That stadium is already sold out for big games. So clearly the price is too low. Clearly there is a lot of demand and the stadium is already full. Napoli is a 1 million people city, and all the region around that city, which we can consider at least a 3 million, and all the regions in south of Italy, they all go and watch Napoli. So there is a pool of people that want to watch that club. There is around 3 million people. There's zero competition. There is no other club around that region that plays in Serie A. So everyone wants to go to watch Napoli against a big team. So De Laurentiis is right that €90 is the price, because everyone wants to be in that stadium and watch those games. Clint.
Yes, sir. How you guys doing?
What's up, Clint?
Yeah, I just
Hey there,
listened to
Clint.
y'all,
What's up,
man.
bro?
Yeah, coolin', man. I just got back, bro. You know, I was out of my city for the past 2 weeks, huh? I was in Philly and then New York. And I was trying to go to Milan factory, but I was working, which I was like blocks away from it. But I didn't have a chance to go. So I got back yesterday, man. So I'm back. That's why
Did you watch the game?
Hell yeah. I was at work, bro. I'm telling you, they're gonna fire me, man. Yo, I had that shit big screen, and I was in the New York office, and people walk by and they're like, yo, so who's playing? I'm like, dude, I don't care. A game like this, I'm gonna miss it? No, there's no fucking way. I'll get fired before anything, man.
What time
Anyway.
was it? What time was it? In the
They say
morning?
that Americans are
No, in America, it was like at 3 p.m. afternoon. Because I was in New York, I was in the East Coast, so I'm an hour, so I went an hour up to where I'm from. So it's like 3 p.m. Because I went to visit them, so it's like, if it was my actual office, it would have happened. Like if I was actually working out in New York, I would have at 3 o'clock. I would have packed my shit and I don't went to the football factory in New York and watch it with them, because that place was packed as fuck too. I would have went and watch it. But no, man. One thing I want to add is this, and I know I said it before, but boy, the pundits pissed me the fuck off.
Why?
No, dude, in the condescending way, no matter if you watch ESPN, if you watch Paramount Plus, if you watch anything, nobody is giving us credit, man. No, it's almost like you asking yourself, like, these guys, if you guys ever played professional football ever, which a lot of them have, but the way in the place they speak in that condescending, like, it's just like they wave us off. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of like, oh, it's just luck. And it's so, I feel like it's disrespectful. Like, I feel like it's disrespectful. And this is what's pumping me up too. So I'll give you an example. So Peter Schmeichel, right? Peter Schmeichel, they asked him, he was at San Siro, watched the game. And he said some fuck shit to Del Piero too, which was kind of like really effed up for anybody that's in the US. And what he said at the end.
What did he say?
He said because they were like, oh, Del Piero, they're like, oh, Alessandro said such and such about you, like Piers Michael, what you think about that? Because I guess they were showing people in like topless, people that were models like
No,
lingerie and all that.
Del
like
Piero, Del Piero said that the craziest
the
players
craziest goal. There you go. Yeah, he
they are
said that.
the
And he's like,
goalies. The
and what
goalies.
he said at the end, he says like, "Oh, I'm not." He said, "Yo, I'm not gonna listen to somebody that's soft spoken." And he didn't say it in a joking manner, but it was just like waving him off. I'm like, damn, that's kind of damn. That's how you feel, But what I'm trying to get at is, he said, "Oh, he's at the Sun Zero." He's like, "Yeah, he's like the crowd was amazing, but he wasn't too impressed by the game. Like technically." I'm like, wow, that's interesting.
Schmeichel said that?
He said that. Go back and rewatch. Like it's kind of like I'm watching the game like it wasn't like, oh my god, it's
to be fair, what was it a great technical game? Do you think?
I feel like from an European standpoint, it delivered. Nobody can sit here. It compared to the Tottenham game, this is way above miles. Like it's a normal, because I can tell you, if it was a Chelsea game, and they wouldn't be saying that.
Oh,
that's the thing. I said they're really biased.
Of course. Well, that for sure.
Because I think the game delivered. We're not saying it's all in all, but it was 100%. The game was delivered, man. I watched both games. The game delivered. It was a proper Champions League game. We can all agree with that. It's a proper Champions League game. It was not a snooze fest by any means. Yes, we weren't on target, but when somebody had the ball, you were feeling the glimpse. And I'm not saying as a Milan supporter. So the way they were talking, and here's another thing that pisses me off, is they say, they're like, oh, how you call that? They were like, they're like, well, when Napoli in their stadium, they're fan. I think Milan got lucky, but when they go back to their fan, I'm like, dude, did y'all forget we played over there 10 days ago? Or am I dreaming? Did we not play there 10 days ago?
There's a lot of things that they're not putting into consideration.
And that's how I can tell they do not follow the league, and they're really subpar in their work. And this is getting me to realize. I was watching ESPN. They were spewing the same garbage. They're even worse because they did not watch the games.
There's a million details that they have no clue about.
They have no clue. And the way what they're uttering, and I'm just listening to them, and I'm like, wow, you really think so? Like, you really think, like, are we forgetting that this same Milan beat Napoli in the past? Like, and you can tell they're just so mainstream. And I feel like if you're a pundit, I feel like it's your duty to be, if you want to be analytical on games, you have to be thorough, like a normal, a proper homework. And this is the things that's really, I just don't like it, man. I don't like that type.
I think Del Piero was pretty subpar too.
He was, but I mean, even him being on there, it's like, I'm just not a fan. And these are the reasons, right? And I know it might be against the grain, but even the whole Benfica stuff, they had nothing now to say on Inter, right? Because for them is like, I guess Italy is just.
Are you talking about Henry and these guys?
Henry is usually fair, but not Michael Rich. I also watch pundits on ESPN.
Oh, okay, those guys.
All of them too. I mean, I'm talking about.
They don't know. They don't know the nitty gritty.
They're really stupid, bro. They're dumb.
That's more like a show. It's not more. It's not. I mean, you don't have much information in there. It's more like these guys are characters and they crack jokes.
Okay, but let's take ESPN for example. They're not cracking jokes, and they're really subpar in what they say, like their segments, and that's why I think they're lacking in views. But like ESPN, I think ESPN, they have horrible pundits. Which when somebody like a Craig Burley, and for anybody that's listening to the stream that knows, these guys, they didn't have glorious careers. But the way they go about things is like, you think they know, and I'm okay. I can tell you not watch the game. You don't know what you're talking about. When you're speaking about Napoli and all these guys.
These
you
guys
don't know what you're talking about.
Serie like we know the Serie, bro.
But Clint, even Cassano, man, is saying weird shit. Like all these guys, especially ex-football players, they are weird, man, and they are in front of the media. Do you need to understand they don't really watch games? I'm pretty sure about that. They don't really watch games. They watch one game. They are not really informed about the players and how good they are and what they can do in the pitch. So they have zero knowledge. So
they don't know the backgrounds of rivalries and the history.
They don't understand because they're like, oh, this Milan team and all that. I'm like, dude, you gotta understand. At the end of the day, I always said this at the beginning: big clubs don't never die, and that's a fact. Like the history. When you see Leao, when they walk into the Benassi, when they walk into, Casa Milan, and you see these 7 Champions League, it gets to your head. You got to understand that. What are we talking about here? What are we talking about here? Right? It's the same bias. You know what's funny? Even the Mika Richards and all that, right? I remember 2 years ago, talking shit about Benzema. Oh, I don't think he's this and all that. And then last segment, he was like, "Oh no, I'm fit." And what I like what Terry
they
does.
roasted him, dude.
He taunts him with that. He taunts him that every time. He's like, "Oh, who's Benzema again?" He's like, "I apologize." Right? Jamie Carragher now they're backpedaling. So
Micah is like a funny guy. He's more like a great character rather than a analyst.
But sometimes they want to be pundits, but you understand, y'all underestimate teams like Madrid. You don't know what the Champions League means to them, and you think the Champions League.
Yeah,
is the
they don't
PL.
know. They're experts in the EPL, and that's pretty much it.
Not even that, man.
But the stupidity is this. Here's what pisses me off, though, because your average American, and you don't have to care about. I care about the American audience as a whole because they're showing on Paramount, and they got these clowns, and somebody that wants to get into the sport, which a lot of Americans are. You listening to these buffoons. And you're running away with that narrative.
And that's why, Laird, actually, you said the other day, perfect. You want to create a positive image of Serie. The Serie needs to hire the right people and do that stuff in English and do it properly.
And that's why, I'm happy that Del Piero went on Paramount Plus. Now they got to get some of these clowns off of freaking the Serie. Have people like Del Piero, have Bobo Vieri over there, have these guys, and it's going to attract. Because they need if they renegotiate their contract that we stay at CBS, and what I mean, I'm talking about Serie. I love Marco and all these guys, but bro, we need to bring heavy hitters, man. We can't have I'm sorry.
Yeah. But I mean, like Larry was saying, it's like some of these guys have if I would not be able to listen to Cassano after a game, dude. I would not be able to listen to Cassano.
Nah,
Cassano is an idiot.
Cassano is just I think Vieri is actually really good, even though his Italian is not great. He doesn't speak perfect Italian.
Vieri in English, I'm telling you, when Vieri was
he can do it in English. Yeah. He
when Vieri was in the locker room on beIN Sport,
that's perfect. That
was probably one
That's
of the
the best
shows.
guy. That is the best one. Out of all of them, Vieri is the best one. He's the one with the most level-headed, the best takes. He is humble. And he's just
and you know what? Vieri still remembers what does it mean to be a football player. So he kind of connects emotionally with the players when they're having a bad time, when the team is not working.
You know what's crazy? Like,
and he speaks English.
The guys, I realized the people that have the most prominent careers, they actually have good. Because I even look at it, Thierry Henry. Thierry Henry's takes are never off the rail. Like even when he's decrypting, he looks at it from a football, no bias in beside because England and all of that, right? It's the buffoons, like the Micah Richards and like the Jamie Carragher. You got lucky.
They're more like comedians.
The only trophy, see, I keep telling Jamie Carragher, I'm like, your Champions League is based on our mishap. That's it, bro. You're not that almighty, whatever the fuck you think you is.
I mean, Serie could use Seedorf to do promoting like that. He's without the club. He's no longer a manager, so he can do a very good job.
He does that, but he does for Italy. He does it in Italy.
Somebody like
they should use it for more international.
Somebody like Arsene Wenger. Somebody like Arsene Wenger too. He's a good pundit. You know, he has his ways of saying. It's just, I guess, it's just the English folks that I just have beef with. Yeah, the PL is good, but when you step into the realm of you want to be fair, and we're talking about European soccer, use your fucking football lenses. Guys, but like, oh well, it's this, he's doing that. Like, the whole Van Dijk bullshit. You understand me? The whole Van Dijk shit. Like, look at that now. What are you guys were saying? The dude had 2-3 good years, and all of a sudden y'all want to cement him as this top tier dude?
Yeah, they're even making him better than
the phone. Are you saying Van Dijk is not top tier?
No, when I mean top 2, I'm talking about in the history of the sport. Not right
they're
now.
Making
right
him
now.
the best
You're talking about like he's a Baresi, this kind of guy.
like y'all put him on the pedestal like these guys.
Yeah, dude, they did that with Origi, bro.
Nah, they didn't do that.
Yeah, now I'm starting to see that Origi. Yeah, probably it was. We got sold a lot.
I was talking to a Liverpool fan yesterday and asking him about Origi, and he said to him, Origi was this guy that would come in the last 10 minutes of a game and score these clutch goals, magical moments. He's a legend for the Liverpool fans.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is this. It's like, I think, I just wasn't pleased because I'm feeling like, oh, it's a victory and all of that. Now it's not. And I feel like when teams give them the credit, like, we rather Napoli. They talking about, oh, Napoli completely dominated the game. How can you use sentences like that? We all saw the game. Like, what are you talking about that they completely dominated?
Laird, did you apologize to Rock?
No, why should I apologize to Rock?
Because he cannot join the live because of you.
Why?
He has a ban from his girlfriend.
Oh shit! Is he real?
Yeah, you see him. He's typing in the comments, but he's not joining. He cannot join.
Well, it's time for him to have a family, for fuck's sake, not join us on YouTube. I totally agree with the girlfriend.
No, but like
agree
here's
with
what
the
I.
girlfriend.
But I don't know if y'all spoke about the game, but I'm going onto the game. I was pleased with what I saw. Yes, we could have materialized, but I'm happy with what we did because I think somebody put it in the comments. I think in the WhatsApp chat is that 1-0 also keeps you on your toes. So you going in there also still mentally concentrated. You see what I'm saying? Because if it was like a 3-2-0, we can go in there a bit too comfortable and we can drop out. And I think the players, they know, but I was just satisfied with what they were doing, man. I was just the way we got them and I'm pretty sure that's probably what Pioli told them to do. They really got Napoli really emotional, that they got out of the element. When you see Mario Rui, they're complaining. They don't know what the fuck to do.
We're in their head.
We're in their head, and that's good. And you go in there. I mean, look, when even Theo, that's my favorite part in the fucking shit, where Theo goes at Lozano and fucking looks at him.
The most funny shit is the lawsuit they have against UEFA for 150 million.
This whole Osimhen be here. I want Osimhen to play. No, I do want Osimhen to play.
This is a bad mistake we're making. Thinking about Osimhen is Napoli. Bad mistake.
Yeah,
dude, I want Osimhen to play because he's gonna be. We're acting like Osimhen has not played against us before, and I think people are really forgetting that. Like, yo, Milan is still Milan. Like, it's.
Guys, if Romagnoli was able to stop Osimhen,
dude,
and Romagnoli in the Milan camp is considered the worst defender in the history of Milan. What
Milan benefits from that Napoli doesn't benefit outside of the field. We have Champions League winners in the entourage, meaning in the likes of like the Baresi's are still around, the Maldini are still around. They can put that in these guys' heads. That's just one. The
club right now is run. The sporting aspect of the club is run by a guy that has been in 8 Champions League finals. Has won five. But how many people in the history of the sport have been in 8 Champions League finals? Like this guy is an expert.
We got
even the players. I think even the players look up to him before the games in the Champions League.
Yeah,
that's why they don't play.
And
the opposing players look up to him.
Yeah,
there was a video before Napoli Milan when Maldini talks with Calabria and explains some movements. That's a big thing, man. When Maldini is telling you that you can stop Vicha, you can have a great game against Napoli. That goes in your head, and you really believe on that.
And look, you make a great game, right?
Listen, Maldini is the only reason. Right? Sorry, Maldini is the only reason Theo is the best left back in the world currently.
Right. Like, I'm looking how they even close in Vicha when they know they just got to show him the inside. You have another. I always see a second player covering Calabria, where he's going to have to give the ball or try to shoot from a spot. I'm not going to say he's uncomfortable because he uses both legs, but where it really limits his abilities. Now, he might try to counter that, but you look at you look at what we're doing. You look at people like a Theo Hernandez that just got out for a fucking World Cup final. You understand? We got heavy hitters on the team. We got heavy hitters where mentally, you got somebody like Ismail Benasser that played in the African final combination. We have players. Napoli doesn't have that on their side, though. In terms of tournament, going deep into tournament, we have a couple of players on that team that's been, deep into tournaments. Right? Yeah, Di Lorenzo, he won the Euro final, but we also have, what's his name, Florenzi on our end, and, all these factors, and I think they matter overall, and I think them losing Kim and Gisa, boy, is going to hurt them. I think that's even worse than Osimhen not being. I'm being serious, man.
Yeah, about the under 23 in Serie C.
What is this?
This is about the B teams, and Milan is in talks to implement a B team to play in the Serie C.
Ah, nice, good.
Yeah, that's
That
a
would
good
be
thing.
very
But
better.
yeah, so I think Kim not being there because
Ooh,
I
that's
think
good
from
fun.
area duels, I think Giroud's probably gonna start to have a field day because Kim was
Well,
really,
hold on.
he was the
like
guy.
Juan Jesus and Christensen or whatever that guy's name are big guys. They're not. It's not going to be a field day. It's still going to be difficult.
No, because I think from an aerial's perspective, like these ball coming in, Kim was always out there, man. Rahmani for me, bro, he's the weak link in that defense. If you ask me, I think he's one of the weak link in that defense. I never rated the guy, never did. I think they were on form. He picked up with it, but I think he has a hard time.
Well, Kim is definitely the best defender for sure. No
Yeah.
doubt about that. But the other defenders have also performed very well in the game.
For me, he's a weak link. Mario Rui, not much of a fan of him either.
No, he's good. He's good on the ball. He's a bit like his output is a bit like Calabria.
But
It doesn't look like, but he's really good.
Our advantage over Napoli is the environment, the state of the club right now, the state of the roster. Our roster is in better condition. Our state of mind is in better condition. There's synchronicity between the club and the fans. We are ready to go into this Napoli game because I don't know if you guys have seen the probable formations of tomorrow. It's literally a full turnover. If they're true.
I love that. I've
never seen that in my whole life.
Yeah, we have to do that because at the end of the day,
we played 2 days ago.
Yeah, we can accept to drop points against Bologna. Nobody's even guaranteed for the 4th spot. So it's smart even if we lose that game against Bologna. Because at stake, as a Milan guy, dude, you want to make it to that semifinal. I'm sorry. You want to make it through that. Even because if I were to ask you right now, I'm gonna ask you guys, do you want to go to the semifinal and play Europa League like next year? Are you satisfied with that? Or do you want to make top 4 and you drop at the quarterfinals?
We're going to play the semifinal. Well, we want to play the semifinal and make top 4.
I
By
know,
the
but
way,
like, if you had to
forget it. I want to add something. Forget about what we want. I mean, I agree with you, Clint. I'm completely 100% with you on this. But you have to consider we played 2 days ago. The starting 11 had such an intense game, so I don't think they are even able to start against Bologna. They are tired. This is your first day is recovery. The second day you are okay. The third day you're gonna play against Bologna. No chance. I think Pioli did the right thing.
I've never seen a full turnover the way it is being. I mean, it's probable formation, so it's not official. The probable formations are going full turnover.
Because Napoli is going to do the same thing. And I think...
I don't know. They did it last time.
No, because the reason I said they might do the same thing is if they do rest Osimhen. Because you don't want Osimhen to start this weekend and he picks up pace. You want him to start our game and he try to find himself and so be it. And that's the end of the story for him there. So
yeah, and that's another thing. Like Osimhen, I don't know if he's going to be 100%.
Yeah, he's been out since mid-March. So
Simeone is not there. Raspadori is not 100%.
I mean, also Chiari's playing out of his mind. So
yeah, he's playing well.
No Kier, no Kim.
I think we need Kim is gonna play. Kim and Anguissa are going to play.
No, they're not.
Oh yeah, they're gonna play because they're not.
No, in Serie A, I'm talking about. Serie A.
Yeah.
So they're gonna play in Serie A. Probably Raspadori will play because he needs to gain some minutes. Elmas will play because he didn't play the whole game. So he can rotate.
That's the thing about Napoli. They can do these rotations.
He's gonna play the other.
Nothing changes with him.
And
he's gonna play the left back, the Oliveira one. I think.
And I think there was probably not the chemistry between Elmas being in that position with Kavishka. I don't think they're playing. Putting Elmas over there, even if he was like a false 9 or he was an actual 9.
Listen, I know Elmas from our national team. Elmas was never played in that position, never ever. So it's a new position for him that never played. So it's natural to have problems.
But I've seen what Napoli have been trying to do, and I think what they're going to try to do next game is they wanted to hit us. You know how other teams are doing when we're going down our slump, where you're going to try to press us at the beginning, score a goal, and kill us mentally. And I think and the past 2 games, we're able to wave that off when we're getting those like the early pressure, because that's where sometimes we collapse. If we're able to get that out the way again the second game, then I think it'll be free fall. But if I'm Milan, we try to score 2 goals or at least a goal, and even if they draw, and we go for the draw from there, and that's it. You know, we're through. But I really, really much believe that we'll go through. Me personally, I never said that before, but I believe we'll go through. I don't think these players are stupid. I think they're gonna go in there being really focused, because I personally feel Napoli is more focused on the Scudetto that they already won, but I feel like that shit already got to their head, and I don't think they're focused in the Champions League as we are in terms of proving a point. I'm being serious, because I don't think they went in, and I might be full of bullshit, but I don't think they went with intention, you know, this year even contemplating, you know, try to go deep in the tournament. You know, I don't know.
And I think, like I was discussing earlier when I started the stream, you can see the difference of how Milan is approaching the Champions League and how Napoli approaches the Champions League. The pedigree of the club and all those trophies were all lessons, right? And it's all experience. And so Milan, as a football institution, knows how to approach these games much better. And you could see it from the first game. And yeah, I think Milan right now are the favorites, but the pitch needs to do the talking.
I'm back now. I lost connection. My bad.
I wanted to say something. I forgot. Would you, Roy, play Selemakers as a number 10 and Messias on the right against Bologna?
Well, what they're doing is, so far the formation is not with Messias. It is Rebic, Salamakers, and CDK. So CDK cam, Salamakers left, Rebic on the Salamakers right, Rebic on the left.
Probably Origi starting as a striker.
I think based on Messias coming back from the injury, I think it's the right decision. Yeah.
Messias has been back for 2 games now.
But he hasn't played a game yet.
Messias, the clutch player. Messias has been clutch for us, though.
And I feel like he can find the goal against Bologna, these teams here.
Games like that, Messias will go and score because he's going to think about he's still a Crotone.
No, and he has a clean finish compared to the other players. His finish is clear.
But y'all saw which my boy 856 was trying to do? I think he's feeling himself. He probably went and did some voodoo and got possessed with Ronaldo. Even during that game,
some good pussy, man, in Milan. I think.
Yo.
That's what he did. Yeah.
I'm like, sheesh. My boy lost his virginity.
He's a man, yeah. Now he lost his virginity, man. He's a man.
Guys, you just watch out for Salamakers when he becomes a man, like literally, like physically. This guy's going to be a top player. And it was just me, Clint, and Laert, and Andon, I think, as well. We're saying it's a very small group of us. We're saying this from the beginning. So remember that.
I always have the only thing I like about Salamakers, like, you know, those are also Milan players. Because even I always pay attention, even when other teams score, he's always grabbing the fucking badge. Like, this dude feels like he's part of it. And you need players like that with that edge. So when they're in, they're not fucking up. And he doesn't care if he's a bench player or he comes in. The kid's probably not the best finisher, any of that, but boy, he lives his fucking soul on the pitch, man. And I respect
yeah, and that's what you want, bro.
He's a dog. Like, Salamakers is a dog.
Yeah,
those are people I bring to go fight with, man. He's a dog.
That's right.
Even you see when they rattle, like you see when people argue, Salamakers will go out there, man.
That's a quality. That's a quality to have. It's not the opposite of a quality. That's a quality that you want in football.
Yeah, for me, like it's like, man, I mean, the kid starts dribbling. I'm like, whoo, this guy. But no, I think, you know, what this telling me, so it leads to my other question, right? It's just another question. Do you think if Napoli keeps all their players, do you think they replicate something like this next year?
Yeah. I mean, win it again.
If they keep their players and they add more players, then this team is going to be one of the best teams that we'll ever see in the history of the sport.
I don't think if they keep their players, they will not add any. I mean, they will not add massive pieces. That's what
Yeah,
I'm
if
saying.
they keep their players, we're still going to be super competitive.
And
Me personally feel, I'm
but they're
seeing
not
Maignan,
gonna keep Osimhen.
What
And I
Milan
feel
needs
like-
to do is fucking go for real now, because otherwise, every season is going to be like this, where we're fucking struggling for top four. But Napoli raised the bar. They fucking raised the bar,
but
and we need to follow.
but we need to be fair though. That's Roy. That's after a lot of fuck ups, because De Laurentiis been that president for the fucking.
But that
for the
doesn't matter.
longest.
What does that matter? We need to think about tomorrow, not yesterday.
No, we
Tomorrow-
don't think about yesterday, but people are giving that credit to Napoli like it was just.
No, the credit is due to what we did this year, not to. I mean, I know it's been work. I don't give a shit about De Laurentiis' work. I don't give a fuck. I just looking at what they did this year, and this year, they made it very difficult for the competition in Serie A to win against.
Me personally, I feel like if we didn't have that plague of fucking injury, I think we would have still been fucking
would've-
fighting.
But sorry. Let's
It wouldn't
clarify
have
things.
changed.
Let's clarify things. In my opinion, Napoli, if you keep the players they have, they will still be super competitive and challenge for the title. I don't think they will have such a perfect season there this season because complacement, injuries, a lot of other people finding out their tactics, a lot of other things will come in play. You know, the fact that they want to do good in Champions League, they will leave some pieces for Italy. So it's going to be a lot of other things, but they still be challenging for the title and be competitive. And as Clint was saying, we were not going to have the injuries we had. Like Mike
But it's
Maignan
not a matter of
will
the
play.
injuries. It is not.
No,
a matter
no,
of
but Mike
injuries.
Maignan is a lot.
The
is a lot of
injuries
points.
are a big part of football. They are part of football.
No,
I
but
agree with
listen
you,
to
but
me,
listen to me.
but Mike
Hold on. Let
Maignan-
me finish. I know them. I'm the one here that says that after Kaká, this is the best player we ever bought. I know Mike Maignan, but even if you have Mike Maignan in there for the whole thing, you will still lose against Torino.
Dude,
We will
I'm not
still
saying-
lose against
One second.
Cremonese.
One
These
second.
shit- it wouldn't change
One
anything.
second. I'm not saying we will have more points than Napoli, but we will be 7 points away from Napoli. 6 points.
Maybe.
That's what I'm saying. That
'Cause
they
Roy-
will not have a easy like they had this
because
season.
Roy, I look at two factors here. Okay, let's put our team aside. I also look in the Seven Sisters. They weren't able to dominate like the top teams like that. They lost to Lazio, they lost to Inter, and then the second game they lose to us. Now you can say they ran away with the league. It could have been a different story. And I also feel like that 15 point that Juve got deducted plays a big thing. Because if Juve was still second, the pressure would have got to them. That's how I feel personally. Now I can be wrong.
Yeah. Listen. But at the end of the day, they're 20 points in front of us.
And that's fair.
And they're
That's fair.
18 points or whatever, 15 points in front of the second.
Mhm.
And those games, they said, yeah, you can win the games in various
But
ways.
Roy,
Hold on, let me finish, my man. You either win against all the top teams and you drop some points against the smaller teams. That's kind of how we did it last year. Or you win the majority of your games, whether they're the small teams or biggest game or the bigger teams. It doesn't matter. Win the majority of your games and you win the Scudetto. So at the end of the day, they built a team that has the ability to do that. They don't know how to play the Champions League. We saw that. But when it comes to the roster, they beat everybody. And it is clear as day. Why are people even fighting this concept? I don't even know.
But no, we're not fighting the concept of Napoli deserving the league this season. We are fighting the concept that Napoli will not repeat the same season they did this season.
Okay. That's
because Milan,
a different topic.
Because Mike Maignan will not get injured for another 7 months. If Mike Maignan get injured for another 7 months, everyone should resign at Milan Lab. Everyone should resign.
So I have a question.
That
for
is
you,
a separate topic.
Roy,
That is a separate topic.
I have a
And
question.
Juventus
So when you
minus
say-
15.
I
Inter
can
having a
agree,
weird
but,
season. A lot of things.
Yeah, but Roy, and I have a question for you because when you say like they built one of the best, okay, they have a good roster.
No.
How many of
They have the
players-
best roster.
No, but listen, let me ask this question though.
Yeah.
How many of their players or how many of Milan players you think starts in their starting 11?
Starting 11?
Yep. How many Napoli players think they can
Well,
start in our starting
the
11?
issue is this. The issue is this. Now, I know where you're getting at, and I think we're on a very similar page when it comes to this. There's a difference between a sprint and a marathon runner, a sprinter and a marathon runner, right? A sprinter has a certain body type. a marathon runner is as another body type. Different sports. In a sprint, Milan is very well capable of beating Napoli many times. In a marathon, zero chance. Zero chance.
Elaborate on that. What you mean by that?
Because
Nah. If Napoli had the same amount of injuries that we had this season, it would be a totally different story.
okay, but they didn't. They didn't. They didn't.
They didn't.
No,
That's the case. That's the
hold on,
difference.
Andon. I want him to elaborate when he said
And
that.
the
Okay,
difference
Napoli's in the
between marathon and sprint is that in the course of a season of almost 40 games, you're not going to just depend on the 11 players that you're putting on the pitch. You need to depend on your bench, your second lines and your third lines. In the long stretch of a game, from the first minute to the 70th minute, you're using your first 11. But from the 70th to the 90th, you're starting to put in the bench.
So you're saying that in terms of just the bench, they got a better bench in the long run. That's fair.
Absolutely, they do. This is why they can. This is why when Napoli does their substitutions, the quality of their football does not change. It stays the same. They still keep the result. They still score goals. When a team like right now Milan, we make our substitutions. We don't know what we're getting. Right? De Kettler, Rebic, Origi, Branks, Pobega, Ali, Bakayoko. What are we getting? We don't know what we're getting. We're getting. Hopefully, we're going to perform. Napoli has set themselves up where the first lines and the second lines are almost identical.
Sounds interesting.
And that is how you build a team to win a marathon.
But I just feel personally, you might say for this season, but I personally feel.
Guys, can you mute whoever is talking?
Yeah, I just personally feel with some of these guys going forward, I just feel like, no, I think once teams return, once Juve returns to what it is, me personally, bro, like there's some players in Napoli I just don't rate.
Okay, all right, Clint. Now, as far as next year, if we want to compete against Napoli, we can't have the same damn roster as this year. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Listen, you guys think I'm going all out on Napoli right now. I'm telling you right now, if they maintain the same team and they add players like they did this summer mercato, this is going to be one of the best football teams in the history of the sport. I'm telling you right now, as far as how beautiful they play football and how many a great result. It doesn't mean they're going to be a Champions League team. It doesn't mean that. But I'm telling you, so be ready for that, if that happens. And we don't do shit. We got to fucking work.
Listen, but Roy, I heard this with Milan. I heard this like the past 3 years. Oh, if we don't add any players, if we stay like this, we won't make that. And then the following year, we win the league. I heard, we don't add these players, we're not going to make that.
The issue
now
is
in the quarterfinals. I don't know.
The issue is that you were listening to the wrong people. Because if you listen to me last year, with the players we got in the Mercato, I was convinced that we have a team to win the league. I was 100% convinced. I didn't know if we were going to be able to because we had a lot of inexperience. But when I looked at the roster in its entirety and compared them to the competition at hand, I was 100% sure
now,
we had the ability to.
My other question to you
this year, no way, impossible.
Well, so my question to you now, with this year, with the players we had, do you think that you were able to see us being 90 minutes away from a semifinal?
Yes.
This year too?
Yes.
So what makes you think next year?
Because there's a difference between what was his name, Gabriel Salassi, the marathon runner, and Usain Bolt. Different athletes, different body types, different competition. So I'd see Milan winning a Champions League even if they're lucky, but I don't see Milan winning this with it. There's not a chance in hell.
Okay, fair enough. That's your point.
I think that the talk is a bit pointless because Napoli had a great season, and even if Inter, Milan, and all the teams around them would have had an okay season, let's say without not too many unpredictable factors, Napoli will still win. Napoli will still win the league, in my opinion. My whole problem is that we never saw this Napoli under pressure with teams chasing them. That was the only issue because we crumbled in a month. Mentally, we completely lost ourselves. Yeah. Inter has never been at the level that it used to be in the last 3 years.
Sorry, Larry. I don't want to interrupt you, but you're wrong. You know why you're wrong?
Dude, let's say I'm wrong.
No, but
But
let
we
me
never,
finish.
but we didn't see that. On that, I'm not wrong.
Okay, but let
because
me
we didn't
explain
see
this
that.
to you. Let me explain this to you. It's not
Okay.
that teams weren't able to put Napoli under pressure. It was that Napoli put too much pressure on the teams chasing them. That's what destroyed the teams.
Now,
Listen.
another thing is
No, let
Napoli
me.
is
No,
not.
I need, but I didn't finish. I didn't finish
Yeah,
here.
sorry.
Usually, a team that is challenging for the title right now during the season, no matter what the other team is doing, right now during the season should be a 64, 67 points, around 70. So what I'm saying that Napoli is doing is performing at the level that they will reach 96 points, something like that. So they are performing at an amazing level, but usually the team that is chasing is performing similarly. Unfortunately, no one, no Juventus, no Inter, no Milan, no Lazio, no Roma, no one actually
Built a
chased them.
roster capable to do that.
But the roster, sorry, 1 second.
Maybe
Milan,
Juventus is his closest.
listen, Juventus, whatever. The roster that Milan built this season, it's the same of the season before.
No, it's not the same. It's weaker.
Why is weaker?
Because last year we had 3 players with a lot of personality that spilled their guts for Milan. That was Castillejo, number 1, Romagnoli, and Kessi.
Come on, you're not gonna mention Castillejo.
Now we did not replace a player, even though you see, Castillejo won us a game. That game was a very important game that helped us win the Scudetto. Castillo cried on that game, big tears. Castillo, he wasn't a player that helped the team on the pitch, but he was a player that was there for the players, for the team, that believed in the cause. So we did not replace that. Even the smallest thing, the easiest thing to replace, we weren't able to replace that. And then Romagnoli, of course, is 20 set. Like Romagnoli now is an experienced Serie A player. We replaced him with a young, good, very good prospect defender. But is he ready to really do what a ready Serie A defender can do right away? No. Look, Kessi was not replaced, my man. No way you want to put it. Kessi was not replaced. De Keller is not performing. Origi is not performing. Rebic's mind is gone. So the roster right now is at probably 80, 85, 87%. In order to get it to 100, there needs to be a little bit more work done.
So what I'm telling you, so you are agreeing with me that Napoli has that advantage because the teams are not performing, not because they are super good. They are super good, but they're not. They're going to finish with 108 points. They're going to finish.
I understand that, and I'm just
with the point. That is extremely good. Is a team that should win the league, but they don't have anyone that put pressure on them in this moment of the season, which is the hardest one.
I agree that, Laird. But my argument is because during the Mercato, nobody built a roster to put them any pressure.
Okay.
Inter was just dobbiamo tenere la galla, Inter, right? Just keep her above water. Just put her mouth and nose above water. Juventus, they did okay, but very unlucky with Pogba, Di Maria, that situation. Milan just went backwards. Come on. Let's be honest about this. What are we talking about here?
Yeah,
now,
but
we
still
have.
Laird has a point in what he's saying. Another thing, teams are gonna be better prepared for Napoli next season.
That's what I'm saying. That we will. The teams are going to be more prepared.
Napoli, listen. Napoli is having a season like
but you say they
had when they won the title.
You're saying the other teams are going to be more prepared.
Yes.
I'm sure that last season you said Milan is going to be better next season, right?
Yeah, it is.
Because we all said that. I said that too.
That.
So let's not be so 100% sure.
No,
of that because did you guys? Any of you knew that Lazio right now is the second best roster?
No, but listen to me. I said that Milan is going to win the league easily. But I say another thing. I want to see if complacement and if this group of players will keep up with the title of being a champion. Because I've seen a lot of times other teams winning the league and the year after complacement and the fact that you won a title that you never thought you will win,
I don't think that's
you
gonna
went
be a
really
thing.
relaxed. I think complacement played a big part this season for a lot of
Yes,
players.
that is a thing, and that can be an issue for them next year. But again, if it let's just keep the premise we're going to keep the same team.
But no. Listen to me. I'm not talking about Napoli right now. For the next season, I don't think Milan will show up complacement, because if you finish, so they will
But you
go
still need a
full on
roster.
focus.
You still need
But
a roster.
we're gonna add players. We will add players.
Yeah. If hopefully we have.
Well, if you have Mike Magnan, you are the player that you didn't have this season.
No.
Yes, we didn't have Mike Magnan this season.
You want to replace? You want to? No. You see, you're wrong here. You're wrong. The problem is not Mike Magnan. The problem is the second goalkeeper. That's the problem.
We have already signed a contract with the second goalkeeper.
Yeah, but too late. 1 season too late. That's the issue.
But I'm talking about the next season, man. I'm talking about the next season. The next season, will have.
Next season, we're going to see in the
for
summer
7
market.
months.
We're going to see in the summer market which team.
For 9 months,
is
you will have
best,
Mike Magnan
equipped for the Serie. If Milan doesn't do some serious changes, guys, it's going to be a rough ride. I'm just letting you know.
But if you have Mike Magnan, which you didn't have for 7 months.
Sorry, my hold on, I can't hear you.
I think the others can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
So if next season we have Mike Magnan the full season, that is a player that is added. That is 12 points more than now. That is 10 points more than now. So we are, how many points we are right now? We are 52 points. We are, with Mike Magnan having in the full season, you are 62 points. That's what I'm saying. If you improve the squad, you will be able to be there with whoever team is going to be up there. I agree with Roy. But in my opinion, Mike Magnan, a sense of a complacement, eliminate that. You already are a better team. You already are a team that is 62, 65 points right now. But you can say, yeah, but Theo Hernandez could get injured for a half season next season, and you have issue. So you need to find the Theo Hernandez replacement. So if Theo Hernandez get injured for 3 months, you don't use the excuse Theo Hernandez got injured for 3 months. You need to find the replacement of Brahim Diaz or Tonali, because if he gets injured for 3 months, you don't have the excuse, oh, we lost Tonali for 3 months. So I agree with Roy that we need to improve the roster. So if something wrong happened, like this season, 7 months Mike Magnan missing, you have somebody that can deliver and give you the points. I agree with Roy. But the goalkeeper missing for 7 months is such an unusual thing. It's such an unusual thing.
And listen, Lart, Magnan for us is not just a goalkeeper. He's much more than that. The whole style of play.
It's not a Meret. It's not a fucking Meret. Sorry ass fucking keeper. Man.
That's my problem that I have. That we had a problem this season. It's such an unusual problem. Missing your first goalkeeper for the entire season is just fucked up. It's just so unfair, man. That's what I'm saying.
Dude. I missed
because it's kind of like similar. It's kind of like similar to, like, let's say a Madrid missing fucking Courtois. They're gonna suffer. They're gonna suffer big time.
No, but Roy, I agree with you. Basically, at the end, I said that this team is having 50-something point because we missed Mike Magnan for basically the entire season, and hopefully next season we will not miss him. But Maldini should prepare this team, so if Theo Hernandez misses for 3 months, you don't use that excuse, oh, we missed Theo Hernandez for 3 months. You have a guy that can perform and cover Theo Hernandez for 3 months and get the result done. So we all agree on what we're saying. But for sure, next season, Napoli will not have 4 teams unlucky, because this season, all the teams, Inter, Juventus, Milan, and Lazio. Now, Lazio did pretty well. All of these 3 teams were unlucky this season.
Unlucky or built poorly?
No, unlucky. Listen, unlucky. Let's face it, unlucky.
Well, Milan was built poorly, not unlucky.
No, listen to me. When
but
I say
we were also unlucky.
Roy,
that is some luck and is something you cannot control. Guys.
Sorry,
either
Roy,
you have it or you don't.
Roy, I'm not talking about
even things you can control.
I'm not talking about performing like Napoli. When I say unlucky, I'm talking about they are underperforming, all of them, and I think they are underperforming because circumstances that are not related to the roster. That's my opinion. They're underperforming.
You're talking about complacement because they won the championship.
No. So I'll make an example. Complacement is one factor. Mike Magnan injury is a second factor. For the Milan case, I'm talking about the Milan case. So what I'm saying is, if things goes normally, like in a normal season, this Milan is not going to win the league against Napoli, but it will be on 65 points. You know what I mean?
Sure.
It will be 9-8 points from Napoli.
We wouldn't be struggling for top 4 right now. We would have the points for top 4. I know that. I know that.
And tomorrow against Bologna, you will play a good team, and Napoli will play a good team, because it's the fear of losing the game will bring you, instead of 9 points, 6 points to the second place, and it will be pressure that does not exist at this point of the season. That's what I'm saying. If Juventus didn't have those 15 points and had let's say Pogba or Di Maria injured and things like that, Chiesa coming back on a bit better form, he will be there on 8-9 points from Napoli. That's what I'm saying. The Napoli didn't have some competition or didn't have pressure, because all the 3 teams they could have put pressure on Napoli, everything went wrong. Everything went wrong.
Yeah, I don't know if I completely agree with that, but I understand what you're trying to say or what you're saying. As I said, when it comes to the pressure thing, I think it was more Napoli that put pressure on the other teams, because it's the other teams that are more or less underperforming based on last year, but more or less similar. It is Napoli that just took like 3 steps ahead. But yeah, again, Napoli being better in the Serie A doesn't mean that they're better in the Champions League. But
let's say this, Roy, before we close this whole chapter.
Yeah.
Because you're saying that the other teams, okay, yeah, fine. But when Lyra talks about the pressure, when the pressure came, meeting the 7 sisters, because that's how, and I know it's not a fair way to look at things, but that's when you also look at the matchup, because for us, Milan, even winning the Scudetto last year, they were coming at us, but our W was like, dude, we beat most of all the top teams.
Right.
You got to be able to be your direct rivals. If you're struggling against them, then me personally, I feel like your advantage is based on
what value
when they're getting injuries.
What value is there's no value in that, Clint.
All right.
Because that's just like, hey, I'm good because of this. At the end of the day, what matters is how many points you have on the table.
Yeah, sure. But then is how many 10 points you have on the table, right? Sure. But I'm looking at it
that's what people are going to remember. They're not going to remember, they didn't beat
No, Roy. We're trying to understand the next season. So the next season, the question is, Napoli, let's say Napoli is 8 point advantage. Let's say Napoli is 8 point advantage from the second place next season. And the second place is Juventus or Milan, just whatever, you pick one. Is 8 point advantage. And Napoli plays against Lazio and loses, like they lost this season. They lost against Lazio.
Okay.
They lose. And Juventus wins because they know that Napoli lost.
Yeah, you're saying there's pressure.
There is pressure. And that's the only thing.
I'm saying, you're forgetting that these scenarios were happening for most of the beginning of the season.
One second. No, because the pressure you have in the beginning of the season is different from the pressure you have in the second part.
This is why Napoli's built so well. They
They
got to this point where we don't need to worry about that.
No. Listen to me. That's what I'm telling you. They got at this point. They got at this point because the other guys didn't do things properly, not because they are built so well. Because listen to me,
it's the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. I can get a job because I'm extremely good, or I can get a job because the other ones are extremely bad. That's not the same thing. So listen to me.
Not doing things properly, to me,
this is a team.
The proper roster.
Okay, but that's a problem. That does not make me extremely good. That makes the other extremely bad. That does not make me extremely good.
Yeah, I don't see it that way. Whatever.
I see it in a way that Napoli plays against Milan, loses 4-0, plays in Champions League, loses 1-0, plays against Inter, loses 1-0, plays against Napoli, loses 1 against Lazio, loses 2-1.
Yeah.
So I don't see a team that is built so well like you
Yeah,
think.
right. But
I
the
see the
problem,
other
the
ones
problem
that did
there,
really
the
bad.
problem there, that you're focusing on 3 games out of now almost
No,
35 games total they played.
no.
Bro, they have won 30 games out of
Dude,
35.
I get it,
And we're
but
talking.
No,
what
but
I'm
he's
telling
focusing
you,
on
what I'm
games,
telling you,
playing like the
well, no,
big
no,
Let me
no.
ask you guys a question. Let me ask you guys a question. If we were 20 points above everybody and we beat everybody, but we lose against Napoli,
Yes.
Inter, and Juve,
I
would
would
you-
think they are really. I would think that they are really shit. I would think they're really shit.
but
as
now
well.
we're okay. Narnia.
No. I'm not
No,
saying.
it's
I'm
not
not
Narnia,
saying,
that's
dude.
for real.
But
That's Narnia.
man,
That's
man,
Narnia.
listen to me. I'm not saying that we are really bad or we are not good enough. But clearly, if there is 20 points difference, these guys are doing something wrong. They are really bad because they are not playing always against us, man. They're playing against the other teams. And
You
Cremonese,
guys have
Torino. No, man.
Even when the reality slaps you hard in the face, you choose not to accept
Dude,
it.
no.
Come on.
I'm not taking this one. Sorry, man. We're not
Yeah.
playing against
It
Napoli
doesn't
every
matter.
week.
Doesn't matter what you think. What matters is that these guys are 20
Dude,
points
but
above us.
why you ask me the question if it doesn't matter what I think? Do you want
No,
to
I'm
know my
saying
opinion?
it doesn't matter what I think
No.
either. What matters is that these guys
But
built a
I'm
great
I'm
team.
motivating my
And we are
opinion.
here-
I'm motivating my
And we
opinion.
are here.
Roy, I'm motivating my
Instead of
opinion.
we should be saying, how did they do it? we
Dude,
need to do
but,
what
and
they
I'm
did.
explaining
Instead
how
we're-
they did it.
Instead, we're
I'm-
here trying to make ourselves big, but we
No,
completely failed.
no,
Come
I'm
on.
telling you, everyone behind them is doing really bad. That's why they did it.
No, Larry.
Yes.
They're doing bad because the pressure. Well, okay. You think that Napoli. This is what you think. You think Napoli, yeah, they have a good team, but they're having the season they're having because everybody else is sucking, right? That's the way you look at it.
No,
The way
no. It's more complex than what I'm saying. I'm saying Napoli will win anyway this league, even if the other team do well. I think. But what I'm telling you, the 20 points is
right?
the 20 points is a fake image of this league.
It's inflated.
It's inflated. That's what I'm telling you. I'm not telling you
it doesn't
Napoli is
matter
not
if
good,
it's.
man.
I understand the injuries were a problem, but at the end of the day, the numbers
But
are
Roy,
the numbers. You
Dude,
cannot
if there
deny
is-
the numbers.
Laird
there
has a
is 20
point.
points
Their
difference,
value is inflated a
it's
lot.
inflated. If there is, dude, if there is
No, it's
20 points
inflated. No,
difference,
for real though.
you
'Cause this is like,
win.
like,
You
let me add
scored
this,
those
though.
goals against
Like,
us.
Yeah,
It's
let me
zero.
add this though,
inflated,
because this,
guys.
that
You
what
guys are
Napoli
lying to
is doing.
yourselves.
No,
You are
listen.
lying to
Let me add
yourselves.
this.
Listen, let me tell you this.
Let me
If
just add your-
Maldini,
Roy, I have
let
not
me say
spoken.
this.
Let me just
Sorry,
add
Clint,
that
I'll be
point.
quiet. I'll be quiet. I promise you I'll be quiet. If Maldini has your guys' approach, we're fucked.
Okay,
I'm
fine.
sure
It's fine.
I'm
And
sure
that's
he's
why
But
he's
looking at I'm
not-
sure he's looking
that's
at
why
things.
he's
with
there.
Dude,
an
but I'm
angle.
not saying that,
Hey,
that our
Roy,
approach should be
listen,
completely
That's
fine.
why Maldini is there. Listen, that's why Maldini is there, and I'm here in Houston speaking from my little fucking phone. Okay, so what you're saying is right. That's my
Dude,
opinion.
no, but
And it's
Clint,
fine.
Clint, what I'm saying is that
Let
we
me
are
add
doing
this.
really bad, so we need to add quality.
but Larry, let me
not
add
is
this.
Napoli good.
Let
Stop
me
with
add this,
this
Larry.
false myth that
Wait,
Napoli
we
is
need to do what?
extremely
We
good.
need false.
Larry,
It's
let me
false.
say this.
It's
Yeah,
false.
okay.
The
Let me
20
add this.
points
All right,
difference.
Narnia.
You
When
make
we-
this seem.
Narnia.
this is
no, Roy.
Narnia.
No,
We
you
You're
talk-
entered
making
Narnia.
it
Ladies
talk
and
like
gentlemen,
yes,
why we say
we have
it's
entered
inflated.
Narnia.
Okay,
You're saying it's
okay.
inflated.
I'm
It's
I'm
not.
on.
Let Clint
no,
talk.
no,
Let Clint talk.
Listen,
no. Okay,
What
no,
did
but
you say?
I want to say something. We
Yeah,
are
you
on
said, you said something. Let Clint talk.
dude.
let me say
Dude,
this.
if you think that the
Yeah,
20
right.
points, if you think that the 20 points between Napoli and Milan
Yeah.
is real,
Oh no, it's not real. It's not. It's
if,
fake.
if you think the ESPN pundits are right,
Yeah.
they are right. They are
That's
right.
right.
They
Correct.
should be surprised why Milan is beating Napoli.
Correct. Good.
Yeah.
Excellent. Now let Clint talk, please.
No, what I'm trying to add is this is not like, and the reason why I use this comparison, why I say this is inflated, it's not like, it's not a league dominance. Like, let's say if we want to compare City, right? When it says City dominates their league, it means they're beating all these freaking the Chelseas of the world. Like, they're legit beating them.
Bro,
And I feel like Napoli has to be proven that wrong.
they
You
beat
don't have to
Milan.
agree with me on this. You don't have to agree with me on this.
They
But
beat
that's why I
Milan.
said their shit is a bit inflated.
They beat
That's all I'm
Juventus. They beat Juventus. They beat Roma. They beat Atalanta. And the second game, we still have to play the second game against Lazio. We already played the second. We won the second round. They still have to play the second game against Inter. They still have to play the second game against Juve. Like, guys, what? Come on.
What? Okay.
Right
You
now,
just said that, right?
you guys.
What if they lose all of that? What if they buy? You still gonna have the same thing? What if
Clint.
they lose all these games you just mentioned?
I don't. If that happens, I'll make my judgments.
Clint, we had at this point of the season, Inter or us had basically the same point that Napoli has right now. The second team behind Inter had 4 or 5 points. This picture of Serie A does not say that Napoli is extremely good. It's saying that the other teams behind Napoli are doing really bad. Does not say that Napoli is really good. I'm sorry, Roy. Whatever you think, that's the reality. Because we've seen other teams do the same amount of points of Napoli and always had someone behind them. This is a picture that says that Inter, Milan, Roma, Lazio, Juventus, you can add whatever you want to add, have done really extremely bad.
I'll take care of it.
The 20 points difference is not because Napoli is extremely good. Napoli is not finishing 110, 115 points. So it's doing extremely well than anyone else. Napoli is going to finish 96 points. Usually other teams finish 86, 88, 90 points.
Sounds interesting. I'll check it out.
So that's
it's like for you, it's all fantasy.
no,
it's
man,
all,
I
it's all,
explain
fantasy.
it, but I
The
explain it,
explanation is not
dude.
correct.
Other teams, no, it is correct.
Your
Other,
explanation is
Jesus
basically I'm
Christ.
putting my AC Milan glasses on and I'm going to look at this through the lenses of an AC Milan fan.
Roy,
That's what you're doing.
during the history of Serie A, every team that won the league had the same amount of points that Napoli has, or more or less, that Napoli has right now. No one took the label of they are extremely good, because every time there was always someone behind them. This season they're taking that label because everyone else is doing really bad. Not because they are
but
extremely
all
good.
these teams
Bro,
were
they're not
behind.
extremely good.
These teams, excuse me, but did the Scudetto start with 20 points in favor of Napoli, or do we all start at 0?
We all start at 0.
Allora, what are you talking about?
Yeah, that's the whole point, man.
What are you talking about? If
dude,
the other teams are not able to stay with Napoli, it's because they don't have the rosters, man.
Yeah, not because Napoli is good, man. It's because they're shit.
No. Right, Napoli has the best roster because they're shit. What the fucking argument?
No, I'm saying,
get out of that closet called Narnia
dude.
and fucking be logical with me right now.
I'm being logical with you. If Napoli is extremely good, they should finish 110 points.
Yeah, okay.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah, okay. That's the reality. That's what I'm explaining to you.
Reality.
And
The reality, guys. Reality. Napoli is shit, but they're 20 points above us. Good.
Because dude,
what a great. Come on, do not. Why are you going into clown? You're going into
fun of me.
You're going into.
I'm telling you that the other one are really shit, not Napoli extremely good. I'm not telling you Napoli is shit. I'm telling you the other one are extremely shit, and they make look Napoli extremely good, but Napoli is not extremely good.
All right.
Because they have lost 3 games already and draw 2.
I'll take care of it.
Shit! My God, guys, these guys, what did they do? What? They suck.
Bro, but we have seen Serie A teams win league titles losing 1 game, man. That is an extreme.
Not too many times. Not so many times.
But that is an extremely good team, and not a team that has lost 3 and draw 2.
Like you need to open your eyes, bro.
Dude, you need an operation to your brain, man.
No,
you
need to open your eyes, guys. You guys are living in a false reality.
Napoli is not extremely good.
Okay.
Napoli is not extremely good.
Yeah, they're shit.
No, I'm not saying they're shit. The teams
no, they're shit. They're shit.
Dude, you live in Narnia. You will see Napoli next season, man. You will see Napoli next season.
That's my thing. Narnia is my thing.
They're not gonna reach the 100 point.
Everybody said.
Okay. Wow, guys, Napoli is not a good team because we're not gonna reach the 100 points. What the fuck?
No.
Listen.
Nobody's saying that they're not
these
good.
past days,
no one is saying they're not good. No one is saying they're not good. No one is saying they're not good. They are not extremely good, man. You are depicting. You're saying that they are the best team of the last 20 years. No, man. They are a regular team that is going to win.
Did I say?
Yes.
Well, yeah, they probably are the best.
No, they're not. They're not. They're not making more point than Allegri. They're not making more point than.
No, that's an example. That is an example of seasons where the big teams were underperforming. Not this.
No,
season.
because Sarri was there with the same amount of points. Sarri was there with the same amount of points.
Where was Milan? Where was Inter, my man?
Dude,
this is a completely different story. Now Napoli has to compete with Juventus, Milan, and Inter. Completely different story, bro.
And you're
comparing me, Juventus. I was competing.
And they're not there. And they're not there. They're not there. Yeah, they're not there. Because you replied to yourself when Juventus win, where was Inter
Where-
and Milan? Was not there.
Yeah,
Inter
are
and
they playing
Milan.
hide and seek? Where are they?
Yeah, where are they? At least Juventus. had-
Juventus, if you take away the 15 points that was taken away from them, they are what? I don't know how many points behind them. So Juventus, according to the roster they built, for me, they're in the right spot. Milan, according to the roster that we built, we should be between either third or fourth. It's us or Inter. That's the way things should be going. And that's more or less how things are going. And you guys need a reality check. And
No,
No,
they-
it's not about the reality check.
Dude,
It's
I'm
also, Roy.
explaining to you, man. They
And
don't
Roy,
have
Roy,
competition.
it's also when you're using these
I'll do the
amplification
same
words.
thing next year, guys.
No, listen. When you're using these amplification words, you amplify you like the best team in 20 years,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
this one
it
of the
is.
top
It
rosters.
is.
Like,
No,
no,
they're not.
is.
They're
turn it
not.
up a notch, bro. I don't
It
believe
is.
so.
They're
It is.
not, man. They're not because they didn't beat us.
Oh my God, how fucking stupid is that?
That's not
Because they-
stupid at all.
Dude, that's
I
not
mean, that's-
stupid,
that's
man.
the
If you are one of the
measurement-
best
that's
teams,
the index.
you win. You dominate, man.
Okay. So in 2003, when we won the Champions
We
League,
were
Empoli.
not the best team. We were not the best team.
Okay.
I
At
never-
least you're
know-
saying that. At least
We
you're
know,
being-
I didn't say that's the best team.
I
in the
thought
last
we were
20
the
years.
best team actually, but
But
apparently
not in the last 20 years, man.
not in
We're
the Serie A.
best
In
team.
Europe, we were the best team for sure.
Well,
In Serie A,
fuck
no.
it. Who cares about that?
In
I'm talking
Italy,
about-
Napoli is the best team. No fucking doubt about it. And if you
No
think they're
shit,
not, you're
dude,
dumbass.
Oh my
If you
God,
think they're- you're
I'm telling you, Napoli is the best team in Italy, and even if everything goes right for
and
Milan,
and one of the best
But
teams.
they're
built
value
no,
in
it's
Europe.
not the best.
It is. It is.
It's not what
you
you're
don't
saying,
understand
man.
this.
It's
You
not.
don't have the
It's not.
ability to
Dude,
understand this.
you don't have the ability to
Because you
understand.
don't know you fucking thought Origi was coming here and scoring 20 goals. bro.
Whatever.
You
change
do not have the
change
ability
topic,
to
change
understand.
topic, change
No,
topic,
yeah,
change
of
topic,
course you
change
want to
topic,
change topic.
Change topic. Yeah,
The
change topic.
roster is a big part of my analysis. Okay, rosters. If you have to consider roster. This is a fucking team sport. It's a sport play. It's a team built of 26 players.
So
That's
you're
what
saying
makes.
roster
That's what
again,
makes.
and Roy,
Excuse
and Roy,
me.
You're saying no. You keep
That's
repeating
what
roster.
makes the difference.
And I asked you earlier. No. I asked
Who the
you
fuck
earlier.
is
How
playing on
many
the
of these
field?
Napoli players started Milan, and how many?
Bruh,
You're saying
and why
roster.
don't you listen to me when I say that a team is not built out of 11 players?
Roy, if he's such a good roster, should have more points. They're gonna finish less than Juventus of Allegri in some season.
Oh my god!
They're gonna get
the year Milan wasn't even competing for Europe. Oh my god!
This
Wow.
season, Milan is not competing in Serie A as well. Don't worry.
No, they weren't even competing for top 4 the year Allegri did all those points. Wow! First, we say that Juventus achieved all of that because there was no competition. Now we're
I
using
never
them.
say that. I
Now,
never
now
say
we're
that.
using them
I
as an
never say
example
that.
of greatness.
I never say that.
Give me a break.
I never
Give me
say
a
that.
break.
I never say that. I'm explaining to you that
You
Napoli,
are not explaining anything to me.
Dude,
you're
Napoli
showing
lost 3
me.
games.
You're
Napoli
showing
lo-
me that you
Napoli
don't have the
lost 3
ability to
games.
analyze rosters properly. And
Dude,
you don't
Napoli
have.
lost 3 games.
Oh my
It's
god!
not. They
Oh
lost
my
3
God,
games.
They lost 3 games. They lost 3 games, and how many
Majority-
did they win?
The
How many
biggest,
did they win?
the biggest teams that have won league
Okay.
titles have not lost the amount of games.
Okay,
Napoli
good.
lost.
Well,
At
it's
this
because
point.
because this year the Serie A is very strong. It's very
Oh,
strong.
No,
But yeah, no, it's not very strong. It sucks. Yeah, okay, good. Now it sucks. Yesterday was super strong. Now it sucks.
no.
But
I didn't.
They
say
have
that-
tied
I
2
didn't-
games,
dude,
lost
dude,
3
Roy,
out of
Roy,
29. Out
Roy.
of 29 games.
Roy, after very strong, there is not. It sucks. There is a lot of shades of that color.
A
After
lot of
very
shades.
strong, there is not. It sucks.
Okay,
I'm
guys.
not an ESPN pundit. Don't talk like me like this.
Well, you're
I
acting
know
like
football.
one right
No,
now.
I know
You're
football.
acting like
I know
one.
football.
You're acting
I
like
know
one.
football. Napoli is not a team that is
Wait,
20
bruh,
points
bruh,
better than
bruh.
Milan. It's not a team. Because if you are 20 points better than Milan, we should not touch the ball.
But that's the
against them.
reality.
No, because
It
we
is
should
the
not touch
reality.
the ball against
If
them.
we have so many injury prone players, it's maybe because we made some mistakes. How come Napoli doesn't have all these injury prone players?
Because they were really
because
lucky
they're
this
lucky.
season.
Because
Yes.
they're lucky.
Yeah, they didn't get any injury this
Sure,
season.
sure.
Actually, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
The
How many-
moment they let me tell you something.
Here, Osimhen. The Osimhen example. It's coming. Let's go. Let's hear it.
Yeah, the Osimhen example.
Yeah.
They won a lot of games with Osimhen
I'll take care of it.
and without Osimhen. They won a lot of games without and with Osimhen.
How many did they win without?
7, 6, whatever.
7.
6, 7. Yeah.
And how many did they lose with?
I don't against Milan 1. I guess
They
one.
lost 2 games. They lost 2 games against with Osimhen, which was Inter and Lazio. Both
Okay.
Romagnoli stopped Osimhen.
Okay, Inter, Lazio, Inter as well.
Yeah.
Inter was not there, so
Yeah,
they
so
lost three games, even in Milan.
No, he wasn't playing. But so they lost 2 games with Osimhen, but without Osimhen, they won 7 games without.
Okay, dude. So imagine having
Osimhen means
7
nothing.
months without Osimhen. 7 months.
Okay, that's completely different, Larry.
Yes,
That's completely different.
I know.
That's completely that's first of
Yeah.
all not what happened. And again, even if they didn't have Osimhen, they still have quality players.
They will not have
Yeah,
the
but-
points that they have now.
but they will still be contending for the first spot. Maybe not. For us, we lose a key player like that. Yeah, we're 20 points behind.
No,
That's
they will
the-
not. They will
That's
not
the
be,
difference of rosters. No,
no,
because we have proof last year, Larry. We have proof. Napoli last year was most of the season in first position with a lot of injuries.
I'll check it out.
No, it's not true.
Yeah, it is true.
That's not.
They didn't have Osimhen for a long time. They didn't have key players, Koulibaly, whatever. Last year, Napoli was riddled with injuries, and they stayed in the top 4 the whole season. And most
They
of the
didn't.
part
No, they didn't stay first. You say first, not first.
No, I said, and for a big portion of the season, they were first in the first spot. You
No.
forget this? You forget
No,
this?
because
You forgot it.
No, I didn't forget it because Inter was first place
I said for big portions of the season, Napoli
in the
was
beginning
first,
of the season. In the beginning of the season,
and they never lost, and they never
They
moved
didn't-
out of the 4th spot. They never.
Well,
moved
we
out
were top
They-
with them. We were top with them as well, and we had a lot of injuries in the beginning.
They never moved out of the top 4 spot. Larry.
Dude,
We get a few injuries. We
dude.
lose. We're
Roy,
fighting for top 4.
Roy, you will see it next
Larry,
season. You will see it
who
next
has
season.
who has the better roster, Milan or Napoli?
You will see it next
Who
season.
has,
You will see it next season. Next
Well,
season.
me, if you
Next
ask
season
me
you will
right
see it.
now, if you ask me right now, if you have to do player-to-player ratio, I feel we got the better ratio. I think we got the most valuable player.
I'll take care of
That's
it.
just
okay.
me. And
Okay.
you don't have to agree with me. But
All
that's
right,
how I
fine,
feel about my
fine.
team.
What about Larry? Today, who has a better roster, Milan or Napoli?
Okay, we have a better goalkeeper.
I'll take care of it.
No. Who has a better roster?
No, I'm.
You want to go
evaluating.
through all 26 players? You're going to lose if you do that. Just say Napoli has a better roster.
Okay, what I'm saying, and you don't understand because your brain just switch off. I don't know why.
Okay.
The
sure.
roster of Milan and the roster of Napoli is not a 20 points different roster.
Mamma mia, dude.
Yes.
But first of all, like this argument is stupid because we are 20 points behind them. And I've said, even with a full roster, Napoli still has a better roster. Now, if actually we kept Kessi, maybe kept Romagnoli and added another player, a really good player, like maybe a Raspadori or a Vicha or whoever,
I'll take care of it.
it'll be completely different. Maybe we got a good striker.
We don't have a 20 points difference roster from Napoli. Shut
Mamma
up.
mia.
That's it.
Mamma mia.
We don't have it. This
Like-
is an inflated
That's
season.
the reality
Stop
of
it.
that's the
No, this is
reality
an
of the matter.
inflated. No,
And this is a stupid argument that you're trying to hang on to because
not an argument,
you know
it's a
that my
fact.
argument is
It's
way
a
more.
fact.
You know
It's
that
a
my
fact.
you
It's
know
a
that
fact.
my
It's not
argument
an
is way
argument.
more
No, it's not.
complex
It's
than,
not.
than
It's
this
not.
stupid
It's
fucking
not.
argument that you're
It's
presenting.
not complex. You're
Yeah,
just
yeah.
saying
It's
not
a very complex argument.
It's not
I remember.
complex.
I remember
It's the
you like
reality of
telling me that Origi
We
was going
don't
to
have-
come to Italy and
Dude,
score 20
Dude,
goals.
this
You
Milan
have no
roster is
clue
not 20
Have
points.
no clue
The difference, Roy,
how to
Roy,
judge players.
Roy,
That's your
Roy,
problem. That's your
Roy,
problem. You
Roy.
think Ali? You probably thought Ali was the best player in the world. You said Ali was going to replace Kessi.
Roy,
That's what you said.
Roy.
You think
Okay, Roy,
CDK was
dude,
going to be ready by January.
Dude, the
You
concept
do not have
Roy,
the same
Roy,
ability I have of understanding
dude,
the quality.
I
and
don't
value of
have. I
players.
don't have. I don't
That's the
care.
truth.
I don't want to have that.
And that's why
Roy.
I can say things like this,
Good,
and then
good,
and
good
then
to you,
6
Roy.
months later be
Good
completely
to you,
right.
Roy.
That's
Good to
why
you,
I
Roy.
that's why I can
Roy,
do that. I'm
Milan.
going to do the same thing next year.
Dude,
I'm going
if
to
you
tell you
talk over
exactly
me,
based.
you're not gonna
I'm
be
going to
right.
tell you the exact same with the rosters, but I'm going to tell you exactly how things are
Okay.
going to go.
That's fine. That's fine.
Perfect.
Milan and Empoli have 20 points difference. Milan and Empoli have 20 points difference. Now you're telling me that the roster of Milan and Napoli is the same difference between Milan and Empoli.
Sounds good.
Who gives a shit about this argument?
Dude, because
This
you
is
don't know
such
what
a
to say
stu-
on that.
This
You don't
is
know
a
what to say on
stupid
that.
argument.
You don't know what to say on that. You don't know what to say on that.
You're just being prideful now. That
You're
your
talking
argument.
like
First of all,
those
can you fucking
American
mute?
ESPN.
Yeah. Okay, back to the
Pundits.
American.
That's
shit.
how you're talking.
Back to
That's
the
how
American.
you're talking.
You
That's
you
fine.
guys are hanging onto your pride right now.
It's not about
But
being
it's
proud.
about pride.
Hanging
Let's
out
talk
is not
about.
pride. I think
Let's
it's just
talk.
opinion.
Yeah, you are.
There's no
Clint,
pride.
That's not
Clint,
pride.
and
who's
Lard,
this to say
you are
you're
hanging
not
on to your
pride.
pride.
The end of
You're
your
arguing.
not
life.
pride.
I don't give a fuck
That's
about
it.
this shit. I don't give a shit
If
about
you don't
Why
give
you
a
get
fuck
so
about it,
upset? Why you get so
let's
upset?
dead
Why
the
you get so
conversation
upset?
and move on.
because you're
It's not
challenging
that
me
deep, man.
because I'm having a logical conversation about facts, about numbers, about
I mean,
data,
but we
about,
brought it
about
up.
I'm giving you the
rosters.
You
numbers.
have to agree with
You
I'm
it.
guys
giving
are
you the
coming at
numbers.
me
Debate,
with
that's it.
pride. You guys
I'm
are
giving
coming.
you
I
the
don't give a
numbers.
fuck
With
about
this shit,
your
bro. It's not that
pride.
deep,
I'm
man.
giving you the
It's
numbers.
not that
man.
deep.
I'm giving you the numbers.
No. You
Milan,
guys, if you
Milan and Empoli
talk to
have
me
20
about
points
numbers,
difference.
talk to me about the difference in
I'm
rosters.
giving you the numbers.
Tell me
I'm
why.
giving you the numbers.
Tell me why you think that our bench today is anything comparable to the bench of Juventus and or Napoli. Tell me why. Come on.
Now you
Go ahead.
mentioning bench, bro. Nobody spoke about bench. You asked about
No,
rosters
but that's part of.
overall.
But
We
okay,
asked you,
okay, Clint.
bro. But let us speak though.
No.
hold
But
on,
I
let me
can't
end this
let you
argument.
speak because when
All right,
you
go
say
ahead,
when
go
you
ahead,
dismiss the
go ahead.
bench, then how can I talk to you
It's
if you're
not
dismissing
20
the bench?
points
Bro,
difference.
go
It's
ahead,
not
dog.
20 points
Shit.
difference.
You
Roy,
dismiss a
Roy,
bench of the
Roy,
team.
do you
How
understand
can we have
English?
this
Do you
conversation?
understand English? Roy, do you
Who gives
understand
a
English?
fuck who gives a fuck how
Do you
much
understand
we're going
English?
to lose the Scudetto
Dude.
by? It could be 10 points, it could
Do
be
you
5 points.
Do you
Does anybody
understand?
do you care how many points Napoli was behind us last year?
We are not talking
Non me ne
about
fotte un
caring or not.
cazzo del tuo argomento di merda.
Bro, you
So
just
why
you're
are you
just
talking?
twisting
Why are you
words,
being
dog.
part of
Like,
the argument? Why are you being
No,
part of the argument?
you are
let
the
me and
one
Clint
that is
talk
trying to
about it.
challenge me on data analytics. You
Dude,
have
I'm
no
not-
ability to do any data analytics.
Dude, I'm
That's
not
what you're
trying
showing.
to challenge me.
You're
You don't
making
have
a
any
fool out
ability.
of
You
yourself.
change
You're
the
making
words I'm
a,
saying.
you're
You
making a
change
fool
the
out of
words
yourself.
I'm
Bro,
saying.
you're switching. You're
You
Roy. You're
change-
switching
dude,
words
you
right
change
now,
the
bro.
words I'm
Nobody's saying
saying.
what you're saying, dog. You all over the
Dude,
place.
you're
Stick to the
you're putting
script.
on my mouth things that I'm not saying.
Come on,
You're
bro.
putting
Like
on
all
my
the
mouth
stuff you're talking about
things that
that,
I'm not
Roy.
saying.
Nobody said that. Like,
Okay,
let's
okay.
speak like
That's
men.
What are the
You-
facts
Your
today?
argument, your
What are the
argument is
facts
so
today?
weak that you change my
What-
words. You
What
say
are
you're
the
saying this.
what are
this.
the facts today? Tell me
My
what are
the facts
today?
that I'm telling you that the
Tell
roster
me the
of Napoli.
facts.
I'm telling you the roster.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
telling
and
you.
this is something
ro-
that I could have told you 6 months ago.
Well
So
done.
what? What? This is a
Do you want a
stupid
medal?
argument.
Do you want a medal? Do you want a medal?
You're the one that is
I'll send-
presenting there. I
I'll
would have
send you.
told. I would.
My
If you would have asked.
argument,
If
Roy,
you would have
my
asked me
argument-
6 months ago, is Napoli a roster that is worth 20 points more than Milan? I would have said no. Obviously, this argument is stupid as fuck. What
That's
kind
not
of
a
argument? Who
stupid
cares
argument.
how
That's
many
not a
points we're
stupid
behind?
argument. That's
We're
not a stupid
behind,
argument.
and 20 points
That's not
is
a
a lot.
stupid argument.
It is.
That's not a stupid argument.
It is a
That's not a
stupid
stupid
argument.
argument.
Why
It
is
is.
this stupid?
That's
Like,
not a
hold on, I'm
stupid
trying to
argument.
understand something.
It
No,
is
I'm
a
trying to
very
That's not a
stupid
stupid
argument.
argument.
Let me
Very
add this. Let me
stupid
add this.
argument.
That's
I'm
not
trying
a
to
stupid
understand
argument. It
Why,
makes you
why,
look
why is
stupid.
why is the
but it's not a
argument
stupid
Extremely
argument.
stupid.
why is the
Extremely
argument
stupid.
considered stupid if it doesn't go in your point? But you have your opinion.
What do
We're
you mean
just
my
explaining the
point?
ideas behind it. You
Of
don't have
course
to
it goes
agree
in
with
my
it.
point.
But no,
No,
hold
it does
bro.
not go on
me
your
say this,
point.
though. Let
Does
me
not
say
go on your
this
point.
because to condescend and be like, oh, it's stupid or it's like childish, bro. Like, you
Yeah,
know,
if
the
you're
end
gonna
all be all,
challenge
bro.
me on my, if you're gonna challenge me on my analytics,
I'm
but
challenging you,
not,
man. I'm
not
challenging
only,
you. But you
not
don't know
only,
what to say.
bring
You
you
don't know
valid
what to say.
opinions
the
to the
fuck,
joint,
I don't
like,
need to
come
say.
on,
I can
this
just
shit.
show you.
Just debunk.
Dude,
Listen,
but
I don't
I'm
need to
showing
say
you.
anything.
I'm showing you.
All you
You're
have to
showing
do-
me now.
Anything.
You're
all you have
telling.
to do, bro. Hey, Roy, all you have to do is debunk it. There's no name calling or saying it's stupid or like.
Bro.
There's none of that.
Whatever. I
It's
don't
stupid,
give
dog.
a. Anybody can talk however they want. If you want to start
Yeah,
insulting
sure,
me,
all right,
go
ahead,
ahead.
dog.
I don't care if you want to start
Yeah,
insulting me. But let me tell you, at the end of the day, my analytics were 100% correct. And
No,
you
they
guys
weren't.
Oh no, they weren't. Okay.
They
And
weren't.
you guys here are the ones crying.
They weren't.
Milan
I'm
is
not
better.
crying.
Milan is
Milan is
You are the
better.
one crying, man. You are the one that does not accept the fact.
20 points behind, and yet I have to hear Andon saying that Milan is a better team this year.
No,
than
no one is saying that, man. No one is saying that.
Yeah,
See,
I know you are saying
dude,
saying
but
that we are not our roster
Roy,
is not.
Roy, you can
let
call
me-
me. Listen, you can
like-
call me. No.
I
You
know,
can
I
call
know.
me
I know,
stupid.
I
But
know.
you should not put words that I didn't say.
I know, but you were saying that Milan's roster is not a roster that is worth 20 points behind Napoli.
It's
That
not.
is a semantic argument. That is
No,
not.
that's not
It
semantic.
is a semantic
That's
argument.
not semantic. That's not
It is
semantic.
a semantic. Sometimes I
That's
have
not-
to say that
that's
to
not
remind you
semantic.
guys when you
That's
guys
not
talk
not
about this
semantic.
team.
That is not
It
semantic.
is semantic
No,
because
it's
I
not.
know
Okay, why-
I would have been the
explain why
first
it's
one
a
to tell
semantic
you.
No, it's
argument.
not.
If you would have asked me in the beginning of the season, if Napoli is to win the league, where is Milan going to finish? I would have said maybe 4 or 5 points behind them. That's what I would have said. So this is because I know this.
That's not
But
semantic.
at the end of the day,
That's
that
not
still
semantic.
proves That still proves what I thought, which today is even more so than I thought, that Napoli built a super team. And Milan can do the same thing. They just have to be humble, unlike you guys, and they have to do it right. They have to get the right players and do the right thing. If they fuck up again, it's going to be the same thing. And next year, instead of talking about how great Milan is, we're going to be talking about Milan being 20 points behind Napoli is not the reality of the facts.
It's not.
That's the truth.
It's not the reality of the rosters, man. It's that's true.
That's a low level argument, man. Low level argument.
It's not. I don't want to make a high level argument.
Yeah,
man.
but with me you should.
I'm giving you the fact. That's the fact. The two rosters are not 20 points different.
I would have told you this like before you.
Going back to what Roy
No,
just
well,
said.
actually,
So how do we explain? No, because when you just you mentioned, you throw loosely the word super team. So how do you explain within the span of 10 days we beat them back to back? It's due to what?
5-0. 5-0 in total.
And
because,
5-0. So
because I told you guys
5-0.
because I told you guys and that in a sprint we can beat
Okay.
any team in the fucking world, even Real Madrid, even Manchester
But
United,
we beat them
Manchester City.
twice in 10 days.
That doesn't matter shit.
Twice. It
In a
matters.
marathon,
It
where there's a
matters.
million
Okay,
variables,
Roy.
It matters.
and you don't
super-
play Napoli every single fucking Saturday, where you're playing Empoli, you're
A
playing
super
Cremonese,
team.
you're playing Juventus. In a
Okay.
marathon, we do not have a roster
Okay.
that has the ability to
Bro,
do
this
that.
is football. We're
Dude,
talking
but
about
a
the
super
UCL,
team.
one of the most
sorry,
crucial
no,
games
Clint,
in the season.
Clint.
We still talking about marathon and sprint. We
Roy,
talk about a UCL.
You don't
Roy.
are you not understanding my
Roy,
comparisons
I
here?
understand. I understand.
They're very
your-
simple to understand.
Roy,
Come on.
Roy,
I know you
Roy.
understand them.
Roy, I understand your comparison. A super team should be able to sprint and do a marathon.
Yeah, correct.
So it's not
But
a super
Napoli is
team.
not able to do
It's
that.
not a super team.
Napoli can also beat you in a sprint if they get things
No, they
right.
can't.
Yeah.
If they
If
get things right.
If they
And
get
I'm
things
telling
right.
you, Milan can beat you in a marathon if they get things right.
Yeah.
Not this season. Not this season.
No, and Napoli.
Not this season.
Oh,
Napoli
not
not
this
this
season. Okay,
season.
that's your explanation. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I told you why. Because in order to do that,
And I told
In
you why
order to
Napoli
do-
is not a super
in
team.
order to do
And I
that,
told you why
in
Napoli is not
order
a super
to do
team.
what you just fucking said,
And
you
I
need
told you why
Origi.
Napoli is not a
You need
super team.
Origi to do at least half.
I told
No,
you why
you guys
Napoli
are-
is not a super team.
Okay,
I told
okay,
you why
okay.
Napoli is not a super
Now,
team.
in order for us to try and win a marathon, we would need Origi to do at least half of what you thought he was going to do. But he's not
No,
even
we
doing that.
need Mike
He's
Maignan to
doing
be there.
1%. He's
I-
doing
we need-
1%.
We need Mike
We need
Maignan to
Mike
be there
Maignan
the
to be
entire
healthy
season.
for the
Okay.
whole season.
Entire
Di
season.
Lorenzo today has 9 goal
Good team.
contribution.
Good
The whole-
team.
guys, listen to this. Listen to this stat, and listen to how fucking stupid you guys sound. Listen to this stat. But Napoli's defense has more goal contributions, twice more goal contributions than all of our fucking bench.
And
Put
still
that-
they're losing to
put-
us.
Put that, yeah, because in a sprint we can beat them, but not in a
So they're
marathon.
not. So they're
But they're
not
not a super
That's
team.
not a
So
super
they're not a
team.
super team.
They're
So
not
That's
a
a
super
Okay,
super
team.
okay, but okay, guys, but okay, guys, listen to me. I told you the difference. Now,
Dude, I know the
in a
difference.
sprint, we can
I
beat them, but in a
dude.
sprint, they can beat us too.
And I told
can.
you a super team.
No, they
can
did.
Be,
They beat us
They
the first
can.
round, their first game of
But
the
that's
Serie A.
not
they
and
beat
we,
us.
We're playing the
Roy, and we are not a super team. I'm telling you, Napoli is not a super
Yeah.
team.
Napoli is a super team. Yes, it is. It
Okay,
is.
you decided it's a super team. Okay, that's
It is
fine.
a super team. Now,
Fine.
the thing, if you put Napoli's roster like in Real Madrid, they would win the Champions League easily. They would have beaten us easily. But because Napoli has things missing as a club, as an institution, they can't do the Champions League yet. They have to get to this point many more times.
wouldn't
before
that
they-
limit them from being a super team? Like you're just throwing around?
No, it is a super team. The qualities
Okay.
of the players they have is a super team. And listen, if they keep the same squad, I'm telling you, and they add more, and we fucking go with players that you guys think are going to score 20 goals and end up scoring 3 goals instead, then it's going to be even worse next year. I'm telling you right now. If Maldini and Massaro don't get their act together this summer and fucking inject this team with serious quality, the arguments that you guys are having today are going to be nothing compared to the arguments you're going to be having next year. You guys are going to be crying.
Dude,
Okay.
I don't need. I
So
don't need
fucking
arguments.
pray.
I don't need
Fucking
arguments,
pray
man.
that we're not getting another Origi 20 guy.
Dude, the only Roy, next season, the only thing I want Mike Maignan to play the entire season.
Yeah, Mike
That's the
Maignan is
only
one
thing.
guy.
I
He's
don't
one player.
see. Yeah,
You
that's
need-
the only
you
guy
need
I want.
25 other players, though.
No, I want just Mike Maignan. That's the
Okay.
only thing I want
So-
for Christmas
Yeah,
next
okay,
season.
okay.
That's the only thing I want for
Wow.
Christmas.
What a deep take.
I don't want anything else, man. I don't care about Maldini buying
Yeah,
other players. I want
yeah,
Mike Maignan
and
to
that's
be
not going to
healthy.
be enough. It's not going to be enough. for
Okay, that's
Visalia.
fine. That's the only thing I want.
It's not going to be enough for Visalia.
That's fine. That's completely fine.
Last game Mike Maignan played in the Serie A, we tied the game. We couldn't score. We couldn't score
That's
for
fine.
shit. So it doesn't
That's
matter.
fine.
We lost 2 points. Napoli got
That's fine.
3 points.
That's fine.
So
I don't mind. I don't mind.
If you want to have a serious conversation,
I want
they,
Mike Maignan all
they
season.
need to have Mike Maignan. Sportiello is very good. That's a step in the right direction. Because if the goalkeeper is injured, we need a second goalkeeper. Then Theo Hernandez needs a better replacement. Origi, Rebic need to go. These 2 players need to go. And they need to be replaced with 2 hungry young players that are ready to fucking give her all and that are the next champions of the future. We need to get another midfielder that is a kick-ass midfielder and maybe replace Messias with a real, very good offensive right back. We need to get a striker. We need to get a fucking striker that is not 40 years old. So you guys are completely into everybody thinks I'm into my feelings, right? But the truth is you guys are into your feelings. And I'm just being extremely realistic about the situation.
No,
Roy,
that is
Roy, you're
tell me one thing I was wrong about right now.
Roy, but
Tell me one
thing. Like we never say
Tell
this.
me one thing I was wrong about right now.
Roy,
Tell me one
you know
thing I
what
was
you are
wrong
wrong.
about.
No, let me
Tell me one thing I was wrong about.
Listen,
Tell
hold
me
on,
one thing I was
let me
wrong
add this.
about.
The whole
Everything.
time, son. Listen, you're the one doing the dead calling, dog.
Sorry,
You're the one
Clint.
doing the dead call. Nobody's
You
gonna
put
say
on
it.
our
Nobody's
words
gonna call
things.
nothing. You're the
You put
one
on our
saying all
mouth
this
things that
shit.
we never
First
say,
thing
man.
about. We've been
Sorry,
caught.
Clint. Roy, stop flipping the fucking pan, man. You put on our
Tell me one thing I said I was wrong about right now.
Dude,
Come
but
on,
we've
go
been
ahead.
saying these things before you, man.
Okay. So you
I've been
already
saying-
knew. So you
I've
already
been
knew
saying
that
2
Milan
years.
wasn't a team that was really ready to win the
Dude,
league this year.
I
So you already
knew
knew.
that.
So
I
what are
knew
we?
that.
So what are we talking about? What?
I'm talking about, dude, I explained it to you 100 times. This roster is not 20 points difference by Napoli.
Mamma mia! But this is such a childish conversation, bro.
Dude, it's not a
If you
childish
would have
conversation.
right,
It's
difference-
not a child.
let me tell you the
No,
difference.
can
I
I
tell you the
explain you why it's not a
difference
childish
Can I
conversation?
tell you
Can
the
I
difference?
explain you? Can I explain you why it's not a childish
Okay, but
conversation?
then you have to give me 1 minute of being
I'm
quiet.
gonna give you what I give you the whole night, man, because I don't give a shit anymore. I'm
Okay,
just
okay,
gonna
go ahead,
explain
go
you
ahead.
why it's
Explain
not a
it,
stupid
explain it.
conversation. Because if we don't have a cursed season like we had this season,
Okay.
we are 6 points from Napoli, and considering the history of that club, they will crumble. That's the reality. Even with a roster that is better than us, they will crumble and lose the league.
No. Okay,
No,
first
that's your
first of
opinion.
all, again, you need to have a roster to be able to do what you're saying to do. Last year, with Kessi, Romagnoli, we did have that roster. Those 2 players were not replaced. Our roster is weaker, much weaker. And also we had Ibra for much more of the season last year. So our roster is extremely weaker when it comes to a marathon. And the other thing that that the big difference between me and you, that in the beginning of the season, I would have told you that the difference between Milan and Napoli maybe is 5 or 6 points. You instead would have told me that Milan was going to win the league easily. Like,
Yeah.
So I'm very conscious of the value and the difference in value of the rosters. That's why the things I say, I'm very careful about them, and I'm quite accurate about them also, because I take all of that in consideration. I never said
Me personally, though, to be honest, I think to be able to give an overall, like to make that assessment of Napoli being a super team for me, I'm just gonna have to see their follow up the following year. You feel? Because
okay.
to be listen, let me add this, and the reason why I say this is because I see Milan prior year, they're able to win the Champions League, still a young team. I mean, win the league the following year. If we can even make it to the semifinals, if we can look in that 2-year span, I want to also have Napoli in that comparison, going forward. And we'll see from there if they're a super team. Either they do a Scudetto back-to-back, or they do Scudetto Champions, or even this year.
Yeah.
They do Champions League and Scudetto, and then next year they're deep.
I don't think they're going to get the
Then I'll be
Champions
able
League.
to, maybe side with you on that assessment. That just means
I don't think this year they're going to be able to do the Champions League thing. I don't know. Knock on wood. I don't want to jinx it, but I don't think so. But maybe next year. It really depends who they face. But again, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say it even before the summer mercato. So if we have to get back to this conversation, I can go back even further behind.
I have Floki come in and rewatch the whole thing.
Okay. Yes. If Napoli keep their players and add on, it's going to be bad news unless we have a mercato that is better. And guys, this is what I'm talking about. If in order for Milan, and now here I think Clint will agree with me, the other guys won't. In order for Milan to be fucking great in Europe, we need to have competition like Napoli that pushes us to be that great. So that's why all this anti-Serie A narrative is so stupid in the end of the day. It's so let's destroy ourselves. Let's want all our rival teams to be shit so we can make fun of them. Our rival teams need to be extremely strong so we become stronger than them, and that translates into Europe. That's why I'm kind of excited if we can build a team that is stronger than this Napoli today, then we will become a super team also, because we are already equipped with the Champions League and we will be equipped for the Serie A. But it needs to be done. Words are cheap. Words are cheap. What I'm hearing right now is a lot of words, but we need action here.
I think we have, again, the game next week. Let's see from there, because I feel like if you can't, you use the whole sprint marathon things, fine. But I think even within that sprint, if that sprint is really crucial to your long-term goals, which I think this should be, because to cement Napoli as that next super team, you should be able to be moving past a team that you're 20 points beyond, whatever, in one of the most important tournaments in club football. And if you're not doing that,
Saki's Milan was considered one of the best teams in history. We didn't win every game that we played against Juve, Inter, or Napoli.
But we won the tournaments, or we went past the things that mattered. This is not like a regular league game.
Yeah, but Saki team was not set.
I'm talking about the Champions
League. But Napoli's about to achieve that.
Napoli's
about to achieve that. Napoli's about to achieve that. Even Ancelotti, even Ancelotti, under Ancelotti, we struggled against Juve. They had our numbers.
What is Napoli going to achieve, man? What is Napoli going to achieve?
Yeah, they're going to win the Scudetto, and
other teams have achieved that, man. Don't make it like
okay. It's not a big thing. Okay, so we don't care. Okay.
No, I'm not saying I don't say I don't care. The way you talk, man.
Where are you going with your conversation?
Dude, the way you talk is like Napoli is doing something incredible, and I'm
explaining.
They are.
They're
not.
They are. For a team from the south of Italy, put in the ropes of the northern Italian teams, it's a big thing, and it is more usual for Inter, Milan, and Juve to win the Scudetto. When you have these outsiders winning the Scudetto, it is a great thing. You don't want to see it because, I'm a lover of football, the sport, and I can also be an AC Milan fan.
What are you talking about, man? I'm not saying that it's not good Napoli winning the league, man. I'm not saying that. I'm saying they are not winning a trophy that no other team has won before. They are winning some. They are doing a season that Inter of Conte done, Juventus of Allegri is done, Ancelotti is done, fucking Roma is done. No, you are saying this team is making 120 points, man. The way you're talking. These guys are making the same amount of points any other team in the last 20 years.
Are you sure? I want to check that because I don't think that is true. I don't think that they have the same numbers that we had during this part of the season. I think that is a lie. I think I think you said that and it sounds true, but I think if we actually look at the numbers, it's probably not accurate. I don't think so. First of all, they have conceded only 15 goals. By this time of the season, we were at least close to 30. Because then we went 10. We finished the season with 31 goals. And the last 10 games we didn't get conceded on. So around this time of the season, we had conceded 31 goals. 31 goals more or less. And they are instead at 20 goals. So you see big difference.
21.
No, goals for BT 21 goals. 21 goals. Goals for 66, goals for it doesn't matter. And points and victories, I don't think we're the same.
Can I say something?
Don't lie about this stuff, man.
Dude, but I'm not saying that they are doing exactly the season that we've done. They are doing things that other team has done already. Allegri has won a league.
No, not play like this. Not play like this. No team in Italy. The last team I saw play like this in Italy was Ancelotti's Milan.
Oh my God. Sarri's Napoli was playing better than this one. Didn't win because they had Juventus and Allegri in front of them.
Yeah, that's true.
Not
You
a
don't think
chance.
you don't think Sarri's
Yes.
team was playing was actually like a better team than this Napoli?
Not a chance. Not
Yeah.
a chance.
They don't have a competition this season, and they won it. Sarri
They
had
don't have
big competition.
competition.
No, they
Okay.
don't have because we didn't show up.
I
Juventus
love this.
didn't show up.
Guys,
Inter didn't show up.
Guys, check this out. Next time we talk about Juventus's reign, the conversation will be Juventus didn't have any real competition.
No. I never say that.
Come on,
Don't
stop,
don't put
man.
in my mouth things that I never say.
Is Leao not competition for Vicha?
Dude, you
Is
are
Di Maria
Roy,
not competition?
bro. You are a
Not
joke.
able,
You are a
Igala.
joke. You are a joke, man.
You know, are
You
these
are a
guys
joke.
not competition?
I'm not giving
And what
you any
happened?
answer
And what
now. You're a
happened?
joke,
And what
man.
happened when
You're a
Leao
joke.
and Vicha?
You're
They
a
were on the
joke.
same page for the first time. What happened?
Yeah.
It
Vicha
turned into a
has
4-0.
30
It turned into
goals.
a 4-0 and then 1-0.
Vicha has 30 goal contribution. Where's Leao? Where's Leao, man? Where's Leao's
sure.
numbers? He went 10 games without scoring a goal. How are you
You're-
guys satisfied with this? I can't believe you guys.
no one-
You guys want to gloat on.
Roy, you are a joke, man. You're not gonna get any answer from
I'm
me
a
right now.
Milanista,
I'm
Roy.
sorry, man.
That's
You're
all I'm
not
gonna
getting
tell
any
you.
answer from me right
I'm a
now.
Milanista.
No, sorry, man. I just
You guys
just
hate
gave you.
the fact-
I'm not
guys
hating
hate the
anyone, man.
fact that I
Dude,
have
I'm not
the-
hating anyone, man.
You guys
I'm
hate the
not
fact that
hating.
I have this incredible ability to
No, you
analyze
don't have.
the value and
Sure.
quality of rosters to a T. Instead of fucking actually listening to me and learning, you want to argue with me.
Dude,
That's
What
why
would
you
I
guys
from
are
you,
Dude,
bro?
I
That's
told you.
books.
I told you that the
okay.
the Napoli Sarris is better than this one.
Yeah, that's
they didn't.
cap.
They
Cap.
didn't win.
Not
They
true.
didn't win because Juventus was there
Yeah,
giving
yeah.
them competition.
Okay,
This
sure.
Napoli, with the team that it gives them competition, will not win the league.
Yeah, that's bullshit. Everybody
Nah,
knows
yeah,
that's bullshit.
Okay, that's fine, that's fine.
Milan this year, Milan this year just did not have a roster to do it. But Inter could have been Juve. Napoli just has a better roster. Like they built the team perfectly. They built a team that whether it's the first lines or the second lines, nothing changes. Pretty much nothing changes. And that's how you fucking build a team. We built a team that when the second line
Perfect
comes
team
in,
wins all the
we
titles in the season.
build
Perfect
us.
team wins at Tripleta.
Okay. So
Napoli is not
Inter
even
is
close
the
to that.
greatest team. Okay, Inter of 2010 is the greatest team of all the universe, according to Andon right now.
Yeah,
So-
he's one of the best teams.
So say
Inter
it. Say it.
2010.
Yeah. Okay. Good. All right. So
What's so funny about that?
yeah,
Just
yeah,
see the team they
okay.
have.
yeah. No, I'm glad you admitted that. I'm glad you admitted that. It's.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
glad.
because-
I'm
because
glad you go to the.
what's
I'm
even-
glad you go to those
for-
extremes when you're put under pressure.
From my understanding, when you build that type of super team, you should be winning all your trophies, meaning your Coppa Italia. You shouldn't. Napoli should not be
You should
eliminated
beat
out of the Coppa
Cremonese.
Italia, quote unquote, if you have a super team.
What?
Explain that.
Say again. Say again.
You say Napoli has a super team, their bench and all
Yeah.
that. Then it should have been
Yeah.
eliminated like competition, like freaking like a Coppa Italia. You should be competing on all three fronts
Yeah,
as
but
a super
Coppa
team.
Italia,
Because you keep
guys,
mentioning bench. Let's be honest.
Motivations are.
Okay.
I mean-
now we flip flopping now.
No,
I'm
but
asking you
Coppa
for-
Italia, you're talking about the Donald Duck Cup here, bro. Let's talk about the Serie A.
Okay,
the
so that's the
Champions
Donald
League,
Duck Cup. Oh, fine. I know I call it Mickey
Well,
Mouse
well, we
Cup,
go fucking
but
be by
according to you,
Torino.
okay.
So
We are
so-
not a
so-
super team. No one is saying we're a super team, man.
Yeah. Listen.
We are
listen,
arguing about
listen,
your idea that
listen,
Napoli is a
listen.
super
It-
team, and it's
super
not.
team. It is a super team. You
No,
guys
it's
just don't want
not.
to accept
It's not.
And
It's
this is
not.
the beginnings of a super team. This is the beginnings of
Oh,
a
the
super team.
beginning.
So
Okay,
pray that Osimhen goes to England, Vicha goes to Spain, and the champions of
So
Napoli
you,
all go
so
away
you can
from
win
it.
your point. That's
Yeah.
that's
Pray,
you
pray
That's
that
you
the
praying.
competition in Serie A goes down.
No,
So-
you
so next
pray.
year you can tell me, I told you Napoli wasn't so good.
No. You were praying so you can cover your ass.
No. What
Yes.
I am praying,
You're praying. You're
What
praying
I
so
am
you can
praying-
cover your ass.
what I'm praying is for Osimhen to stay, for Vicha to stay, for
Yeah,
the
yeah.
competition in Italy to be the best in Europe. That's what I'm praying for. I don't want a weak Napoli. I don't want a weak Juve. I don't want a weak Inter.
No one wants.
I
weak
want the
Napoli.
strongest in
Dude,
Europe,
no
and I want
one-
Milan to beat the strongest teams in Europe directly from Italy.
Dude,
That's
you-
what's going to make us win 7 or
Roy,
5
Roy.
Champions Leagues in 7 years.
Roy,
That's how you do it. Not
Roy.
with this fucking. I hope Napoli's gonna suck.
dude.
I hope
no,
Juventus
no,
is
no,
gonna
no,
suck.
no.
and all
Roy,
this
Roy,
bullshit.
Roy.
These are
You
children's
basically
takes.
gave me right. You gave me right because you're saying Milan is shit, Inter is shit, Juventus is shit this season. So basically, you are telling me that I am right. Napoli is winning the league because
Yeah,
the competition is shit.
They're weaker than Napoli. Yeah, 100%.
So that's why they're winning the league.
Wow, like what a genius.
Yeah.
What a
why.
fucking genius. So my whole argument is, guys, listen to me. My whole argument is Napoli is stronger than the other teams, and Laird says bullshit. It's the other teams that are weaker. Like, what kind of fucking argument? It's like you're saying the same thing I'm saying, pretty much. Like, come on, Laird, wake up, my man.
No, I'm not saying the same thing, man. I'm not saying the same thing.
You're saying the same thing, but from the other angle.
Stop saying. I'm telling you.
Yes, Napoli is a super team. It's
stop
a super team.
Stop putting in my mouth.
Milan,
No.
Milan's last year squad was not as strong as this Napoli.
Roy, you need to understand something. That Napoli.
I understand everything perfectly.
Listen, no, you don't understand, man.
Napoli, no, you're still here fighting a losing.
I'm not losing, man. I am right. Napoli is not making
right.
those points playing against Milan every week. Napoli is making those points playing against Sampdoria, Cremonese, Verona, Spezia, Lecce, Salernitana, Empoli, Monza, Sassuolo, Torino, Udinese, Fiorentina, Bologna, Atalanta,
Juventus, Roma,
Lazio. Inter, Milan. So no, listen to me.
They're making the points against everybody. Essentially, they got points against Milan. They got points against Juve. They got points against Roma. They got points against Atalanta, against Fiorentina. They got points against everybody.
Listen to me, and I'm telling you that Napoli,
playing
these teams, is having numbers. They are a good team, not a super team.
I'll tell you exactly what's
going on. No. Listen to me.
I'll tell you exactly
Milan is having numbers of an average team, even though it's not.
Milan is having numbers of a team.
I need to finish.
No. Let me say it properly because you don't say it properly. Milan is having numbers of a team that is with a poor roster, first of all, and that has also been unlucky when it comes to the injuries. That's the reality. Napoli is having numbers of an excellent roster. And an excellently managed squad that is nobody's having injuries. Everything.
It's not an excellent roster. It's not an excellent roster.
They bought all players with no history of
it's not
injuries.
An excellent roster. It's not. Okay. It's not because they lost 3 games and draw 2. That is 5 games.
Yeah, out of 30.
That's not excellent. No, that's not excellence. That's not excellence.
Okay.
That is not excellence.
Yeah.
So Roy, let me say this. So if they drop, they drop.
Well, you've risen the bar quite high.
Let's say.
What is excellent? Who is excellent?
They drop out the UCL and they win they're winning the Scudetto. How different is this Napoli from Juve, Inter, and all these guys? Like, how is this going to be considered a super team?
Well, first of all, they're doing it in style. First of all, and they're playing some of the most brilliant football that many of us football lovers have seen in decades. And also for us who know the ins and outs of how.
I don't know. You said decades.
Stop about
decades, bro. Come on, bro.
For us, well, not better than Barcelona in my opinion, but they're pretty close. But for someone that actually knows how rosters are built and how you build a roster, for me, it's an excellent job. Excellent. A+. Fucking plus.
Roy,
you put this roster
on Bayern. Too much of that Napoli Kool-Aid. Dog.
You put that's great. That's great. Good job. You put this roster in Real Madrid. Real Madrid is winning everything.
We heard this. Okay, can we close this? I want to say the last thing.
We're not closing anything.
Okay, you keep going. I'm going because I don't want to talk about Napoli the whole night.
Okay, thank you. Please,
dude. I just want to say something. So the average point Napoli has collected this season is 74 divided 29.
Yes. Sorry. Since these people in chat are fucking with me. Yes, I'm going to say it again. If Napoli keeps the same players and they add other champions, guys, you're going to be crying next year. So you want to be all cute and funny? You want to make fun of me? Look at you guys.
Napoli is going to cry this season when they lose to us. They're crying.
Champions League. I would have been the first one to tell you that in the Champions League we are the favorites.
Yo, Paul, get your ass in here, boy.
Well,
yo, Paul, get your ass in here, man.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Paul is another one. Paul is another one. Yeah, Paul is another one. At the end of the day, I know my abilities. I know what I've done. I know what my experiences are. I don't give a fuck what Paul says about that shit, and I'm quite convinced that when it comes to the analytical game, you guys should be listening to me, not the opposite way around.
Don't open the lives no more if you don't want us to hear our opinions. Then If that's how you feel.
No, you can. I'm glad to hear your opinions, but if you're going to challenge me, you got to challenge me with something with substance, not with emotions
So
and
how
feelings.
have we said no? How have we said
Napoli's gonna cry
no?
from us
I
this
mean,
season.
what have we said? Unless you're being really dismissive about it, let's be irrational here. You brought some points, right? And we asked you these same questions because we're not saying what we're saying. It has to be facts. Like I'm asking you, like legit question. You say you have a team that's a super team, so I'm like, explain to me how is a super team right now when literally
It's a
they
super
dropped out
team.
of one competition. Like, or you saying they have the best roster. Then I'm okay. 11v11. How many players of Napoli starting the other team? Like those, I feel like those are legit questions.
No,
How
but
is
that doesn't matter,
dismissive?
bro.
Be like, oh, I don't know how to
Gattuso wouldn't have started in fucking Guardiola's Barcelona. What does that matter? It's the players you have and how they complement each other, and what happens when you take one player and you bring in another one. Like that is what is important. Again, you put out Giroud and put in Origi. Big difference, huge difference. You take out Osimhen, you put in Simeone or Raspadori, these guys are still going to produce. These are players with double-digit numbers. These are players that in Serie A have showed that they have double-digit numbers already.
Who has double digits in Serie A? Raspadori doesn't have double digits.
Raspadori last year finished the season with 17 goal
No,
contributions.
now last season.
And Simeone, bro,
This
listen
season
to what I'm
doesn't have-
saying instead of talking with your feelings. Raspadori is a player in Serie A that is capable of producing double-digit numbers. Simeone, because he's proved it. Simeone is a player that can do double-digit numbers, and he's proved it. Our players, Origi has never proved it in his career that he can do that. Lazetic is too young to do that. CDK, he did, but we know that CDK wasn't going to be ready. Rebic is not a player that can regularly do that. So these things matter. And you have to calculate them. You guys don't. You guys don't.
He's not doing it this season.
Raspadori this season has 7 goal contributions.
He has only one season with 10 plus goals. What the fuck are you talking about?
Raspadori's last
only
season,
one season with 10 plus.
How
goals.
old is it? Yeah, Raspadori's last season was the season that he consecrated himself in the Serie A. Raspadori last season fucking beat us a few times also, and the season before. And I know for some reason, like you're going to lose this argument so poorly in the future, bro. You do not understand how much pie on your face you're gonna have when you.
Raspadori hasn't done shit in Serie A this season.
Okay, listen to me. Your boy Origi 20 is getting paid twice as much as Raspadori, and he hasn't done. He's done less than Raspadori. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So listen to me closely. Listen to me. Listen to me closely when I talk. Listen to me closely when I talk.
Or they have Giroud, the same goal contribution in Serie A.
And then you have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
Okay,
Giroud,
Dad.
Giroud, okay, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Giroud, because you guys don't want to pay attention.
My boy is vexed.
Giroud is a guy that will produce 12 goals, 13 goals if he has a good season, but heavy goals, right? That's what we've seen from him throughout his career. Origi doesn't produce anything, right? Raspadori is a player that can produce double digits in a context that fits him. Simeone the same.
Proven player in the Champions League.
If you put when Raspadori was asked to fill in Osimhen's shoes, he fucking allowed Napoli to go through the group stages. Okay, that's huge. That's huge. We saw that last year, the way he played, his abilities. Raspadori is a player that can produce easily double digits. Simeone is a player that has proved it more than once, but he can do double digits. Yeah, and then you're going to have a shitload of pie on your face in the future, bro. I'm going to remind you every time you say these things. You guys have no clue. You have no clue what you're talking about. You have no clue what you're talking about. No clue about what you're talking about.
You don't have a clue.
You do not understand that the reason why Raspadori doesn't have those numbers this year is because essentially, first of all, he was injured in this period right now, but essentially Osimhen right now is the second best striker in the world. It's like the Theo Hernandez. You can have a great second left back there, but he's still going to be sitting on the bench 90% of the time. So
excuses.
Yeah. Osimhen is the second best striker in the world right now. Am I wrong?
Second? No, I'll say third.
Who is the first, by the way?
Haaland is the first. Okay, sure. He's in the top three. He's in the top three. Right?
Who is second?
So I'm not saying excuses. I'm talking facts here. You see, that's the thing. I say facts
Nah,
after facts.
excuses about Raspadori. You're just making excuses.
Yeah, okay, whatever. These are things, as I said, that you do not, or no, maybe you do understand them, but you choose not to understand them. So the difference in quality of our bench in comparison to Napoli is miles apart. You guys are too stuck up your asses to understand this, and you want to present to me these terrible conversations, these terrible debates, instead of actually coming to me with factual numbers and factual objective opinions. Instead, I have to hear these
But I'm
tribal.
giving you facts.
I have to- I have
hasn't
to-
But no,
produced
no, no,
double
hold on,
digits.
hold on,
Oh
hold
my
on. No,
God,
no, no, no,
Anna,
no,
you're a broken record,
I have a
bro.
question. No. It's not a broken record because if I recall correctly during this conversation, Larry did bring up questions because when you say super team, they have not reached 105 points or any of that. He's bringing you numbers. You just refuse. Or I don't know if this your elite mentality or I coach this and all that, bro. If you were, I don't know.
I have to
I
do
don't.
that
No.
because
Listen.
you
I don't know
guys,
what better say comes
even
from,
in
but
the even
from
in
my
the face of the
understanding,
reality, you guys.
we've been bringing at least scenarios that happen in real life. We're not doing
Yeah,
hypotheticals.
so am I, bro. You guys are bringing up hypotheticals. I'm bringing up what actually happened.
So when Larry tells you no. So when Larry tells
No,
you
you don't bring up.
no. When Larry
how
tells
it
no. So when Larry says Sadi's Napoli had 105 points, and at that time there was competition. They still didn't.
Yeah, it wasn't as good as
He
this.
thinks that's the best. And
It wasn't as good as
refuting
this
that. Are those not numbers? Are those not stats?
Did Saudi's
No, it was
Napoli
better.
get to a
It was
quarterfinal?
No,
of the
no,
Champions
did-
League?
they didn't get 100 points. Sorry,
No, I mean,
but
sorry.
they got a lot
90
of
was
points.
it? When like that year they lost, like were they closer to Juve?
Listen. I think there was a team, Conte's team, that got to 100 points. That roster was a great roster, but it wasn't the greatest roster that in the history of sport. Like that team was built okay. It was built good. It was just that year, actually, your guys' argument was actually really happening. Milan was built so shit that year that they were out of the picture. Inter the same. The only teams that were half decently built was Roma and Napoli. And Juventus was okay. You know, they had
And
a
this
good
season
team.
the same. And this season is the same.
No, this season we
No,
still
this
have
season Napoli is good.
this season we have a roster that comes from last season. Last season's roster was fucking ace, so we just made our roster a little bit weaker. Napoli Inter comes from a roster that won
So
the
it's just a
Scudetto.
little bit weaker. Just a little bit weaker.
From last year. Yes, we are a little bit weaker.
Just
yeah.
a little
Actually, I would say more than a little bit. Thank you for correcting me. Actually, saying
So more than a little bit. So Napoli does not have competition this season.
The absence of Kessie has made our.
So Napoli does not have
much weaker.
competition.
They do not have
competition.
Yeah, because they had built a much better roster, Laird.
Yeah, that's
If
why
Napoli would have
because
kept,
they don't have
if
competition.
Napoli would have kept the same roster as last
If-
year, and they wouldn't have made any
no.
changes,
If Napoli with
we
this
would
roster,
probably be the same in this, not the same points. We probably
if
have the same
Napoli
points.
with this roster that it has now has some competition, will crumble. So it's
it
not a
would
super
be
team.
it would
Yes, 100% they will
it would
crumble.
need to be more.
They're
They will
aggravated
crumble.
just by one loss to us.
It would
They're
be
acting
more.
like pussies. They're crying on the field.
Oh my god!
They're arguing with the referee.
These takes are
making
so
lawsuits.
poor. These takes are so bad. But listen,
No, it's not
they,
poor.
No, your takes
it
are
wa-
bad.
It's not
you
poor.
see
I'm
what
giving
it.
you facts. I'm
No, the
speaking you
fact the
that
facts
happen
are
on the
the
field.
facts are that you get high on a
Facts
victory.
that happen on
The facts
field,
are
Troy.
that when how you analyze football, you see one
No.
game and then you think that is the game that overarches the entire narrative.
Yes,
Instead of
it is.
looking at the whole picture under a microscope from the eagle's eye nest. You don't do that. You choose not to do that. You should do that, but you don't do that. So you just look at the one game and then you think that overarches the entire narrative. You see, that's wrong. That's the wrong approach. You don't analyze.
No one is looking
football
one
that way.
game, man. I'm telling you that.
Well,
if
and on
Napoli
his,
had
and on
competition-
his, and on
Dude,
his.
if Napoli had competition this season, they will crumble with this team.
And I'm confirming that
and,
fact.
and in order for them to have competition, Milan should have done better in the market.
So they're winning because the other didn't do it better. They didn't
No,
do good.
no. They're winning
No,
because
because they're
they
good.
went. They're winning because they
They
did
would not win.
extraordinary.
They would
Listen
not
to me.
win. They
They're
would
winning
not win
because
if the
they
other bring
extraordinary.
competition. No, they will not win.
No, bro, you're
They will
just
not
saying the
win.
opposite of what I'm saying. They are winning because in the market they had an extraordinary market.
No, they're winning
Well,
because the other did bad.
Because
not
they
because
bought
they
a
did-
player like Vicha Veraskilya, who's almost 30 goal contribution for 11 million. That
They will
already
lose
makes
the
it.
league. They
That
will
makes it
crumble.
an ace. Yeah, okay, whatever.
will
If I don't do
No,
it,
it's not
you
a
do
if.
it.
I've seen.
I don't do
I've
Narnia.
seen it already. It's not a
I
if.
do Planet Earth. I do Planet Earth.
Dude, I've
do
seen it
Narnia.
already. I've seen it already. It's not a
I'm-
hip.
yeah, you see things
It's
in
not
your
a hip.
dream. I'm looking
Dude,
at what's
I've seen
happening
it. It's
now.
the history. There is a
Vicha
reason why
Veraskilya,
Napoli.
yeah, whatever. Vicha
They had the-
Veraskilya.
Dude, they had the best, better. They had the
And
best
history
football
says
player
that
in the
Milan
history.
wins Scudettos every
They
10 years.
crumble.
Milan
They
history
crumble.
says that Milan wins Scudettis every 10 years. So what the fuck are you talking about? Serie A is much more variables than that.
I'm
Champions League
telling
is
you-
different. Champions League is
I'm
different.
telling you, every year that Napoli had competition, they crumbled.
It doesn't matter. No, they have not. What are you talking
Yes,
about?
they have. They
Yes,
have.
they have.
Yes, they have.
They
Yes,
beat
they
Juve. They
have.
beat Roma. They beat.
Every time they had
Oh no,
competition.
they beat Lazio the first game.
Every
So they already
time-
beat Lazio.
Ah.
They beat Roma. They beat us.
talking
They
to
beat
yourself,
us.
man. I'm
They
not
beat
hearing.
us. They beat Liverpool. They beat Ajax. They beat Rangers.
Yeah,
they
all
beat
average
Juventus.
team. All
They
average
beat
team this season.
Atalanta. Yeah.
All average
Okay.
team.
All the teams in the world are average except for Napoli. Is that what you're saying?
Listen to me.
Bravo.
Liverpool
Motherfucking
is eighth
How-
in the league.
How
Liverpool
do
is
I-
eighth in the league.
How do I?
Listen to me,
How
listen
do
to me.
I have a serious conversation with
dude.
people? Bring up
Listen
these-
to me.
Is
Listen
it-
to me.
like,
Liverpool is
you-
eighth.
Are you at the
Liverpool
bar
is
right
eighth.
now, like?
Dude, Liverpool is eighth in the league. Liverpool is eighth in the league. Eintracht Frankfurt is seventh in the league.
Okay, great. Great.
Ajax is losing the league. Is 10 points behind Feyenoord.
Okay.
Scottish Premier League, Rangers is.
But
is-
when I was saying that Tottenham is
12.
not this great team,
Dude.
you're saying don't look at their position. Don't look at their
Tottenham-
position.
No, listen to me. Tottenham has more points than Liverpool.
Okay. Listen. This conversation with
I
you,
didn't
Laird,
finish.
is tiring.
No, it's not. It's
Napoli
not a
is
conversation.
Napoli had an excellent market.
Roy,
They covered Insigne's position perfectly.
Roy, it's not
Perfectly.
a conversation.
They covered the depth. From Petagna, they went to Raspadori and Simeone.
Can we talk?
Listen to me.
Are
I'm
we
giving
not
you
allowed
facts.
to talk? Are we? These are not-
Dombele came in.
Dude.
Koulibaly went out. They brought in this super
Okay.
defender kid.
I just don't.
Mario Rui.
Are we
Mario
allowed
Rui-
to talk? Are we allowed to
No,
talk?
because you're saying shit. You're saying
I
bullshit.
will.
Dude,
like,
no, I'm not
'cause
saying
Milan,
shit.
Milan lost
even-
Kessie. They
Liverpool
didn't bring
being
anybody.
eighth. Liverpool being eighth.
Milan lost
is-
Ibra. They
it's not-
didn't bring anybody.
it's not an
Milan lost
opinion.
Romagnoli. They brought
Roy,
somebody.
Liverpool being eighth is not an opinion.
Yeah, and okay. And Napoli having 20 points above us is not an opinion.
Okay.
either.
What about? Listen to me. What about this?
You use numbers when you want to use numbers for everything, Laird. Be objective on everything. Don't just
Well,
use
I'm-
numbers
I'm
on the
giving-
things you
I'm,
want.
dude,
Why you arguing with me?
I'm
You
not
lost
a-
this conversation a long time
Nah,
ago.
I
you
didn't lose. I didn't lose the conversation. I'm explaining you that the moment
You lost
Napoli.
this conversation the moment I told you in August that Napoli is one of the best rosters, and you told me, "Fuck
Roy.
you, Milan is going to win the Scudetto easily." That's when you lost this conversation.
Roy,
all of
Napoli-
you
Napoli-
lost this conversation. in August.
Napoli is
Except
a
for
team,
me.
dude.
Except for me.
Napoli.
The football analyst here, Roy. Everybody should be fucking saying good job. Instead, you guys are fucking here complaining like bitches.
Napoli is a team that beats small
Bro,
teams.
you sound like my little
That's
brother,
it.
man.
Napoli is a team that beats small teams. That's it.
Yes.
okay.
That's
Laird is
what
correct.
Napoli
So
is.
when they beat us in the first round of the San Siro, were we a small team?
You know what, Roy? You're lucky that motherfucker of Kalulu hit that post.
Ah,
Baco. You're
luck.
lucky.
Always going back to the luck.
You're fucking
Always going
lucky
back to
for
the
that.
Yeah, because in the second game we
That
destroyed them.
all that
And
argument
what about beating Juventus 5-0?
is not a big team. I'm sorry, man.
Juventus not a big team.
Yes,
not a big
Juventus
team.
is
And,
not a big team.
They play like a small team, actually.
Right,
They
right.
literally are the
Laird is
definition
correct.
of
Yes.
playing like a small
And,
team.
yes, Juventus not a big team. Yes,
They
Laird.
play
not
like
a
a
big
small
team.
team. They play like
it's
a
a
small
small
team.
You guys are clowns. You're being clowns.
They play like
Yeah.
a small team. You know
Yeah,
that.
they
You
play
say
like a
that.
small
You
team.
said it over and over.
So Serie A were no big teams.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Napoli against teams that play proper football. Juventus,
Listen, I
Inter,
would like to read.
Lazio, Milan.
I would like
they lose.
to
They
read
lose.
your chats, guys, but I have to contend with these second-grade takes here.
Okay, Roy.
And I'm literally
Roy.
here with a bunch of
Can you-
children, and I have
Okay,
to
Roy.
Yours
fucking
are
Can you-
kindergarten takes.
Can
I
you
have
ex-
to
can
teach
you
them
explain
about
a fact?
football.
Can you explain me this fact? Can you explain
What?
this fact?
Yeah, go.
So Napoli plays against Liverpool, 8th in the league. Plays against Eintracht Frankfurt, 7th in the league,
They
plays
got lucky,
against.
yeah.
No, listen to me. They play against the
We got lucky
Scottish.
too, Lard. We got lucky.
No.
too.
I'm not saying they got
We got
lucky.
lucky
They,
too. Tottenham, we
Dude.
got lucky. Tottenham. You want to talk about a shit team? Tottenham is a shit team. We got
Dude.
lucky. We got Tottenham.
dude, Tottenham is the top
As a matter
four,
of fact,
basically.
they completely
top four.
crumbled.
Okay.
Conte left. So
Roy.
I was 100% right that I was
Conte
saying.
left because
Roy,
of
I have a
this
simple question.
I
man.
was
Do you want me,
100% right.
Roy? Do you want me to ask you that question?
Yo,
Can I ask you
Roy.
the question?
No,
So,
Totti,
Roy,
I'm
add
not
the
gonna
poll.
let
They know-
fucking
Hey, Roy, they saying in the
Totti
chat to add the
Brata.
poll.
There's
if
no
people agree with
fucking
you.
way. I'm
Add
going.
a poll to the chat,
No,
man.
of course
Let's see
the
what the
chat
people
is going to
say.
agree with the low-level takes that Lard is going.
Dude,
because
it's not a.
because
Yeah,
it's
these
you don't
are
have.
simple.
Yeah, we
It's
can be
not-
your level.
It's
Guys,
a question.
Put a poll.
Can you answer
put a
this
poll.
question?
No,
Put a poll for
you
the
think
other
that's
low
going to
levels in
sway
the chat
me?
as well.
You think that is going to sway
put a
me?
poll.
That ain't going to
Clint,
fucking
I don't
sway
want to
me.
poll,
for the
man.
other low
Bruh,
levels in
you
the
think
chat.
that shit is going to sway me?
No,
Can
no.
you-
Fucking
Put a
balls,
poll
bro.
for
Give
the
me a
low
break.
level in the chat. I mean, those are the
Bro.
people that contribute to your channel.
Clint,
I think you want to hear their
Clint.
opinions, yes or no?
Clint, I would love him just to
Yes,
answer this
add the poll.
question.
Yeah,
Add
you
the
can say
poll.
that. You
Why
know?
you don't answer this question? Napoli beats. a
I'm
team
not
that-
defending Napoli. I'm just
Dude.
stating the facts about the situation in
My boy
Serie A.
drinking at that Napoli
You guys are not able to. You guys do not have the ability because you're so. Listen, you guys are super Milanisti.
You don't
okay?
have the ability to
super Milan-
reply to my
You do
question.
not have-
You
you
don't
do not have the ability to be
Paul,
objective
put the
when it
poll
comes
in the chat, Roy.
You
No,
don't
I'm
have
not
the
gonna-
ability
I'm not
to
gonna
reply
put
to
no
my
fucking
question.
poll there.
Put
There's
the
no
poll.
fucking chance. I'm putting a poll there just to hear you guys. See, I was right. These people agree
Yo,
with me.
Paul.
You
Come on,
scared.
man.
Paul, I need
You
you
were
here, man.
scared.
You think nah, bro? Listen. I'm
You were
telling you,
scared.
guys. I'm telling you. With me, you have to raise the
Boy,
bar.
this is gonna be a good
You
Friday.
have to raise.
Roy, is important.
Nah,
You're
you
not letting
scared.
us talk.
You
You're
scared.
not letting us
I am
talk.
Mike Tyson
don't
fighting
let us
against
talk.
a bunch of children.
Dude, you
in the
don't let
ring.
us talk.
I am
You
Mike
scared
Tyson
because
fighting
running away
against
from the-
junior
You're
junior
scared.
You're
boxers.
running away from the fight, man. You don't let us talk. You don't reply to our answer. You avoid our questions. You avoid the questions because you're
Yes.
running away from
Yeah,
the.
true.
Yeah,
from
Roy,
the-
you're sounding like my
You
little
just-
brother right now.
Yeah.
Talking
Just
about
you're
what
just
the
running
children-
away.
I've literally, I'm so good that I have not
Dude,
have contradicted myself.
You are
once
sucking
in
your
6
own
months.
dick, man.
You
You're
guys,
sucking your own dick.
you guys,
You're sucking
you
your
guys,
own dick.
you guys, in one
not even
fucking
letting-
3 hours, in 3 hours, you have contradicted yourself so many
Life is
times.
destroying you. In
And
this
I
Dude,
destroying
life
what?
is
tried
Yeah,
to-
yeah, amongst clowns. Of
Oh,
course,
shit.
clowns think that clowns are winning. You guys are all
Oh,
clowns.
man.
So
Dude,
that's
you're
fine.
not allowing me
Life
to ask you a
is
question.
That's the nature
Oh,
of clowns.
It's a simple
boy.
question,
The
man.
nature
Why
of
you just
clowns
scared
is
about
that
the
clowns
question?
support each other.
You don't
Why you're
even know
so
what the
scared
fuck
about
I'm
the
you're talking
here
about.
giving you data analytics that have come
No, you
proven,
haven't.
proven
Oh
with
my
God,
God, man!
and you guys
you're
are
scared
still
to
here
reply my
complaining.
question. Why
And
you
on
scared?
play
No.
one. And on 2 weeks ago was saying that Tonali and Benacer can't fucking play together, and now
Dude,
he's
why you
talking
don't
about how
answer my
great we are when
questions?
we beat
Why you
Napoli.
don't let me ask?
Yeah,
ask
because
you a
Krunic is
question?
playing
Blah, blah, blah,
alongside
blah,
them.
blah.
They
Oh,
cannot play in a double pivot.
guys.
Don't be a moron.
Take,
Don't
take,
be a
a,
moron.
take away Tonali and Benacer, put in Pobega and Vranks. As long as you have Krunic there, we're still going to beat Napoli 4-0. Give me a break.
Roy, why you don't let me ask you a question?
Okay,
Because
but
you're
ask
gonna
a good
destroy
question.
him.
Ask a good question.
It's a legit question, man. It's
Not a
legit
clown question. Ask me a
It's
good
a-
question.
It's a legit question. During this Champions League, Napoli has played all average team.
Oh, man, bro. I'm
All
No,
average
no,
team.
not true. Not true.
Well, I can prove it to you. I can
Liverpool
prove it
in
to
the Champions League is never average. Never is Ajax.
you. Dude, Liverpool has been super average this season. Super average.
Yeah, but not in the Champions League.
I don't
Liverpool,
care.
Liverpool actually in the
Super
Champions League
average.
did very well.
I had to fight Red
Extremely
John.
average.
I had to fight Red John fucking weeks to explaining that Liverpool is average.
No, I'm
and
not
and
doing
he, and he and he saw that because Napoli has played against average
that.
team
Yeah,
and scored
yeah.
and scored 4 or 5 goals against these average teams. The moment
Listen,
they play,
let me
Yeah,
ask you
see-
guys a question.
see, I cannot talk.
Like,
You're
if
running
we are
away.
so,
Why are you
how-
running away?
if we're
Why
so
are you
good-
running away?
No, let me talk
Why
in
didn't
Kevin
why
De
didn't
Bruyne's
we
voice.
beat?
Why are you running
uh,
away, Roy? Why are you
Empoli
running
4-0?
away? Why are you not
Why
facing?
Why didn't we beat Empoli
Let me
4-0?
talk.
Why you don't?
Because
why
I
you
know
not
where
facing?
you're going. It's such a
Dude,
bad
why you're not-
argument.
Dude, it's
Let's
not an
have.
argument.
Can we have
It's a-
adult conversations?
Dude,
for
it's
once?
not an argument. I'm
Why-
giving
why
you
do
facts.
we have
KDB's
to
voice.
be-
KDB's voice. Let me talk. Let me
Dude,
talk.
Why
I'm
do
giving-
we have to be in the
I'm
circus?
giving you
here?
facts.
Oh,
I'm giving you
man.
facts. I'm giving you facts. You don't want
What
to.
facts? You're not
Life
giving
is
me any any
Everything with
facts. You're not
Jesus
giving
Christ.
me any facts, bro.
And
You're not
Napoli
giving me
would-
any facts.
Until now, in the Champions League, has played against average team. the moment they play against a good team, they don't win. They don't
Yeah,
score
yeah.
5
Yeah,
goals
and this
They
is why
lose.
this is such a bad take, because you are
because
high
you don't
on,
like it.
because
you
you're
don't like it.
high on the Milan's victory, so you do not have the ability to see the whole picture. You're just looking at that one game, and that
Dude,
one game now is your entire arching
What
narrative.
about beating?
That is
Why they
such
didn't
a
beat Inter?
poor
Why they didn't beat
level
Inter? Why they
take.
didn't beat Inter?
Why did they beat Juve? Why did they beat
Why
Roma?
did-
Why did they beat Atalanta? Why did they beat us? Why did they beat Lazio in the first game? Why did they beat Fiorentina? Why did they beat all these teams that many of these teams we weren't able to beat? Lazio beat us 4-0, man. Lazio beat us 4-0. Inter beat us 3-0, then 1-0. So what the hell are you
Cremonese beat
talking
them
about?
as well, if you want to count the cup, by the way. Because you
Okay,
can't
yeah,
do
and
the
we
cup.
lost to Torino. We lost to Torino, sure.
Exactly.
Sure. So we're
what
talking
is-
about a team that was built
I'm talking
extremely
about-
well,
I'm-
which
no,
lost
no, no, no,
only
no.
a few games
I'm
in
talking-
in a marathon.
No. It's
You
not a
can lose.
marathon. It's
You
not a
can
marathon.
lose. Yeah, Serie A is a marathon. In a marathon, you can lose a few games here and there.
They
In a marathon, is the accumulation of
they
points.
they are
That's
running
the
a
difference.
marathon. They are running a marathon with a bunch of obese running behind.
Yeah,
them.
yeah, yeah.
That's
And
what
what
they-
is
that-
Milan doing? What is
Yeah,
Milan doing?
Milan is the obese guy that is running behind.
Ah,
them.
okay,
They're-
Milan
so they're not.
destroys
okay.
Napoli. That's
With
what
proper
Milan
okay,
athlete, they will
okay,
not
okay,
win that
okay.
marathon.
destroys.
Okay, okay. So we don't have proper athletes, huh? So what
No,
happened
no,
to
no.
Rigi 20?
I'm talking about that Milan was not built to compete. But Napoli is not a super team. Napoli will get schooled
Yes,
next
they are a
season.
super team.
Next season they will
Yo,
get
what's up,
schooled.
Clint?
It depends. It depends.
No,
Like-
don't cover your ass, man.
No, no,
Don't
no, no,
cover your
no.
ass.
It depends on the
Nah.
mercato.
If he's
Life
a
is
super
winning
team,
it.
if he's a super team, they will still challenge next
No,
season.
no, no, no. It
No?
depends.
They
It
will not
depends.
challenge.
There are
Guys,
many
in the chat,
variables.
press one for
You see,
life
this is
before-
another reason why you are childish and I'm not, because I'm considering the variables of the market. If Napoli maintains the same squad, adds
Bro,
more.
bro.
No. I'd let you talk. Now you let me talk.
Let's talk.
If
Let's talk
not-
at the end
no,
of the
no, no,
market.
no, no.
Let's talk at the end of the market. I get your point. Let's talk at the end of the market. Let's
Okay,
change.
okay,
let's
perfect,
change topic.
Perfect.
Let's talk at the end of the
And
market.
but before we go there, just remember what I said here, because I know now I know you guys and I know how you are. So let me just say this here.
Let's
Yes,
talk in August. We
If
don't need.
Napoli has a great market and keeps their champions, they're going to be still extremely competitive, and
And you
they
can say
still-
that in
and they're-
August.
and they're still
say that
going
in
to be
August.
the best teams in Europe, and they can still be contenders for the Champions League and the Serie A. If Milan does not or keeps the same players, if Milan does not build this summer, we will risk top 4 next year. I'm saying this right now.
Okay.
If we
let's
have
say,
a good market, then we can be up there, put pressure on Napoli, and
Right.
try to win the
you
League
say if does not matter. Let's say this in August. At the end
Who's
of the market,
Kojo?
you can-
Kojo is a troll. Kojo, you're a troll, brother.
Let's talk in August.
Yes, perfect. Let's talk in like I spoke in August this time.
Yeah,
and I
let's
was
talk in August.
100%
Let's talk in
right.
August.
I was
Let's talk in
100%
August.
right.
Yeah, let's talk. In August.
I will be exactly the same 100%
Let's talk in
right
August.
next year. And Andon, you man, I told you in a sprint. In a sprint, Milan can beat Napoli, but not in a marathon. You do not
And
understand
on the
this.
troll, bro. Oh my god.
Andon has Narnia. The clown section in Narnia has arrived with the
Yeah,
text.
you're
I'm
the
getting from
president
Andon.
there.
No, you are the president. You are the leader of the
Nah,
clowns. You have
you're the
become the
Yo,
president.
leader
if I
of
gotta
the
be a
clowns.
clown, if I gotta be a clown, I'd rather be the Joker though.
I don't
Is that
think
fair?
you're
I
a
wanna be the
clown,
Joker.
Clint.
You want to
You're-
be the
you're-
Joker?
you have
Okay,
not
okay,
achieved clown
Clint,
status yet.
You can be the
You-
Joker.
Clint
You're
Clint
nice.
has not achieved clown
You're
status.
nice. Because you are nice, you can be the Joker.
Clint has not achieved clown status in Narnia, so Clint is fine. Clint is still
Oh,
safe.
Nah,
This is
Clint,
so
Clint,
good.
accepts- Clint
Clint-
wants to be a clown.
Clint is still good.
Nah, Clint wants to
Andon
be a
has
clown.
achieved leader status in the clown
You're
circus
losing
of
the
Narnia.
debate
Hey,
in the
Lai,
chat.
Lai,
Just
bring
check
the
the
president-
chat.
President
topic,
of the
Lai.
circus.
Lai, bring another
Andon has
topic.
become the president of the
I'll let
circus.
Lai conduct this next one. Lai, bring another topic, bro.
Who is the topic is who is going to be in the final on the other side of the Champions League,
Of the Champions League?
table. Yeah, who
But
is the
on that
team that
other
is gonna
on that other side, who has a well-built roster? Who has a super team? On that
to
other
go?
side.
No. Who is
Oh,
the
it's
team
so
that is
funny.
who-
Oh my god. Guys, where are the balloons? Let me put my big fat red nose on. Where are the fucking balloons on, guys? The fucking clowns are all out today.
No, but on the other side, okay, let's be serious now. Like, what you guys feel about that Bayern like against Man City? Was it disappointment or that was just seen? How y'all feel about it?
I knew that it's gonna happen. Bayern is
Yeah, that was
really-
a terrible mistake. Ando was saying that Milan should have done the same thing, and we're telling him, look, this is what happens when you do that, Andon.
Oh, he's watching porns, man. during this.
Well, if it's clown porn, we know who is watching it.
Nah,
man, this is so
I'm playing
good.
Dota. Sorry.
Are you playing Dota?
Yeah. I'm playing a game. And
I would have accept the porn though. Better than Dota.
Nah.
No, I'm not putting no fucking Paul. Hell no, I'm not putting no fucking.
Dude,
Nah, I
with
put the poll,
the-
you
the-
lost.
Hey, Paul.
People voted
Paul,
live.
you
You
got
think-
no right.
You,
Hey,
you
Paul,
guys
need to
think
come-
that just because listen,
Paul, you need to
listen.
come defend for a reason.
Let me tell you something. If there are 20 people in a room, and 18 people have a really shit opinion on something, and 2 people are right about said opinion, just because there's 16 people that have a shitty opinion doesn't make that opinion right. It's still the 2 people
Wait,
with that
now 20
opinion.
or 18 people in the room?
Man, if that's how the
Do
world
some math.
works,
Do some math.
it'll be
But first you
crazy.
said
Oh,
20,
18,
then
yeah,
18.
18,
You're
18.
changing the math.
18,
Okay, 18.
correct.
But let's talk about the UCL.
Good job,
Okay,
man.
let's talk about the UCL. Okay, the Bayern Man City game. Where I feel.
UCL, I think it's probably going to be Real Madrid again.
Against City, you think this time Madrid is able to beat Man City?
I think Real Madrid is a smarter team than Man City, and they can beat them. Yeah.
What you think the Man City flaws are? If I don't know if people watch it, like what you think is their flaws? How do you think Man City
The
can be beat?
overconfidence, the usual problem with English teams.
I think, me personally, I think what Man City was lacking, like the previous years, to conquer, outside of Aguero with Holland, I don't know, man. I think it makes them really dangerous, right? And I don't know if it's either Bayern really played poorly because I did not see that game, or just Man City was that good. But from my understanding, from the analysis that they were giving on the game, they said the game was pretty much fair and square, which I saw. Upamecano, for me, he's always been a liability. I don't know why. So I always felt, but I personally don't know.
Listen.
I don't know.
It was a big mistake to change coach before a Champions League game.
That's what I
especially-
think is one of the downfall.
And
I think
especially
Conference
having
are
Mane and Muller on the bench. That's a
So
suicide.
so Guardiola's changed the tactics. He had less possession than Bayern. He's basically playing like Pioli. He's waiting and going. I'm not even joking, man. He's playing direct football. He's waiting.
He doesn't want to. Hey, like. So you trying to say he doesn't want to play like the old grumpy guy? That's how he caught Spalletti, right? Pioli.
No, he's not. He's giving the ball. If you see the goals that
Guardiola
the
is
goal-
playing like Pioli.
if you see the goals that he created, he gave basically they led. They were waiting. They were not pressing Upamecano. They were waiting for Upamecano to make the pass and intercept it. So they were basically waiting for Bayern to move the ball around. And the moment they get the ball, they go in a quick transition. They don't keep possession anymore. And to do so, he's playing a defender in the midfield basically. To have more to kind of get the ball on a deeper position on the field, not on a higher position. If you look at the game, you can see the possession, even the amount of passes. The Guardiola team in Champions League finished a game with 600, 700 passes a game. This game they finished with less passes than Bayern Munich, 380. Half of the usual passes they do. They finished with less possession at home. They played at home, and they finished with 40% possession. And Bayern was around 56. So they had less possession than Bayern, less passes than Bayern. Even the accuracy of the passes were lower, but they were playing direct football and going for more verticalized football, not possession and tiki-taka bullshit they usually do. They inverted. He didn't play with the fullbacks, inverted fullbacks. He played with three center backs, and the other center back was playing in front of the defense as a midfielder, and going in the line of the defenders when they didn't have the ball. So he was like he has completely changed his football in Champions League because he realized that the tiki-taka and the possession is not helping. So is basically doing kind of a mixture between what Conte's Inter, Ancelotti's Real Madrid that was going, direct football, waiting deep and going direct football, and a bit what Milan is doing with Napoli. We were waiting and going direct, verticalizing.
All right, guys, listen. Heavy topic today. Very crazy conversation. I like it when we get into conversations. I don't give a fuck about how intense it gets, but unfortunately, I do have to go. Thank you, everybody in chat that was here today. They can, Liard, you can still go on. I'm just saying bye to everybody. Like, click, and subscribe, guys. And remember, tomorrow we're playing against Bologna, and then we have a Napoli game. And having said that, guys, everybody have a great night. See you next time. Ciao.
All right, man. Yo.
Good
The
night.
court jester will stay back. The clowns amongst ourselves. We'll stay and laugh.
Dude, bro, man.
It's so funny, man.
Court jester with the court jesters. Anyway, but now me personally, man, I think I felt disappointed with Bayern, and I don't know, bro. Like it's I think Bayern has a number 9 problem. I feel like
they
have a big number 9 problem. And after what even happened with that whole Sadio Mane with Sane and all that, I think also it's kind of built with that drama. I don't think they're going to be clear of heads going into that game.
Also, Upamecano is underperforming big time.
What about, is the lead even a starter like that, Bayern? Because he's been in and out the lineup.
No, man. Bayern does not have a team that can keep possession, man. There was a reason why the other coaches was playing direct football before. Bayern does not have a team to play possession, and possession football is basically finished at the moment.
It is.
But Bayern never had it's only with Pep they had a possession football. Most of the time they have a direct football.
Yeah, and that's why they won it. Now they are trying to go possession again. They lost,
and they don't have the proper players for that. You cannot go possession against City and Pep. You have to play it smart.
Yeah, and I think, me personally, I think if City plays Madrid again, this is gonna, because the difference I see is, okay, on one end, Haaland, Man City got Haaland now, but the other end, somebody like a Vinicius Jr. is better than last year. We got players that became better than last year. And I think that's what they're going to be going up against. That's going to be complete. Somebody like Kamavinga, they gain more experience.
Yeah.
So they got a Tchouaméni now. They have like youth. It's just not a bunch of old. I think they have proper substitution that can run in. And last year it was only Kamavinga that was the backup for both.
That's why I always said that I always like what Real is doing. They're making the changes on time. They're not spending a huge amount of money, a ridiculous amount, but they're getting the one player they need every season. And to be prepared where the older guard lives.
Because you tell me that, because now I look at them, and if they get a Bellingham, then I'll say that can be like a super team. They're building a team in the future. Because that was already backed up from having.
Also, if they get a super young striker, they're going to be.
So, me personally, I feel like they are, but I just don't know, because City, they've been performing, and I feel like Arsenal might bother their league. I don't know why, but pressure might get to them.
I feel like possession football really does not win a lot in Champions League.
It hasn't even really won a lot in terms of. Let me say this. Even when we look, maybe outside that Barcelona, even when we look at that Spain, when Spain were going to these finals with that old possession since 2008, when they won actually their first European championship, it was really low scoring games. And they had top forwards, but it was really low scoring. Meaning, you can get your passing through, but it's not like a blatant disrespect where you're going 5-6-0, where Barca was able to go away with it. I think what messes up possession games now is I feel like players now are more physical and more intense compared to before. And hear me out on this. When I mean they're more intense, in terms of 90 minutes in terms of the technology of medicine and all that, people, like, the games are more like fast pace. It's no more slow. Because you can be doing all your possessions. I mean, look what Morocco even did in the World Cup with Spain. You know, you're doing all that passing around, but they're intense, they're aggressive with you. And I think that just dismantles your whole fucking game. And I think with and I can be wrong on this, but I always felt with the counter for like possession game is to not try to play like them. You got to play completely unconventional, and it throws them off. Somebody like a Pep wants to go in there thinking, okay, he will want to play a team like a Napoli in terms of if Napoli doesn't play smart, be like, we're just going to do counterattack. Because if I want to play possession game and I'm all the way open, they're going to eat you alive. But you go in there kind of how Chelsea approached them in the final, like Tuchel approached them in the final when there was Man City, Chelsea, right? Or even that Chelsea that went there with, what's his name? With Di Matteo back in 2012 when they went to the Camp Nou, or even like Mourinho, you go in there, you play conventionally. You're like, okay, you have the fucking ball, and we don't fucking care. And you don't know what to do now. Because after a while, that whole rehearse shit, I think it ceases after a while, you know, especially if you don't have somebody to really score. So, but I think them having Haaland to me is just fucking, shoo, that kid is lethal, man. Fuck. I
But
wonder
that's
who
why-
can really stop him, though, you know.
That's why you should avoid possession football with Haaland, because
Yeah.
the guy is not gonna play possession football. He wants the ball at the right moment, quick, and you need to go from defense to attack quick, without keeping the ball. And in the first part of the season, he was playing possession football. Everyone was criticizing the fact that he was not utilizing as much as he needed Erling Haaland. The moment he changes is now. And by the way, until the first half, Bayern Munich was in the game, but playing that quick and transition football helped him a lot to win the game. So now City is a bit of a different beast, I would say. So Real Madrid, City are the favorite. I will say City, because Real Madrid this season has something that does not have that they had the season before, but they don't have this season. You know what I mean? It's missing something this season. That's my
I think
point.
me personally, I think with Madrid, they don't have a proper backup for Benzema. Like, and I think if that happens, I
If
think
they
they'll
get
be
the
top. And I
proper
think that's
backup.
why people are hesitant to put them top. That, and let's say, bro, even if Eden Hazard is able to even find 40% of his skills that he had, like Chelsea, they become a completely different, like a dangerous
I
fucking
mean,
team.
but that's also Champions League heritage. You don't have to when you just have that. It's different. So again, they can lose, and like they proved throughout the past seasons, in 10 minutes they score 2-3 goals and they win the game. So they're very, very dangerous. So I still
Because-
think the final will be Real. They will play in the final again.
Against Milan, let's say that. Let's put it on the record.
Yeah,
I'll be
That
one of
would be-
those
that would be the dream.
heritage, so we can actually go halfway. We got our 8th star, even if it's not in the most beautiful way, even if we're not the super team of Europe, it's fine. But if we can achieve that, I really want to play Inter in the semi, bro. And actually, I want to beat them there.
But what you guys are saying, sorry, you guys want to play Real Madrid?
Yeah, in the final.
yeah,
Yes,
I do.
yes.
Is it not better to play City?
Nope.
No, Real.
I want
Real.
Madrid.
Why? What's the logic of?
The logic is because me personally, it's football heritage. It's not in terms of
Yes.
like, oh, we can beat them type thing. It's just more for, I think it's a proper Champions League final. I know
Listen, Laird,
from a historical perspective, not in
it's
the
not
lens
just
of the
it's
you
not just
fans.
historical perspective. It's Milan Real in Istanbul, place that owes us a lot. It's Milan against Don Carlo, the last
Dude,
person.
it's a good narrative. It's a good storyline.
It's a very good story.
Yeah.
Very feel good story.
Good storyline. That's all, you know. Yeah, because
Is it not better to beat Is not a better good story to beat City in the final?
I don't want to play because I don't want to listen to fucking English pundits. So
Nah.
actually, I want them at the picture by then. I have enough of them, bro. Like I'm getting sick of them. Like I thought, and I used to be a big Prem guy. You know, my boy Joe was at Chelsea. I'm a big Prem. No disrespect to the Prem. It's just the pundits. I can't stand them, bro. I can't, man. It's hard. It's hard to listen to them, bro. It's like fuck. Like whew. It's like damn, bro. That's how y'all really feel. And because you explained to me to this point, and I know I gave my boy Tomori a lot of shit. I give him a lot of shit, and I still do, but. You know, when you don't call him under the what pretense because he plays in Serie, I don't know. But anyway, but how you guys feel about that Chelsea Madrid game? Like, did anybody watch it? That was pretty weak.
Yeah, the Chelsea does not have a coach. I think if they had a coach, they will put some pressure on.
They have a
Not
caretaker.
just, listen, it's not just
That's
the coach.
precise. He's a caretaker. Like
Yeah, and plus
the
everything
fuck
that
is
Chelsea
that?
bought was not by plan. It was just I can have that player and get it. I can have that player and get it. I can have that player and get it.
That boy, what's his name? That boy, Boli is moving. He's moving like a Hollywood executive. That's how these Hollywood executives they do. They fire the
another
whole
thing-
crew, bringing a new
Another
actor.
thing, they extended Enzo Fernandez contract for 9 years. What the fuck are they doing?
Now you
He
got
has a
all these.
9-year
And you know
contract.
what's even crazy? If you think this is crazy, don't forget Nkunku is coming. Fucking
Yeah,
Nkunku's
yeah,
not even there
Chelsea
yet. He's coming. The other Brazilian kid is coming. Lukaku is going back.
I mean, they will sell a lot of players this summer. Maybe we can use some of them.
I think
But-
Timo Werner is going back because I don't think they sold them to Leipzig. I think he just went out on loan.
Who?
Timo Werner.
Oh,
Yeah.
But do you guys think a coach like Pioli, I'm not saying Pioli, but a profile like Pioli will do a good job, you know? Like a coach that is that does not have a name but is willing to work with this young talent.
You
Chelsea?
need new owners.
For
You need
Chelsea.
new owners
Yeah, he will do
because
an
I don't
amazing
think
job.
they have the patience, especially him. Because you gotta understand why Bowley got into the game, right? I read something clearly in soccer economics, but one thing is when they put out is soccer has a lot of cash flow, which a lot of investors are attracted by. And I can understand under those premises, that's why he hopped on. Because it's not because of a love of the game, especially him on his end. And the reason why I say that, so they're going to want star power. So I don't think they have a patience because he doesn't come from that cloth of, oh, I understand. I've been in the game long enough to have patience to build the club from the ground up. Unless he was, let's say, running the club remotely the way, let's say, who was doing that? Our investment fund that just left. I forgot their name. Like the way they were doing. Or the way, let's say, the Glazers kind of do somehow, right? He's there directly. So they want to see results now because the main problem with Chelsea, like I was hearing some of the journalists say, which was a good point, he legit got rid of, not the players, but like the staff that had that winning mentality. He got rid of all the most important pieces. Your Peter Zech, what's that other guy? Marina something, like the one that used to, the technical director. All these guys, they were part of that winning culture. You got rid of all of them. And you bring a bunch of nobodies and it's in a transition, you don't make results like that.
Do you think they have zero chance Stamford Bridge, or there is a small chance for them?
I think there's no fucking chance because Madrid is way too focused.
Listen, I mean, there's always chance in football, but it's very, very slow. Very, very slow.
For them, the reason why I say that is, dude, they have a hard time. Your only number 9, that's your striker, you left them out the squad of the Champions League squad, which is Aubameyang, which is healthy. He's not there. How do you score? Because the problem Chelsea has is scoring. The guys, even when Thierry Henry was doing a breakdown, when João Felix in that one action, he's running, right? Thierry Henry even clearly says, it's like you're a striker, if you're the pure 9, you go like you guys are both chasing the ball, go the other, push the ball in the other direction, towards him, where he's forced to either foul you or let you go. The instincts, they don't even have those basic instincts, which I agree in. Chelsea's the whole thing, Porter, they couldn't score. It's because of the players they have. You have a bunch of wingers. Sterling is not a number 9. He's a fucking winger. You have all of them. They're not materializing in front of goal. And that hurts you in the big stage because guess what? The chances you miss, Madrid's not going to play with that. Once Benzema is up there or Vinicius Jr. You understand? And right now, they are more winning 2-0. Madrid, the way they're looking at it, they got nothing to lose. And more, you got to think also like from a moral standpoint, where is Chelsea from a moral standpoint? You just got a new coach. Results are not coming in. What is the motivations of the player when we look at it from outside the field? Who's really informed? And that Chelsea team. That's the real question. Who is really informed? Right? Who's the
It's not just some form. They don't have a game plan. They don't know
what does Lampard come? It's come on, Lampard, come on, bro.
Listen, Lampard has been manager for quite a few years. Some similar to Gattuso, they should know
A
that.
guy that could have done some good stuff with that team in Europe, and they should have went. Even if they would have got Unai Emery, those are serious coaches. Those are the guys you take and they'll do. Look what he did with Aston Villa. Was at the fucking bottom of the fucking table. Right now they're 6th in the league. And there's a proper manager, and he's proving himself over and over. So he's not a fluke. He's able to come and take that Aston Villa team. We saw what he did with Villarreal. We saw what he did, with that Arsenal team. They were complaining. He won a couple of fucking
it wasn't that bad with Arsenal team. It was just the squad that was.
Yeah, just the squad. But he's a proper coach. Those are people. I think people from that mode you should look for, because I don't even think Luis Enrique succeeds over there. If they go and get him.
Nah.
I don't know, because I think that Unai Emery, because the reason why I say Unai Emery would be a good coach, because he took the PSG. He's used to that type of big pressure, having that, and I think with his style of play, he can adapt quickly, because when he took the Villarreals and all that, it didn't take him that long to create something out of it, and I think that's what Chelsea's looking for. I don't think they will wait, because if you want to go and sometimes you want to take the.
Listen. Another possibility for them is also to get Klopp, because Klopp is having also a bad season with Liverpool.
Yeah, you can, and then Klopp's gonna stop bitching, because he's gonna have a big ass. He's gonna have JP Morgan at his fucking footsteps. Go get from the piggy bank and get all your players you want. You say today he was crying with Bellingham. He's like, how can you? He said, what analogy did he use? He said, if a child asks you a Ferrari, you can't afford it. First of all, you tell him you can't buy it, and he can't drive. Because they're talking about Bellingham. I'm like, this dude is always salty. Dude, but you still at Liverpool.
By the way, they talk like Bellingham is the only good midfielder.
That's what I'm saying. And if I'm
Bellingham,
bro, do not go to Liverpool, because you're not even going to succeed.
But it's not like they didn't spend a huge amount of money.
I just want to thank Christian Pazmin. I just saw now the speaker.
20, boy. Thank you, man, Chris.
Man, Christian is our hedge fund, man.
Are you the new Redbird?
Jesus, man, he's better than Redbird. I wish Redbird will maintain Milan the way he's supporting us.
Man. Yo, no, that's good, man. Chris, aka Jerry Cardinale, man. Let's put that quote.
Yo, Christian, I hope life gives you 100 times more than you're getting right now, man, in terms of money.
I hope you can give us more money so we can build a super team.
No, I mean, I hope one day you become so rich that you can buy Milan. I hope one day you become so rich that you can buy Milan.
That's my new word, man. The super team.
Oh, that's
I want a super team.
Roy and Napoli, man. I'm gonna have a live when Roy is not gonna be invited and talk about Roy and Napoli. He's bragging about this team like it's the best team in the planet, man.
Come on, son. Come on. But now I feel like Bellingham, like that 130, and I feel like it's also a risky deal, because is it guaranteed? Are you gonna get your money's worth if you get him to your team? If your team is not ready, because I think Liverpool is playing a dangerous game. You're trying to get him to your midfield. Is he gonna solve all the problems? At the end of the day, bro, he ain't no dribbler. He's not a salad maker, you heard? So be careful.
No, it's just they just it's a bit like how can I say it? Just move on, man. There is other players.
Yeah, because if I'm even Liverpool, even if he has 130 at disposal, right? You can legit get 3 proper players that their equivalent is even higher than the Bellingham. Like you could have won, you could have gone, you can go and get your Benacer in that midfield, right? You can get your Amrabat. You can get you proper guys. They're already ready, good to go.
Yeah, you
now
can
hold
get
down your midfield.
You can get like how can I say it? A lot of players.
Yeah.
There is a lot of midfielders. Like, look at Brighton, man. Brighton finds Cancedo. They find 6 million midfielder.
6 million, yeah. Even that other kid from Benfica right now. What's the dude that we're linked to? That little black Portuguese kid.
Yeah.
He's good. He's having the good season of his life too. There's other guys, bro, but it's like, oh, he needs to come back to England. It's more. I feel like it's more a PR move, like commercial. Now they're gonna get to prop him up. He's the new.
They are. To be fair, they are scared as fuck the fact that City can buy it, because they are like, oh shit, if he goes to City, who's gonna stop City?
Yeah, he's gonna go there, and then nothing's gonna happen to City bought Ireland. I know.
Shout out to the other people. I just wanted to say that it's not just Christian that's donating. That's true, actually. A lot of other people donate in this chat, this channel. I just was joking with Christian, of course, but guys, even people that don't donate, thanks a lot anyway.
I donate, so I donated like 3 or 4 times.
There is no shame at all. Just having 23 people listening to you talk about football is just amazing.
And about Napoli being a super team.
We need to be precise.
Actually, you guys deserve more, because you guys tune in to listen about Milan and you heard 3 hours about Napoli. How good is as a team? So I actually feel sorry, Christian. You should have done that. I want to send you the money back right now.
And you also listened that Queen wants to be a Joker, so that's another thing.
Jester, yeah. I want to be the Joker. No, I literally want to be the Joker. That Heath Ledger Joker they have, like these the Tifosi have in Milan. That's who I want to aspire.
Oh, did you see the last choreograph?
That shit was sick. It was so fucking sick.
It was amazing.
I feel, and correct me if I'm wrong, I know across you, but I think amongst the top 5 leagues, I think in terms of like choreography, I think Italy has it on lock, especially like the Milan clubs. I think we have it on lock.
Yeah, we are the only one.
Because I don't see other teams do shit like this. I don't. And I watch a lot of games. I don't. Let me ask Nathan when he comes back, because he watches all the leagues. So he might
They're taking a piss now.
Huh?
Nathan pretends watching all the other leagues, man. Because no one does that, so he's just pretending.
Nathan, you my boy, man. Oh man, I miss Nathan. I haven't spoken to that dude in a minute, man. He's fucking
cheap as Nathan.
Nathan will be like, no, but live. It's because you don't watch. It's because you don't watch the games live. I watch the leagues. I'm like, okay, brother. Oh man.
I don't know how he manages to watch them with the time difference.
I mean, that's time. I mean, you can watch reruns. I just don't have the time, bro. I wish.
How he manages to pay his rent, man, and don't do.
No, he makes good money, man. Makes good money.
But he has to make those money instead of watching other leagues.
Oh man. But like on a serious note, I think even if we stop at the quarterfinals and we're top 4, I think this is a good season. A follow-up season, I think it's good.
It's a good season.
It's a good season, but it's still gonna be purely out for me though. I still stand on it. I don't care. I still stand on that.
I mean, it's purely out for the long term. We need
me. I'm being serious, man. And I never spoke about the, but I don't know, bro. I'm appreciating De Zerbi, the way he plays, man. Like the guy is. I used to underestimate him a lot, but man, I appreciate De Zerbi, man.
Yeah.
I think he should get the next Milan job if you want an Italian.
But we don't have the right players for his football. Let's be honest.
Why?
His football is you need quality. You need the big.
Come on, you got 856. What are we talking about here? You got 856, man.
Come on, man. Let's be serious right now.
No, but we're talking about a guy that just scored against a fucking super team like 10 days ago.
Okay, and we're not being serious. I get it. We're not being serious.
No, I'm serious. How many? He's been man of the match in Champions League. What, twice? Come on.
I know what he's doing here, man. I know.
No, come on.
Salamakers is quality, but it's quality for another type of football.
He's quality for De Zerbi. It's
not for De Zerbi. De Zerbi plays a specific
jokes aside, Salamakers improved vastly in the attacking area this season. He's a lot better than last season.
Dude, he's been fucking getting high off his fucking highlight reels. So he's like, hey, what move can I make? Because now he has plenty of content to fucking go and put music behind it. I need to go fucking shadow. No, but I think me personally, the reason, but yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. But let's say also, he inherit like Grant Potter's team, and they were able to like even perform and score more goals compared to Grant Potter. And I think this Brighton compared to last year, they're better. Actually, me
No, but
personally, like I think they're better, man. But Mitoma, bro, oh man, if we can get that dude, he's so good.
dude, I agree with you, but they are specific type of players. You know what I mean? There's players that they actually work on what the Derby wants to do. It's a bit like the Napoli players are specific for a certain football. Milan players are specific for another football. They cannot.
But
That's,
if you wouldn't say him, who would you say? If you only had to leave, who would you recommend? Like, who would you
I,
think?
I wouldn't take out Pioli until we get high revenues. The moment we get high revenues, and so we can keep big
Damn,
players.
that's foul. You sound like a gold digger wife.
What do you mean?
The money come in, okay, bye.
Oh yeah, that's how it works, man.
Yeah.
Pioli's not a coach like Guardiola or how can I say it, a Zidane, a big player coach. He's not. He will struggle with big players. He will accept their he will be
That tantrum.
how can I say it? He will be accommodating them. And sometimes big players, you should not accommodate them. We should just say no. It is what it is. So unless Pioli grows with us and becomes a big coach, but if Pioli stays the same, I will go for a coach, a different coach, of course.
How did you felt? Were you think it was shade? Do you think Theo was shading him when like the press conference, like the press conference when he says like, yo, ask Mister, it's like how can Leao improve? And he's telling Pioli should fucking help him improve, and it was kind of a joke because I take some of these jokes serious. So I'm like, dude, is he throwing shots or what?
No. He was just saying to the press that it's not my.
His
I'm
job.
not. No. It's not my position to tell Leao because he's basically the same age of Leao, man. Let's face it. I think Theo is 2 years older than Leao, so Theo is not in a position to tell what Leao should improve. It's like me telling you how you should be a better man.
You can.
You know what I mean?
I was called a child, bro, so you can. I'm a joker.
Exactly. I cannot tell you because I'm not like the best man in the planet. So, and Theo is like, I'm not in that position to tell Leao what he should do to improve. Mister has the control and the coach has the control, so he has to tell Leao what to improve and how to improve it.
Bro, Ibra was stressed on that bench, boy. I was looking at him like, damn.
Dude, you should see if we go to the semifinal against the Inter. That thing is gonna get nuts.
You're wondering if Ibra now, if he's more of an Inter, Juve legend or a Milan legend? If he had to pick.
I don't know, man. It's a tough question. Tough question. I would say a Milan legend.
Yeah, I'll say he's more of a Milan legend because I think the reason why I'll say that, I think on both occasions when he's at Juve or Inter, he wasn't the protagonist in terms of like, yeah, he was like that. He was their player, but he wasn't that center of attention. But I think in the both times he came back to Milan, even when we won that Scudetto in 2011, he was the guy, right? Because I think the time he was at Inter, I felt like it was probably more Adriano, more people like fucking Zanetti, of course. There was the symbols. Like I feel like he was just like a good player that was among. I feel with Milan, he was at that center of attention. And I feel like for us, especially coming back the second time, and I think the second time makes me think like, yeah, he has to be cemented by one of the Milan legend because if we use a Milan history book, he's gonna come in where like the new chapter saying when Milan went into this top, or let's say we win the Champions League in 8 years from now, we're gonna look back at that period when he came back to the club and be like, that was the the beginning of all of this. And me personally, I feel like he's definitely a Milan legend compared more to the three. But I just wanted to see your opinion. I think personally, I think that's.
And he didn't. He's always on a fight with Inter, and Juventus doesn't care. So he really does not have a.
The heart over there.
Yeah, that's not. He's not connected really with the other two.
He's not gonna
clubs.
give you a response like fucking what's his name? Nesta. But I don't blame Nesta though.
What Nesta said?
Oh, you
but
see?
Nesta grew up in that club as well.
Yeah, I
Nesta,
know. But when they asked to say Milan or Lazio, it's like Lazio. Like,
and probably
Milan fans took it to heart, man. You know, Milan took it personal, man.
because
They took it really personal.
dude, but
I was reading the comments. They're like, "Yo, look at this dude. Like, why the fuck would you say that?" I'm like, "Come on, he was a captain, man. You know, he's
I'm fine because at the end I'm pretty sure his whole family, his father is a Lazio fan, and he grew up. It is the club that gave him an opportunity to become a
So
professional
how
player.
hard that is, though. I imagine how that feeling is. Because let's say if you're a Milan fan, I'm a big Milan fan, and I play for Juve. Does it make me automatically in my heart I become a Juve guy all the way?
No. But Nesta didn't say that he's not a Milan legend. He says that
Clubs you
he's
support. Yeah.
he's a Lazio supporter, which is completely different.
But I feel like if you left your club like at his age, like you know, you're already in the 20s, I think you're still gonna be part of that club. But I feel like if you left during the academy years, like really young, before you were 13, 15, I think you can easily sway and be a, you know, straight up like the other club or your new club, not your parent one. Unless you're forced, but it's always been weird to me. I never knew because was it Pioli? Pioli is a what? A Inter or Juve fan?
He's
I
an
know he
Inter
played for
fan,
Juve.
but I don't think anyone like Pioli is a fan anymore. His family is an Inter fan, but he played for Juventus when he was a football player. He played for other teams.
He won
I
the
don't
Champions
think-
League, which is crazy.
with Juventus.
He was on the bench.
No, he was part of the team. He played.
No,
for
what I
all
mean
of
he's
it.
on the bench, the final. Sorry.
Oh yeah. And so people like Pioli, they're not real fan. You know, they lose that thing of being a fan because they change a lot of teams and their career goes so further.
It's Conte that made me laugh when he was at Inter and he started fighting with Allegri. I'm like, this guy is just a hothead, man.
Conte is so Italian, man. Is the definition of being Italian.
He
is
speaks his
Conte.
mind. Him and Gattuso's damn near got the same fucking personality, man.
They're nuts, man. I think that's the personality of a fighting midfielder.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I like Rino, man. Gattuso's fucking a maniac.
That's exact. You couldn't explain it better, man. A fucking maniac.
Bro. You saw fucking headbutt. One of my favorite Gattuso shit that he did was I remember I watched that game. We were playing against Bayern. I think it was back in 05, 06. And who's Bayern's current director? Was it Salimiz? I can't even pronounce his dude's name.
Salimizic.
Salimizic?
Yeah.
So they were talking and he grabbed his hair a little bit and he pulled it a little bit. So they were all cool until Gattuso pulled it a little bit and he pulled it some fucking more. I brought him to the fucking ground. And I'm like, damn, what that shit came from, man? Because the way the conversation started, it wasn't even there. They were just chit-chatting and he just pissed them off. I'm like, man, Gattuso, you're crazy, man.
Even Del Piero said Gattuso when he was playing was crazy, man.
He is. Apparently, they said, I was listening to that Materazzi interview. Apparently, they said he's good and what's a how you call that? What's that fucking game? Not baby foot, futsal.
Gattuso. Gattuso is good at futsal, like
Yeah.
5 versus 5. Oh no, the one with the I get it. The table football.
The
something like
table football, yeah. Football. It says football. That's how you say it. Yeah. So he's good at that. Because Materazzi was giving the story like how he had a call.
Yeah.
They were supposed to, the champion of Italy and football, he was talking to him and I think he wanted something that he had and he's like, yo, let's play a game. If you beat me, you can have it. And he said he called Gattuso right away. He said
Gattuso,
they beat him.
You know why Gattuso is good at that thing? Because he grew up by the beach, and that is a typical thing you have by the beach
Interesting.
in Italy. And he probably was playing it every day. And Gattuso comes from Calabria, which is a region that is basically always hot in Italy. So you are by the beach even in the winter.
Is he part of the Calabria family?
No, but Calabria's surname is basically a name of a region.
No. When I mean Calabria family, I'm not talking about our player Calabria. I'm talking about the mafia group.
Oh, but the Calabria family, the mafia group comes probably from that region.
Yeah.
That's why the surname. But anyway, guys, are we gonna close this?
So I guess we'll come back for Bologna because I think we spoke like really intense. So I think today was a productive conversation. Yeah.
People are blaming me because I don't care about the chat. But guys, it's quite late here in London, and I'm a bit tired. It's been a tough week at work this week because
What they make you do, man? What you had to fucking meet with Dua Lipa, whatever.
No, we had a lot of people. They got made redundant. So when your colleagues get made redundant, it's a bit weird week, you know.
You said made redundant. What you mean by that? They got fired.
Yeah, basically, but not fired because they were not good at their job. Because we're restructuring the
economy. Ooh, boy, that's so scary.
Economy, yeah, that's the thing. Because most of the people are extremely good actually at their job. It's just it is what it is. Sometimes it's because your salary, your position,
it's too much. Yeah.
What you're covering as well, and it's not needed, or is the thing they're cutting. So it's not, and it's a bit weird because in a normal situation you will not fire these people. They are actually extremely good, valuable. And anyway. But I'm sure they will be fine.
But you still, they probably like you because Milan is in the quarterfinals, so that's probably your luck. Still.
No, my situation is a bit.
No, I know you don't have to explain online, brother. You good?
No, yeah, it's just they like me. I don't know why, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, but they like me, and
you're not coming in there with a Napoli jersey, so
yeah,
they would have been like, what?
There is a lot of details. Who is coming to the office? Who is not coming? You know, small things.
Yeah. So and that's
they look at small
speaking
things.
on that. You saw Microsoft, bro. They're dickheads because of our shit. They're doing the whole remote shit, and people are taking advantage of it, which I feel like is a trip. What Microsoft did, I don't know if y'all heard what Microsoft did was about 2 months ago.
Yeah.
They came up with a policy where they said like now we're giving unlimited PTO. You know, part-time off. We're getting unlimited. If you take as much time as you can, it's not restricted no more. It's not the amount of days you earn. So people hopped on it. You know, people were praising it online. They're like, this is so awesome. A good company to work for. All the people that took PTO, they never came back. They cut them off right away.
Wow.
I'm like, that is so fucked up, man. That's so fucked up. And that's what they did. They legit cut the people that went on fucking leave. And even at my job, they started to look people that don't come in like as much because they want you to come at least twice in the office. And no matter where you at, you know, where I'm at, I can work in fucking London as long as I fucking swipe into a fucking office and I'm good. But you know, some people are like, nah, I'm just gonna work from home. I'm all right, you know. And they're gonna start looking at all that fuck shit coming the end of the year because there is a recession indeed. And I'm wondering, speaking of that, I'm wondering how that's going to impact that boy Jerry Cardinale. Because if they're an investment fund and they're also preparing for that in America, I wonder how that's going to impact our market. And that's why I'm really worried.
Well, we operate with our money at the moment.
You're saying, yeah, it's true. But since they have, you know, these people also, they corrupt, man. Milan can become their piggy bank. That's what I'm scared of.
Hopefully,
he can sell it at any time. Milan has value.
No, they can sell it, right? But in terms of divesting, hear me out. Because if they're doing proper decisions overall, they're gonna think on the overall how the whole Redbird is ran. They're not gonna be like, yo, this is Milan right there, the revenue, keep it. They're gonna maybe keep the money in terms of like maintaining the club, meaning the personnel and all that. But in terms of investing in the club, getting money out, that's why I'm afraid, because they're going to be like, well, there's no money, or the investors, we can't talk to them here because there's a recession coming. And now we're impacted by that because we're not like the Saudis or any of these people.
Our spending will depend on how much revenue we make.
Yes. But let's even if we're in the profit, if we're in the like the top part of the fucking, you know, of the aisle, do you think they use those funds,
or they're selfish and they're like, let's think about the greater good of Redbird because they have assets everywhere. And they're mainly operating from the United States, and a lot of American companies are moving so restrictive. Do they translate that mindset to Milan as a whole? That's what I'm afraid of.
I mean, in the end, Redbird plan is to increase the value of the club and you sell it for higher.
Yeah, they do. No, and don't get me wrong, but this shit right now, people are scrambling. They're all freaking out. So these guys are not really well versed. If you can, I mean, we all saw the whole executive fucking personnel. Do how I don't know, man. I just feel they might treat me like a fucking Facebook.
That's why even Jerry is pushing for the stadium so he can build it and sell it
afterwards. Yeah. I hope so, man. I come out, I give them my daddy's land, bro. I can't have Milan fucking playing the Ivory Coast at this point.
I mean, that's the problem with Serie. The politician. You want to build the stadium, you're dragging 3 years just to get a permission.
But they said they got a new, what's the name? Did they say they got a
No, it's not. That area doesn't work as well because the people that live there filed a complaint and the council rejected it from that area because they were going to destroy some greenery. So I
really feel that the San Siro, people that get that revenue from the San Siro, they're legit going around the clubs with potentially Milan's spots that they can land. I legit feel they're having a campaign legit on the underground boycotting.
I mean, the problem with San Siro is there's not a good stadium in the near area. So, for example, if they choose to renovate San Siro, they have to play on another stadium.
Like how you explain to me, I know maybe Italy's not that big, but how like a fucking city like London has like 1 million stadiums, we can't even do like 2 or somewhere across. Come on,
because it's Italy. Italy is one of the most corrupt.
I swear, I feel like London allocate all their fucking city money to build stadiums because the amount of teams. I'm like, fuck.
I mean, listen, EPL makes a crazy amounts of money. That's why.
No. Prior to even the EPL, though, when it's the EPL, it's just the amount of teams out of London. I'm like, damn, it's damn near the whole city's a stadium at this point. I've never been there, but I'm like, fuck.
Yeah,
it's not like in other cities, right? A team at least would share a stadium, bro. Nobody shares a stadium in London, bro. No Tottenham, no Chelsea, no West Ham. They all got their little stadiums around. So I'm like, God damn, London has to be that big.
It's big, London. It
has to be really big.
We're talking about 8 million population.
Yeah, because Crystal Palace has their own stadium. Fulham has their own stadium. We can go on. Bolton Wanderers, I think. I mean, I know they're not in the Prem no more. They still there.
No, I'll tell you the clubs in London.
Aston Villa.
West Ham, West Ham, Arsenal, Tottenham, Chelsea, Crystal Palace, Fulham, Millwall, Bradford is outside London, and Watford is outside London. So we are around 9 at the moment, plus Wembley, 10th stadium. And I'm missing some few small ones. So there is around 10 stadiums in London. Or just outside London. We're talking about like suburban area.
Right now, though.
In the Prem, probably you have 6 or 7. Fulham, Crystal Palace.
Where does freaking Bolton Wanderers they play out of?
Oh, Richmond as well is in London. Huh?
Yeah. What about Bolton? Isn't Bolton part of London?
Bolton, I don't think so. Aston Villa is in Birmingham. Wolverhampton.
Aston Villa is not in. I thought Aston Villa don't want London for some godly reason.
No, they're in Birmingham. Wolverhampton is in the north. But London is insane, man. One city, fucking 10 stadiums. So,
which is kind of crazy.
And have even more, probably. But the economy of England is different.
When Wembley FC used to exist, doesn't that team is deceased? I know Wembley had a team, right?
Yeah, they exist, I think.
I'm rooting for fucking what's his name's team to go to make it up top. Ryan Reynolds' team.
Oh yeah, are they gonna make it?
I mean, right now they're top. They won the game like the direct. Was it like Knots or whatever the fucking team is? But anyways, social ESPN is riding fucking Ryan Reynolds' dick right now. So they're giving me a lot of fucking PR.
Makes sense. He's paying for that.
Yeah, he is. And the dude, it's whatever, man. American football.
That's fine, man.
Weird, but yeah. All right, dog. It's Friday, man. Y'all enjoy y'all Friday. I think it was good talk. Are y'all gonna do it live Sunday prior to the Bologna game after? Or
Tomorrow is gonna be at 2 p.m. in London.
Yeah.
The game. So I would say, yeah, straight away after the game I can do a 1
Or
hour.
you're gonna do a WhatsApp call where you can get you can just yell at Floki, or Floki will yell at you.
Dude, Floki is too emotional after games, man. After the game, it's too emotional.
Dude, I think personally one of the best chats is during like the halftime of a game.
Oh yeah.
That's why sometimes when I'm watching the Milan game, I'm like, yo, let me go on WhatsApp and see if they're on the call. And once it starts, you can't even hear nothing. What's there's 9 people in there? Oh my God, man, it's ridiculous. But I think if there's any call, it's gonna be him and Rich John going back and forth, so it's fine. I just listen in.
Hey, Floki is too emotional, man. Straight after the game, Floki is going nuts.
Oh man, sometimes it's good laughter for me because it's mute, but I'm just laughing my ass off. I'm like, oh boy, I need to laugh because somebody's gonna be ticked off, and it's gonna be back and forth, man. So man,
What a boy, man.
Yeah, but I need what's his name to come back. Rock, tell your wife to get you off timeout, brother.
No. Stay with your wife, man.
It's words for
what did I do?
Two black eyes because of
Bullshit.
Bayern.
Bullshit.
Because of you, he has 2 black eyes and he cannot show his face on the live. He's monitored 24/7.
Wow, we know he's wearing the trousers at home, at least.
Indeed. But all right, guys. Yeah, I'm out. Chris told me to let Lai go to sleep. You're right. Yep.
Yo, have a good night, guys.
All right, man. Yeah, I'll talk to you. All right, bye.
See ya.